our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Welcome to AVEVA Stadium in beautiful Houston, Texas for the National Collegiate Rugby NCR Championships. We're going to review day one action where it was a small college Cohen Cup semifinal and D2 semifinals. Right here, Christendom was able to take down the Crusaders of Holy Cross. Good first try there for Askoff. Tim Wilkes, the big run out, big lead by this Holy Cross Crusaders team. Started right there.
Holy Cross opening things up with a few tries of their own, but then in the end, it was Christendom who was too powerful with a huge comeback victory.
There's a scrum half Meade scoring a try. Before you saw Matt Weston, the Cayman International, so influential in those outside channels for the Christendom team to take it down, and they just opened it up. Here we are into Thomas More, the Division II game, and that is one of their fantastic players there. That is Tomas Casares, an Argentinian playing number 8, scoring a big try as the Thomas More Saints punched their ticket to the Division II finals. And they are going to play Adrian College, but right here you see a little pickup from the University of Northern Iowa. Really gamed through that entire 80 minutes, but just didn't have an answer for the Saints.
Yeah, too much of the Argentinian connection, as you mentioned. Bautista St. Bonnet, and then here, Matthias Karamuti, just too much.
And here is game 3, the other small college Cohen Cup semifinal, and that was the influential number 10 there. That is Milan Van Wyk. You saw him so many times, and there's Dominic Odden, the captain, inspirational for the St. John Johnny's team, but just didn't have an answer for New Mexico Tech at the end. Kind of a back-and-forth game. That was Nicholas Crosado scoring that one.
Just too much power for these guys as New Mexico Tech, in a tough back-and-forth match, were able to withstand the pressure and come away with the win.
In our final game of the day, the Cadets of Norwich had to take on this big fella and his Adrian College Bulldogs. That is Alexander Safita Tuatua'a scoring a big try, and that power is just too much for him. They opened it up late.
That's right. You see Mamata with the offload there to Sam Williams. Too much speed to come around, and this one was back and forth as we go, 22-22 towards the very end.
And to absolutely seal the game for this Adrian team there, well, first we're going to see a little try here from the very game. Brantley Ledbetter, the number 11, but here was a big hit by the Adrian College Bulldogs, and off goes McGregor Adams. McGregor Adams down the field, and this one seals it. They're in the finals. All that action tomorrow on Sunday. That's yesterday's action, but here are the teams for this first matchup. That is on your left, Iowa Central Community College, and on your right in red is the Cardinals of Wheeling University Wheeling, West Virginia. Two great matchup here. Rhino Bowl to start off the National Collegiate Rugby NCR Day 2. Couple of bowl games, D1 AA finals, D1 finals. We'll talk about those coming up as we get a good look at these teams. Great teams. I'm John Broker here with Tim Wilkes, and let's talk about some of these teams. We are going to talk about Wheeling, coached by Mike Geibel. Let's talk about some key players there, Tim.
On Wheeling, got the international feel with Jose Ultra from Spain. Then you've got Chief Chipumbu from Zimbabwe and Ayub Jali from Morocco.
Jali, just a speedster, and Chipumbu, a freshman. We're going to see what he has. Keys to success for this Jesuit team.
Got to make sure you find those interior spaces, punching it up the gut. Use the field wisely at the same time, but got to be careful defending that wide play of ICCC.
Okay, going to be very important for them. Iowa Central Community College in white, coached by Brent Nelson, Joe Lippert, and Hamish McCallium. Let's talk about some key players for this Iowa Central team, Tim.
Tavia Sikora Mathis is the big 6'7" lock, all-state U23 National Pathway Camp attendee. Then you've got Chris Stanback and Tony Robinson, the little man out the back, only 5'7", but brings the boom from that 15 position.
Very exciting team, this Iowa Tritons, Iowa CC Tritons. Let's talk about their keys to success.
Well, Wheeling has some big play potential, so we got to stop those big boys, keep them stopped inside, and then also play that field position and hit the gaps when necessary. You've got the speed on the outside. We'll try to use it.
Exciting game coming up. We are ready to roll as you see the Tritons getting ready for this Rhino Bowl match. There's a look at the Wheeling University Cardinals. Getting their last-minute messages in. While they do that, let's talk about these guys' seasons, Tim.
Yeah, Wheeling came in 6-2-1. Iowa Central is 7-4. The one little tidbit that we can really look and see who has the advantage would be a 29-29 tie for Wheeling Jesuit over Davenport. But at the same time, Davenport took down Iowa Central 55-31.
Referee for this match, Ben Dickinson. He'll be joined by Chris Gower and Jamal Jones on the sidelines. There is Jamal Jones, and number 4 is going to be Mark Seaton for this game. We are ready to get this big matchup underway. Rhino Bowl, National Collegiate Rugby. It is going to be the Tritons to kick this one off. Iowa Central, we are underway. Referee Dickinson gets us going. Can you take us out of your conversation, please? And off we go. It is the Cardinals, and they are away with it right outside of their 22, looking for some big runners to get it going, but they slip it in back. That was back there to Chipfumbu, but not handled. So now they are in the center of the field, and they're going to go directly back. Little pass out wide, right on their own line. Remember, this is a bowl game, an invitational, so it's up to them if they want to run or they want to play kind of a safety game. And it looks right there that these Cardinals have come to play. Coach Geibel very big on some of the new players here. Said we're going to see some exciting things out of this program in the next couple of years, and there is no reason not to believe that, man. As another pot of forwards comes off the side. Good defense keyed up by the Tritons. Ball to Chipfumbu, puts it into one of his big runners, gets dragged down and turned over. Here go the Tritons. The Tritons immediately dragged down with Mullet Leggy. Gets that ball out in the middle of the field. They have to cut back in. That's Herbert Evans. Herbert Evans takes the ball into contact. Ball to back there. It's for Mullet Leggy.
Carmazondo stole that one away, but we'll come back and see the penalty here.
Referee Dickinson doesn't agree with what he tried to do. So we're going to have a first penalty of the game, and is going to go in the favor of the Tritons. And they are in a good position here, calling for a scrum. Seems like they would certainly want to run this ball and have a good time themselves.
You know the Cardinals are going to be coming in for those poaches. Almost got a couple there, but a bit too aggressive. Just got to make sure you fully release before you go in for it. See which side has the more strength here.
Oratile Molatlegi to put this one in. He's from Pretoria, South Africa. We have some astounding feedback. Molatlegi right there getting ready to go. Ben Dickinson, referee, just trying to get this one sorted out. Wants to have nice, safe, and stable scrums to get going.
Especially on that first one. Got to make sure that everyone knows their job, and make sure nobody's getting a little too aggressive here.
There they are. Scrums come together. A little bound up on the Wheeling side there. Molatlegi takes it. He's got the big number 8 champion coming off the back. They're going to run quick. They're going to run hard. Have done. Big collision on that right-hand side of the field. As you see some waiting runners there for the Tritons. Tritons put that ball up. Looks like the big number 3 there. Kuahiu Nui. Now ball up to the big number 4. That's Sikora Mathis. Tavius Sikora Mathis. Coaches are real big on him, and that's his second row partner, Ladon Mathis. Ball not quite going to hand. Good pressure defense from these teams. You can see that wind playing some havoc. We'll talk about that as we have an advantage for a knock-on in favor of the Tritons. Player trying to poach it away there, but very kind of evenly matched. They're both trying to have a run here, Tim.
Yeah, Whaling almost tried to split that one after they picked it up, almost tried to get it to the outside, but again, just knocked on a little bit. Actually, the wind kind of reversing field on us here today, blowing right to left, and so that one kind of pushed it a little forward, just went off the hands.
Strong winds in Houston this weekend in the Space City. Be a little challenge for these teams. Going to be another Tritons scrum just 3.5 minutes into this Rhino Bowl game. Tritons get themselves underway. Ball again at the back. Ball out into the centers there, and that's that man, Evans. Evans hands it off. Molatlegi moves that one again. They're going to whip it out wide. This is the player who stopped the play last time. A very exciting runner right there. Takes the ball into contact. turned over by the Cardinals, however, and they are on the run, looking for a little way around that gap. Go the Wheeling Cardinals. Waiting set of forwards here. It's going to crash this one in. No tip pass coming there. Referee has a good eye on this. Good work by the Tritons, trying to turn this over. That's Dakota Southworth getting himself in there, but players not moving away from Wheeling. We're going to have another penalty against the Cardinals. Chance here for the Tritons to move this one downfield.
That big prop, James Kuahiunui, was able to come away with that poach there, got right on top of it, showed the aggressiveness of this Triton squad.
Pushed it downfield into the wind. It's going to be a line out here for the Tritons. Wind whipping back their way. You can see from the assistant referee's flag there. So it's going to be a bit of a challenge here for James Holler to put this one in. Holler, the freshman from Sebastian, Florida.
We need to keep an eye on Rua Kiramazondo, number 4 there for Wheeling. He did have that last poach a second ago. Got called for a penalty earlier, but really aggressive on those rucks.
Ball out into the middle of the field. They've got a power runner coming through there in LaDon Mathis, the sophomore from Cincinnati. Ball back to Mullet Leggy. Moves it out just a little wider this time, working through the phases. Good power there from Dakota Southworth. Leggy finds another runner there. That is up to Kuahiunui. Into contact again, going through the phases, not making a ton of room, but a gap may open up for him, which is what they're looking for. Ball back into the centers there. That's Herbert Evans. Herbert Evans, the sophomore.
Holler with a good ruck out there to keep that ball safe.
Come on the attack one more time. That's Socorro Mathis. Going through the phases are the Tritons. Tritons move it back, and that is Tony Robinson. We've seen a lot of him today into the number 8's hands, Champion. They're looking for that wide runner. Haven't quite found him. Good work out on those fringes by Wheeling. Slowing it down just a bit there. There's Kuahiunui. Puts in a little tip pass. Good work by the Cardinals. Cardinals in there. Take down the scrum half. We may be coming back. Penalty against the Wheeling Cardinals again for shutting that down. They were going for the turnover after a good pressure on that scrum half, but in the favor of Iowa Central, the Tritons again.
Yeah, it's solid aggression, but again, that is already 2 penalties for the same thing there within the first 7 minutes. So got to keep an eye on that. You know, our referee, Ben Dickinson, definitely will.
Down into the corner. It's going to be a line out here for the Tritons, excuse me. The Cardinals back up against it right on their own line.
Quality referee squad out there, Dickinson, out of the Mid-South Rugby Referee Society.
Trying to speed things up here as the Tritons want to take their time. A lot of targets through that line out, as you can see. The wind would tell you to play it just a little bit safe. Kuahiunui at the front. They are going to go to the front there to Socorro Mathis. Looks like they're going to drive this in, or attempt to drive this in, I should say. At the back there, the hooker Holler. And they get just over the 5-meter line, but it's taken around by them, so ball still alive. And they are going to continue pounding away at the fringes here. Have done, held up pretty well by Wheeling. Ball has come back for Socorro Mathis. Socorro Mathis, ball in hand, looking for a little room there, looking for a first try. The Tritons spending the time down in this end. Playing the wind pretty well so far. Wheeling up to the challenge. Look at that pile of bodies there. It is just hammer and tongs right now as they're going to move it to the backs now. Little pass doesn't go to hand in the centers there. Unlucky for Xavier Ellis.
We have an offside penalty here on the call, so we'll come right back here. Possible quick tap and a fast try if you're the Tritons.
Stand back, thought about it, but going to hold back for just a second. And they are going to go quick through Mullet Leggy. Mullet Leggy just feeds it to the big fella, and a gap opens up, and first try of the game is going to come to the Iowa Central Tritons. It's Colin Boutain. We haven't seen tons of the sophomore yet, but he gets the first 5 points on the board in this Rhino Bowl.
To me, that all goes back to James Kuahiwanui as he caught that. It was the first receiver there, sucked in the defense a little bit, but made that pass at the very last second to find the Butane running through for the try.
Yeah, when you see a big fella like Kuahiwanui, you know, the defense is going to pay attention to it a little more. So unselfishly, very smart, just pops it onto one of his teammates, and great work by the Tritons to score that first try with the win coming against them.
Yeah, played a huge factor in some of the matches yesterday. We were seeing 30 points unanswered in one half, and then the same team coming back and scoring 40 going the other direction. But the Tritons in the win strike first.
About 57 degrees, a little cooler than yesterday here at AVEVA Stadium. Wind blowing the other direction, as Tim said earlier. Leggy has a teammate staring down at the ball. I've never quite seen something like that. Somebody that close, but that kick's no good. We're at 5-0 as we take a look at the try score.
Yeah, the big fella from New Holstein, Wisconsin, got that one in. As this one just off to the left, a little short there. Stuck up in the wind.
Few penalties against this Wheeling team. They're going to need to get down the other end of the field and play some ball. They've got some great runners there. Tough start, spending your whole time on defense. But those penalties, you have to cure those penalties.
It's just aggressiveness. You've traveled a long distance. You're ready to hit somebody, but at the same time, you got to be controlled in there.
Wheeling up into the wind, comes down into the hands of Robinson. Robinson hasn't found a lot of open room yet. He's trying right now. Wriggles through a few, finally taken down. Mullet Leggy coming, and we're going to have a side entry against Wheeling as they continue to just hurt themselves with this penalty count.
Yeah, you got to expect the next one, probably a conversation from Dickinson, is penalty after penalty here in the first 11 minutes.
And the wind hauls that one back, so not going to get much distance on that.
As you see here, just got into it, kind of came in from the side there, went around the ruck. But again, that was Karamazando, really aggressive getting in there and trying to poach that ball out of there for the Cardinals.
Karamazando, the freshman from Zimbabwe, played at St. John's School before coming to the Mountain State. Playing for these Cardinals now as they go for Socorro Mathis again. Mullet Leggy gets someone out to Standback. Standback's got a runner in the middle. That looked like it was fed a little forward, but referee says everything's cool. Let's keep playing. Mullet Leggy moves it out to the try scorer. That's Butane. Wheeling defense just sitting back a little bit, letting them run. A little pressure would be helpful for them as they're coming up on this one now. That's Socorro Mathis again. A couple more players have to come in and clean that up just a bit. And with this wind, it looks like they're going to go for a box kick into this swirling wind. Not sure how this is going to work out for them. It's going to come down. Now Wheeling has an opportunity here. Wheeling, that is into the hands of one of their wingers out there.
It looked like it might have been Chipfumbu getting in there from the fly half position, but a strong counter ruck almost blew it up.
Good work here by this Tritons team to really contest that breakdown. Here comes a phase, and we'll see what they can do with this. The ball comes a little bit wide. Looks like it's off of Chipfumbu. Keeping the ball in the middle of the field. Good pressure on them, so could just show and take that one into contact. Flat line, Chipfumbu takes it through. Chipfumbu ball to the ground. A couple of backs come in and help them out with that one. They've got some waiting forwards. Here is one of the big units coming in. Iowa trying to turn that over, but cannot. They go a little bit down the side here. Did that one go forward? It did go in a touch. We're going to at least have that, as a knock-on was spotted there first by referee Dickinson.
Yeah, knocked it on into touch, so it'll be the Tritons with a choice here if they want the line out or the scrum down. As you see, that last pass off the hands and knocked out into touch.
There were a couple of runners there for Wheeling. You see, they look unafraid to play in those small spaces, which is just a hallmark of such a really good team. Both these teams actually willing to do that. They had a 5-meter space they could have run in.
Had those numbers there, tried to exploit it, but again, just off the hands. Were able to string together a good 5-6 phases there, and that's kind of the best we'd seen from them so far, but still not really able to crack into the Tritons half.
Good shot of the scrum here. This is going to be a decisive area. Kuahiwanui, the Spanaway Washington native on the tight head side there for the Tritons. Mullet leggy gets that one out to Standback. Standback is going to stab it through. They're going to chip it forward again. Going to come down to the Wheeling Cardinals. Ball back. Looks like Ayub Jolly back there, the Moroccan international, to take that. And they're going to push that downfield with the wind. But it's going to be a line out here for the Tritons. Very effective play in this wind to play down there into the field from the Tritons so far, Tim.
Yeah, like I said, we haven't really been able to crack the other side of the pitch just yet. It was a good job on the recovery end. Simo Hadar was able to get back and snag that one and recycle it to at least relieve a bit of pressure here, but Tritons just unrelenting here to start off. They're going to say it went back, brought back inside the 22, so even though it did find touch, we'll bring it all the way back to where the kick was made.
So that came in. Ball up, a little bobble there. It's going to come down Wheeling way. Wheeling opportunity to ride this one downfield, maybe play down there. We'll see if they want to run. They're going to send a pot of forwards in there. With the wind at your back in this first half, you should really think about playing down that on the field, but they're going to have a run in this Rhino Bowl. They didn't come here to listen to me, Tim.
That's right. They're going to take their chances. Each man trying to prove himself out here.
Good hands out there, but the wind gets in the way. A little pass doesn't go to hand, and we're going to have a scrum here for the Tritons, left-hand side of the field. We're going to talk to Matt McCarthy on the ground at the sideline. Take it away, Matt.
Yeah, Matt, been chilly down here, guys. I'm not bombing in that press box with you guys, but it is a little bit chilly with the wind. The wind is blowing.
We'll go down to Matt in just a minute. Right now we have continuation of this game. Going to be a Triton scrum here. Just the Mullet leggy, the 20-year-old, to put this in.
Continued pressure here from the Tritons. 16 minutes gone by. Everything down here to the right.
Have it inside the Cardinals 22. Well, growling in there from somebody. Mullet leggy. That one in. Good squeeze there by Wheeling. They've turned that one around. Referee's going to pick it up. No penalty. He's going to say it's going around. We'll reset it. That's a good statement from this Wheeling team. You know, they've been under pressure. They've been on defense, committed a lot of penalties. A little win right there. Doing the big scrum is important, Tim.
That's right. They got a bit of a shove before it really started to turn, but no clear advantage to see who was able to get that going. So we'll just restart it here. Triton's able to get the put in yet again. Let's see if Wheeling can maybe push a little bit straighter, but the last one before this, the Tritons did have a nice solid push on their own. See if they can duplicate.
Ball squirts out the back, so not going to be too clean, but they got it. Moving the ball across into the centers, looking for some runners. Player's going to hold on to it and just take the ground.
And Malaya with the tackle, number 12. He's had a couple of big ones thus far.
Kuahiwa Nui, main ball carrier on a lot of those forward pods there. Mullet leggy looking for it, finds it, gets the ball out there to Evans. Evans, big hit on Robinson, turned over. Ball is going to go back to Wheeling way. Now a penalty against the Tritons, a favor for this Wheeling team. Opportunity to move it downfield. Excellent work there. Stanley Gianni has a hold of the ball at the scrum half. He's going to give the ball to Chip Fumbu.
Yeah, Tony Robinson tried to get aggressive in there, coming up from the fullback position to go for the poach, but just a little too much there, says the referee. And the kick going out for touch, able to find it.
Chip Fumbu, a great addition to this program. So he said from Zimbabwe, he played for Falcon College, but he was also a Zimbabwe under 13, under 16, under 18, under 20. So he's certainly in a system of a very good rugby country and knows his stuff. We're going to shoot it down now to Matt McCarthy. Matt, what's up?
It's Matt McChilly down here, guys. It's a little bit chilly on the pitch. The wind is blowing in the opposite direction of yesterday, and it is blowing like mad down here. So that's going to impact the strategy for each team. Ground and pound is likely. You're not going to put the ball up in the air as much as you'd like because these guys are all skilled players, but it is windy. That's the story down here. Back to you.
Thanks, Matt. It looks windy out there. We can tell it just from your lanyard flying around. Matt McCarthy on the sidelines for us today. Ball comes out from the Tritons. That was mullet-legged. They're trying to move it wide in this wind, but defenders out there. Robinson, the fullback, over that ruck. Players piling in. They're going to go for another kick up into the wind here. This is such an interesting tactic. You know, the ball just, it comes floating back 10 meters. Have not held on to it. The Tritons' ball's been turned over in a pretty decent field position as it comes out into the hands of Joseph Howley. He puts in a little inside pass, and the forwards now getting them across the 40, just a little head of steam. Let's see what these Cardinals can do. Down 5-0 in this Rhino Bowl. Nice little line break there. Up to Chipfumbu. Chipfumbu going around the corner. Chipfumbu is headed towards the line, and great passage of play. Nice offloading. Chipfumbu with the flare. Touches down, 5 points for the Wheeling Cardinals.
Boy, Chipfumbu had runners on either side of him. He was able to pick out that right pass and then get it right back off of the offload. Good job getting back to his feet and staying in the play.
He is an electric player, just a freshman. It's going to be exciting. Another look here. You see a ball come up from Lawrence Old. Good work to keep it alive. Chipfumbu doesn't need any invitation for the try zone.
51 on your count. Did you hear that?
You'll see here he had runners on either side, chose that inside ball, able to get it in return, and then once he's past that 22, he is all speed, all fire in for the try.
The Iowa Central defenders around him looked a little confused that it happened. It seemed kind of obvious to me that it was going to happen there, a little offload to Chipfumbu. They just left him a little gap. They'll shore that up. Smart players, they'll adapt as the play goes on, but clearly a danger area for this Wheeling team is that they can just offload. They can make this happen from what you see. Ayub Jolly, the Moroccan international, slots that one. Ayub Jolly played 7s and 15s for Morocco. Who played 7s for the national team and 15s for the under 20 as well. Good player in West Virginia. And we're 7-5 lead change. Cardinals over the Tritons halfway through this first half. Tim, exciting contest. Not high scoring, but a lot of fun.
Yeah, a lot of fun. Some good line breaks, some big hits from Wheeling, and a lot of fun out there. I mean, these guys are both giving it, or both teams are giving it their all. And although ICC has had some of the maybe better runs, more possession, Wheeling has shown some of that aggressiveness and athleticism that could turn the tide.
Ball up to Jose Ultra, player we talked about right there. A little pass on from Blankenship to the ground. Go Wheeling. They're starting to string together good phases here against this Tritons team. Ultra back in play again. Ultra from Valencia, Spain. This great international flavor on the Wheeling side. Chipfumbu isn't going to be able to take on all those defenders, but a shrill blast of the whistle for a high tackle there. Not LaDon Mathis, nothing really in it. I think just smaller fella with some good footwork danced his way into a high tackle, but you have to penalize.
Some of the detriments of being 6'4", you really got to get low and break down on those tackles, or stuff like that can happen.
Ayub Jolly off the left boot, but is not going to find touch. It's going to roll into the try zone. They will have a goal line dropout. I was waiting to see if it rolled out there. We're going all the way back. Stand back, the Greenwich native. Has all the hallmarks of a Joe Kelly coached player.
Yeah, tried to go quick there. Had a little bit of space here on the near side, but they'll go ahead and take it back between the posts. And again, with that wind at your face, it's tough to get it outside the 22. We'll see how much distance they can get.
That is not a lot of distance, and they left a straight run for the line for one of these big units. They're right on the line of the Wheeling Cardinals. They're going to have to change that tactic. The Tritons, they want to keep going. Ball held up right now. It's going to go to the ground. Will be Wheeling ball. No maul called. They're trying to stay tight there. Referee awards the try, and good work by Wheeling. After a string of penalties and playing on their own line, they've scored a couple, and there is a happy man right there. He is showing what it's all about. Try given to number 5, Bailey Bruner.
And Bruner just bruised his way through, diving over the top of that. Kind of had to get in there to be able to get that ball down. Didn't look like he had a clear path, but Dickinson came across on the other side, and he was able to see the connection there with the dirt.
Kick doesn't go. Just a good run in there. And eventually, after a couple of phases, off to one side, keeping the ball up. I think that was Karamazando that got the whole thing started, correct? Sorry, that was...
Now, it looked like Mulea, yeah, from that inside center position, has really had some big hits and also getting it done on the offensive end now.
And just a very smart touchdown of the ball as Jolly puts the kick in.
Yeah, like I said.
And conversion was good. There's the man that was celebrating, Bailey Bruner, the sophomore from Baltimore, Maryland. Played at rugby at Loyola Blakefield before joining the Cardinals program.
Just found enough space in there to dot down the try. Extend this lead.
That wind is just wreaking a little havoc here. Able to control it, but the ball just kind of stuck up there if you're kicking into it. There is Chief. Oh, my word. What an offload from Chipfumbu. Chief Chipfumbu just showing all the skills here. That ball may have caught forward in the wind, but they're going to keep going. Over the touchline they go, wheeling in. And Chipfumbu is just showing a range of exciting skills here.
Yeah, not to mention that 9-10 connection back with Stanley Gianni. Had the pass out to him and then the wherewithal to get right back in because he knew it was coming back to him.
Chipfumbu, that drifted a little forward in the wind for me, but Jamal Jones is right on that, the assistant referee, and they're going to have a line out here for the Tritons. Tritons haven't had the ball in a little bit as we're getting on to the 25-minute mark of this first half of a Rhino Bowl action here at the NCR Championships in Houston, Texas. Ball out into the middle of the field. There is LaDon Mathis. LaDon Mathis has a hold of it, but penalty against. Not releasing, wheeling. Everything seems to be going their way.
Yeah, Brenda tried to get in there to clean that one out, but a little bit of a disadvantage. Had a couple of guys he was trying to go against, and they already had their hands on the ball, so nothing they could do about it. Wind at your back here, and they're going to go for the points.
Ayub Jolly will step up for this kick. Ayub Jolly, one of a couple of Moroccan players on this team. We're going to head down to the sidelines where Tyler Doige has some information for us.
Thanks, John. This game is a prime example of what makes the NCR so special. It's a prime example because what happens is you have a bunch of international players on wheeling here that are going up against Iowa Central College, who are more of a development program, giving these players the experience of playing with people who have played at the international level, and it really is something special for the NCR. Back to you, John.
There's Jolly with the kick. That one shades off, but they are up 14-5.
22-meter drop here. That one just went off to the right.
And that not a bad tactic because now Iowa Central has to kick into this wind, which paid off for them last time.
Yeah, that goal line drop was a very difficult thing with that 20-mile-an-hour wind in your face, but see if they can get around it here on the 22, maybe give themselves a little bit of breathing room. The last 10 minutes been all wheeling after the first 16 were dominated by the Tritons.
Stand back, hoist another one up into the swirling wind, and we have a penalty against for just a knock-on that was taken by one of the wheeling players. Little mistake.
Yeah, got to make sure that when that ball does get dropped forward, you got to leave it if you're in front of that ball carrier originally. So get dinged for the penalty, and now definitely a much easier little boot here to really get back some territory.
They find touch. Good work just over the 50-meter line. Ball comes down there. Big player just in front of it. One of those big forwards that's like a bowl of ice cream. You probably shouldn't eat it, but you're gonna. The ball pops up there. You can't help but grab it.
Yeah, Xavier Ellis made that big hit that kind of dislodged it as well. Good pressure.
Ball not straight. Forgivable in this wind. Tough one there for James Holler, the carpentry major.
Wheeling will switch it up and go with the scrum instead. That one just caught on the outside shoulder. Easy call there for the ref.
Scrum coming for Wheeling. They've been a bit dominant in these. They've looked pretty good. So this gives them a nice attacking position. And I think getting the ball into Chief Chipfumbu's hands is a pretty good attacking strategy.
He's got athletes back there with him, ready to strike.
Pressure on from the Tritons this time. Referee Dickinson doesn't see anything in it, so he's just going to bring it up. And we will put it in again.
Same thing there. We kind of saw it start to turn a little bit instead of moving backwards, but we'll see if Wheeling can be a little bit more stable here. Kuahiwa Nui, a force here on the near side.
We're going to go down to the sidelines. Matt McCarthy waiting to say something.
Hey, yeah, guys, just noticing the Moose that is number 14 with the yellow cap for Iowa is now at the fly half position. So he is a big lad that they're going to try to work into the offense.
Ryan, am I back? Stand back. Puts that downfield. Going to be after a dominant scrum where they drew the penalty. The Tritons is going to be their line out just a little further downfield. That's the man that Matt McCarthy was talking about right there.
Big attacking opportunity. 14 unanswered points here by Wheeling. It's kind of taking this one a different direction from the beginning.
Another good line-out steal from the Cardinals, Wheeling University. Ball taken in by Howley. Referee telling the Tritons players to just let it go. Ball coming back there into the hands of Stanley Gianni. Gianni is going to look for the kick from the base of the ruck there. Gianni, the freshman from Durban, South Africa, rolls that one with purchase just outside the 22 of Iowa Central.
That's how you get it done in the wind. Some huge distance taken back there. Now the Tritons pinned back almost near their own 22. We'll see if they just kind of go ball in hand. We've seen them try to use the boot over and over again with kind of mixed results.
Iowa Central on their own line. Holler. Tough day in the wind for any hooker. Ball goes up. That one is fine. Mullet Leggy gets it out into the waiting hands of a couple of forwards who are going to put that ball in the middle of the field. Standback comes into the first receiver position. Standback puts it in a little behind his number 8. That's Noah Champion. Iowa Central just held on their own line and will come back for a penalty here.
Believe offsides. Well, this is a little further than they were.
Referee spot on offsides, as Tim said, from the Cardinals. So stand back. Ball in hand, and they're going to run it. Kuahiwa Nui takes that in. He's going to produce safe ball every time.
Karamazando with another big pop, though.
Good defensive intelligence. Not rolling away against the Cardinals. Good initial rush by Simo Hadar. Quickly they go into the hands of Herbert Evans for Iowa Central. They wriggle their way across the halfway line. Mullet Leggy looking for options. Has one out to his right-hand side. Little tip pass coming in. And it's Kuahiwa Nui. A name you'll hear many more times as a key ball carrier. Standback hangs another one up in the wind. And that one rolls back and out. And this kicking game from Iowa Central, interesting.
Yeah, right in the middle of the pitch right there, and tried to pop one up over the defense. But again, that wind is just unrelenting, pushes it all the way out, lands in touch. So we'll come back to where that ball was kicked.
Fellas, back to the kick. Hey, fellas, straight out. Fellas, straight out. Got me.
Dickinson gets him realigned here. Final 7 minutes left here in the half.
This will be Lawrence Old, another Zimbabwean player, gets the ball back. Old showing some footwork, showing some power, brings that one into contact. Ball is there, but a big hit comes in from Sikora Mathis. They're going to be able to recycle this one as Gianni finds that try scorer. Ball now out to Chip Boombu, but slides by him into the hands of Mulea Chipfumbu, a little quick hands right there. Great job, great run, great line open for these Wheeling Cardinals. Do they have it? Is he going to cross the try line on his own? It looks like he is, and outside, just caught. Great defense scrambling there from the Tritons. Do they have the numbers? The big number 3. He's looking at the line. He is over the line, and another try. Joseph Howley, great work from the big tight head from Castlebar, Ireland. Played in high school at St. Gerald's and Connacht Academy. Great work by Howley.
Howley got the try, but all set up there by Simo Hadar, the Moroccan native. Shows his speed and elusiveness. Right here, you watch the initial burst past the one defender. One guy couldn't dive and get him. A second couldn't either. Once he gets past that 22, options kind of open up. Just decided to go for the gut, but went in, and they were able to bail him out. Were the Cardinals here.
He had Blankenship outside of him that first one, but just no matter. It's going to go to Joseph Howley, and the Irish-born tight head prop is going to touch that one down. Howley, a sophomore.
But just the initial burst there to get through. Pretty incredible acceleration. And 19 unanswered points now for Wheeling.
Hadar and Jolly, two of the Moroccans, have played for the Sevens, the national Sevens team for Morocco. So played at a very high level, very talented. So you get a look at Ayub Jolly right there, the exercise science major. High school rugby team was the Casablanca Rugby Club. Jolly, with the wind at his back, pushes that one across. And we're at 35 minutes, less than 5 minutes to go in a great first half Rhino Bowl here at AVEVA Stadium.
Really seeing a lot of continuity. You said the two Moroccan natives, they're really getting it done back and forth. At the same time, you've got Karamazando and Chipfumbu, both been playing the Zimbabwe under 13s for a long time. So a lot of players really familiar with each other, even though coming from all parts of the globe.
That's Mike Geibel there, just doing a great job of bringing a lot of players into his rugby program at Wheeling. Wheeling, a great institution. Proud of this rugby program, and I love that international flavor. And here, speaking of, is Chipfumbu. He puts one away into the hands of Stanley Gianni, and Stanley Gianni, the freshman from Durban, South Africa, played in the Sharks Academy, scores a try in the Rhino Bowl.
See Chipfumbu coming over here, but he just had that initial burst, and then even on those passes, just a little bit of flair, that no look, getting it out, always knows where his support is coming from, and just a fantastic try here from Wheeling.
Chipfumbu, just electric. The intelligence there, he's pointing at the space that he wants Gianni to run into. Just what a smart player, along with all the skills.
Boom. Beautiful little offload. Even had some room on the outside as well, but he knew how to get it done, knows how to put the points on the board, and Gianni gets another one as well, the little 5'8" freshman making his presence felt on the pitch.
And these points are important. It's 24-5 with a kick to come, but remember that gale force wind is going to be in their faces for the second half, so it can make a big difference. Stand-back kicks for Mayo Central should find a lot more ground.
And we had Chris Enham come back from a 29-0 deficit to come back and dominate in the second half to a 10-point lead. Ooh.
Off the post with that one for Jolly. Teammates saying, it's okay. That's Mulea. Mulea, the sophomore from Falcon College in Zimbabwe, engineering major. Also the music director of a campus activities at Wheeling, so multi-talented is Mulea.
Get rid of the second ball there and get ready to get going.
Stand back. Hangs a high one up into the wind again. Taken down by Wheeling. Player had hit the ground, so referee says he's fine there. The try scorer, Stanley Gianni, hangs one up. He's going to find a little more room with that wind. That ball is going to bounce. Nearly wind up in the hands of Chipfumbu. But there was a knock on there. That would have been another certain try. As
you can see him covering his face.
Some general words being exchanged here. I think a little frustration on the Triton side there.
Yeah, Chipfumbu knew he had it that time. Almost took it the distance.
And we're going to throw down to Tyler Doidge with some information on this Cardinals program.
Thanks, John. as you can see, these are two very developmental programs, and even Wheeling University, for the first time, they were invited to the CRC Sevens event this past year, which was held at the Goldmine on Airline in New Orleans. And head coach Mike Ebel even said to be invited to play at this tournament is a sign that we are at our next step in our program's evolution. It just goes to show you that how much college rugby is helping expand the sport here in America. Back to you, John.
We see the scrum getting set here. It is going to be scrum here for the Tritons. This has been a back and forth battle in the scrums. The scoreboard battle is being won by Wheeling so far, and it is a team from the CRCs. Super exciting. Coach Geibel let me know that they're looking forward to this again, as they've brought in more players that could be pure sevens players. They had some of their big units playing in the CRCs, so looking forward to that, as well as they've been looking forward to this Rhino Bowl here at National Collegiate Rugby's Collegiate Championships.
Houston being the fantastic host this weekend. A little bit of wild weather, but coming from the northeast
down the
like
wind
you,
just a little bit.
Coming from the northeast like you, I'm sure taking it all in.
Mid-50s like summer, Tim.
Oh yeah.
Ball comes in with just about a minute left or less. Mullet Leggy gets that one in. Last chance here. Standbacks moves it out. Looking for a runner. Finds a gap, but taken down by Chipumbu. Good tackle around the bootlaces there. Going to look to the width. This is the electric fullback Robinson, but ball doesn't go to hand. One more opportunity for the Wheeling Cardinals. With the wind at their back, I would want to score another try here where I am. Ultra takes that one in. The Spanish native. Chipumbu, the danger man, puts in a little chip. It's backwards off of White, taken into the hands. That is the hooker there. Lawrence Old moves it around, gets into the hands of the try scorer. Chipumbu near the corner. Chipumbu. Did he score that one? Assistant referee says no. He was hauled into touch. And that's going to be our halftime Rhino Bowl NCR Championships. Wheeling Cardinal lead the Iowa Central Tritons 24-5. We're going to throw it down to Matt McCarthy, who's talking to Brent Nelson.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Coach Brent Nelson of Iowa Central. And Coach, we talked off camera about you being up here
as well, and I let our assistant coaches kind of handle the game day stuff. So it's kind of a dual role for me to be up here, and I get to see a little bit of better viewpoint. So I radio down and do some things, but I tend to stay away from the excitement of the game as much as I can.
It's kind of like preventive medicine.
Yeah, it can be, I suppose.
So seriously about what's going on there, you got adjustments at halftime. The wind was a big factor, but now you'll have it at your back.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. We kicked a couple balls over our head, and it cost us. They really got on the front foot going downhill with the wind, and we let a couple tries get in there. But we're hoping we can get our kip game going in the second half. So.
All right, best of luck, Coach. Thanks for your time. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Thank you, Matt. Those are the words from Brent Nelson. We're going to step aside. Second half action, everything to play for. Wind is going to change. Game is going to change. Look at the last try there. We'll be back right after this.
to the mountain. Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you could depend on.
It's great. I mean, we all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments. I mean, we all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, you know. It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together. And
New York Rugby Club is a great community because it puts you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day.
You know, as a coach, what I'm trying to get is better people, really. The unique thing about rugby is what it does off the field. And, you know, I talk to these guys and these kids off the field, talking about their school, understanding where they want to go to college. You know, for me, we're trying to get better people out of this program rather than just better rugby players.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is, like, I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just like give it my all on the field, and then I get off and I feel like I've accomplished something, and then it helps me with other stuff outside of, you know, the confidence outside of rugby basically.
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school. I've just become so much like a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
And what's quite unique about this club is you're not having one type of school or one stereotypical type of kid. You know, you're getting a mixed variety, and you get to see all these different kids actually come together and work together once a week or twice a week when we practice. So definitely that's the biggest impact, seeing kids from different backgrounds and different histories and you know, different parts of the world really come together and work together for a common goal, which is rugby. Let's get more kids playing sport because we know what that can do for them off the field, and in turn
I'm really thankful that I've been involved with the sport and had that kind of like extra push when it comes to college and higher education.
We're back at AVEVA Stadium in Houston. John Brugger with Tim Wilkes, where a first try came down from Colin Boutain from Iowa Central. We look at some highlights from this exciting first half.
Some strong work there by the Tritons, but the big hits, Chipfumbu laying the blow there, and one after another here as these Cardinals have been exciting. There's the pop pass, and there's another try there for Chipfumbu, has been blazing all around the pitch.
It's been the Chipfumbu show during the day here. Wonderful plays. You're going to see a little bit more right here. That's Simo Hadar. Hadar, the Moroccan international. Going to come in and takes them a little more work than they have to. And Tyler, we're going down to Tyler Deutsch.
Thanks, John. As we saw, Matt McCarthy was talking to head coach of Iowa Central, Brent Nelson, earlier. And we were seeing Brent Nelson had talked about how they had faced Lindenwood earlier this season and how it taught them so much as a developmental program, as well as it really taught him about the class of his players. Even though they had taken a tough loss, they had managed to still clean up the locker room and keep their class as a team. Back to you, John.
Thanks, Tyler. We're back. Second half action underway. Rhino Bowl, first touch for the Tritons. Tritons have some work to do, have wind at their back. Going to be an exciting 40 minutes of NCR, National Collegiate Rugby action here in Houston as the Tritons in white, running from right to left, get a first penalty as Wheelings. Alec Thomas doesn't roll away. So an opportunity with the wind at the back now, Tim, to push this ball downfield. We heard Brent Nelson before, but this team really, I think they have to play this wind. Yeah, they got to use the boot a little bit here, and they'll have another opportunity to kind of force their way down the pitch right now. And that one just finds touch, so some nice distance on it as they'll start to attack now from inside the 22. That's the difference that wind can make as they push the ball downfield. As the crowd starting to grow behind that waving flag here at AVEVA Stadium. Home of the Houston SaberCats of Major League Rugby. Beautiful facility. Have 3 more games coming up today. We'll talk about those after. D1A, D1AA, and D1 finals, as well as the Lone Star Bowl. Yeah, the Tritons were very deliberate with those kicks in the first half. They used it one after another, even though they were having mixed results. So I expect to kind of keep that tandem going again with the high boots. Ball coming in here, Holler. See what does with the win this time, and that one comes down safely into the hands of Jorge Brinda. Brenda, the sophomore from Albert Lea, Minnesota. That gets stopped up.
Like Karamazando getting his paws on that one.
You hear the roar of the crowd there as stopped up by the Wheeling Cardinals. Iowa Central is going to lose that at the scrum, but as I said, these scrum battles have been fairly even here. Opportunity for Iowa to draw a penalty if possible.
Yeah, we've seen a good push from them. Wheeling has been able to get one every once in a while, but definitely I think the Tritons have been leaning a little harder on them here in the first half. Should be able to recover this. But we'll see what kind of strategy they take in relieving the pressure on their own end here, pinned inside their 22.
If we need to step back a little, guys, we go too close. Take a little step. There we go. Perfect.
They were a little more reluctant to use the boot in the first half, kind of opened things up there towards the end as they accumulated 29 unanswered points against these Tritons. The Tritons looking to turn the tables now.
Ball for Wheeling. That's Gianni. He scored a try in the first half. Good keeping this team moving. Chief Chipfumbu there, a little trouble. That wind, you see the issue coming on in Chipfumbu. After an all-exciting first half, shows that he is actually human. Knocks that one on. We're going to have a scrum for the Tritons.
I mean, even a little chip pass there that usually is just going to stay stagnant in the air still blows forward. Kind of have to change the strategies, of course, here in the second half.
Scrum for the Tritons. Wonderful attacking location here. Noah Champion, the number 8 at the back, the freshman from Green Bay, Wisconsin, studying fire science, has an opportunity. They've got runners off both ways. Standback has stepped up. Ball up into the hands. They get it back there to Mullet Leggy. Fullback coming around. Tony Robinson taken down. Set move and intention didn't quite go to hand. Kuahiwa Nui going to take the ball just outside the 5-meter line. Mullet Leggy gets the ball out there to Sakura Mathis. Sakura Mathis about 7 meters out. Mullet Leggy looking for runners. They're queuing up. They really want this try. Ball up there to Ladon Mathis. Ball whips out, but taken back eventually. There's a penalty advantage, assumedly to the Tritons, as they pile over the try line. And try awarded, the big number 4. Tavius Sakura Mathis touches down for the Tritons.
Yeah, you got to give it to the whole forward pack there. Just about each player had the ball in hand on that last few phases. And then finally, Sakura Mathis able to drag defenders with him and sneak over that touch line, over that try line.
He was an all-state in 7s in high school, so certainly a talented athlete, playing both codes of the game here and just able to single-handedly take that one extra movement and touch it down. Good moment there for the Tritons as the second half gets underway, and that's the win, Tim.
Yeah, and there towards the end, you get that one movement. Wheeling was a little bit upset that maybe he had an extra one there, but he got forced back towards his team, then turned and used that last movement to touch it down for the 5.
The kick is good. We are at 29-12. Plenty of time to go here.
See this one trickle out. They're able to make something out of nothing. And then just leaning forward, Tavius Sakura Mathis. As you see, he gets pushed there, but then has that one movement left, sneaks back in and dots it down.
Are you now, Austin?
Good look at the try score there. 29-12. Still a lot of work to go, but 5 minutes gone. Plenty of time left as Wheeling hangs this one up in the air. Good deep kick, and it bounces back. And a penalty.
Yep.
Same as happened before. That's that wind. They're going to go quick. He's got his 10 meters. The referee letting the other team know, and they can come in and play. That is that man, Lawrence Old. He's been effective. Another freshman from Western Province Academy. That one knocked on. Knocked on by Wheeling. We're going to throw down to Matt McCarthy talking to head coach Mike Geibel of Wheeling.
Coach, you got a nice lead here. You have to deal with the wind, right? Did you have to make any adjustments, or is it just business as usual?
A little bit less kicking. I think we're going to try to keep the ball in hand. We got some speed on the team, so we're going to try to run around a little bit. It's a tale of two halves. The wind can really change things, so we're hoping to not let it affect it too much.
So the Cardinals are okay in the wind?
Oh, yes. We've been training. It's been about 35 degrees and windy, so we're ready for it.
Thanks, Coach. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Matt. Good words there. We are back in play as the Tritons inside their own 22 with the winds at their back. Ball just squirts out the tunnel, so referee Dickinson is just going to call it back up, and we'll settle in again.
Yeah, Wheeling tasted their own medicine after all those points there in the first half. Tritons with the first 5 here yet again. Let's see if Wheeling can respond. Bring it back inside the 22 again.
We're going to go down to Tyler Doige now, who's got some information on the Wheeling team.
Thanks, John. Wheeling had an incredible regular season this year, actually outscoring their opponents 354 to 105. However, that did not mean that they're going to take the Division I AA 2019 national champions, Iowa Central Community College, very lightly. They're very looking forward to this, and both teams are honored to be a part of the Rhino Rugby Cup today. Back to you, John.
We're back in action here as the ball gets hoofed down into the Wheeling side of the field. Big turnover from Socorro Matthews. He's already been in the try zone. A newly energized Tritons team. Mullet Leggy gets it out to Standback. Standback puts it in the middle of the field. They're going to have a couple of their forwards just pound that one up. And good work and a turnover here. A penalty against Wheeling for not rolling. Not sure he wasn't too material to the play, but they're going to go anyway through Kuahiwanui. Kuahiwanui takes it quick, and they're at the 22 of the Wheeling Cardinals. Ball off, and there's a gap there for them to run through. That was Dakota Southworth taking it in, but he eventually gets taken down. Ball knocked on, but advantage here, and here go these Cardinals. They have the scrum advantage. The referee spotted a player not rolling away now from Iowa Central, and we're going to have a penalty opportunity for this Cardinals team to push the ball downfield.
Yeah, we've seen it kind of go back and forth both ways there, but just got to make sure once you make that tackle, you've got to get out of there as quick as you can. If you prevent that attacking team from being able to get in and scoop that out as quick as possible, good chance that old Dickinson will ding you. Got him there. A bit of confusion there where the mark is.
2 shots. Then 7 and 3 red off. 7 and 3 red off.
Some early changes here from Wheeling. We're going to throw down to Matt to find out what's going on.
All right, we got a man down for Iowa Central. I'll find out exactly what's going on, but it looks to be like a possible nose injury.
Not 70. There's a 73 out there. That's a lot of subs.
Thanks, Matt. We'll all hope the player is okay. There's a couple of substitutions coming on here for Wheeling, according to the referee. Looks like Boyle and Howley were going to go off early in this second half. Sure they would want to stay on. It's about 10 minutes gone here. Wind against them at the moment. Important kick here to find touch. Will it happen? It's swirling out there, but well judged. We're going to have a line out here for the Wheeling Cardinals just inside their own 50. And the benches are going to be pretty important here, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, Wheeling gave a lot of effort there in the first half. Not surprising to see that they substitute a couple of forwards here to try and keep that energy up, as they've got to work hard to be able to put this one away. A long ways to go here. First 10 minutes kind of dominated by the Tritons. Let's see if Wheeling can get back into the other side of the pitch.
Looking to disrupt it there are the Tritons. We have a free kick here. I didn't hear what the call was for, but an infraction at the lineout by Iowa Central. So they're going to get the ball to Chip Fumbu. Not the biggest fella, but always able to get through that gap pretty well. Ball comes down into the hands of the waiting Cardinals team. Good handling coming through all across. That is Noam Torin to take that one in. Haven't seen too much of Torin today. Ball back across into the waiting forwards. That's the replacement, Antonio Tanger. Little show and go there from Gianni. Picked up by the replacement. The replacement just battling his way through. Now he's in a wrestling match for the ball with one of the Tritons players. Ball coming clean at the end for them. Chief Chipfumbu puts the ball into the waiting runner's hands. It's getting ripped away. An interesting penalty there. I thought he would have had time to release it, but referee Dickinson on the spot sees the turnover come in. Coach Geibel wondering as well.
Yeah, we talked earlier before the match that Tavia Socorro Mathis was going to play a big role in this one. The big 6'7", 245-pounder, making his presence felt, able to get in there and snag that poach.
Not finding touch on that penalty. Not what you want if you're Iowa Central and you have this wind at your back. The offloads are in, and that's a great move, but it went forward. It was Karamazando looking at the line. Rua Karamazando, another Zimbabwean native.
He thought he had it that time. Did initially look back, thought he maybe got away scot-free, but we'll bring it back here and take another look.
Good hands all across. Chipfumbu, Chief Chipfumbu, great, and Rua Karamazando. Karamazando had a clear run to the line there, but bringing it back for the infraction. Coach Geibel doing what coaches do, wondering why all the calls aren't going their way.
Well, AR was in perfect position that time, and he was easily able to make that call right in line with the pass. Always helps having those fellas on the outside bringing in their input. Can't see it all from the center.
Ball with Leggy. That's Matt was talking about this player. It is Colin Boutain, just a little bit of a nose injury. Hopefully he's going to be okay. We're going to go down and talk to Matt McCarthy again.
Yeah. John, you know, if you're in the front row, you're not playing unless you break your nose or bump it a little bit. And he's staying in there. He's got the thing stuffed. He's all over it. But his modeling career might be in jeopardy, but he's still playing on and playing hard. Just a beauty. Back to you, boys.
Scrum here for Iowa Central. Now it's their free kick. Referee checking either team. Mullet Leggy has a runner out there. It's like Mathis. Gonna play away here as one of the reserves there. Michael McDaniel puts in a tip pass, the reserve forward for the Tritons. Tritons without the stand back. He's going to use that wind and play it, puts it into the hands of a waiting, wheeling Cardinal player. Ball back into the hands of Simo Hadar.
Tritons just need to find a little bit more space with those kicks, kind of kicking directly to opponents.
Hadar found the ground. They're going to try to just keep the ball moving a little bit tight here until they find some room, are the Cardinals. Player on the wrong side, penalty against them. We'll see what they decide to do. Gianni's going to go quick. Gianni, he's here to have fun, and that's Chipfumbu. He can find his way through those lines, clears the ball away, right back to his scrum half, and Stanley Gianni touches down for a second try. Smart play, heads up, wheeling Cardinals.
That Gianni and Chipfumbu connection has been electric. 2 or 3 times now the assist with that final offload to spring Gianni free right there. And just another big try as they try to keep this together right now. But it's been a fun one. Able to extend their lead here as you see that burst through. And then the beautiful knowledge just to know exactly where his support was. Nice little chip pass, and they were able to dot it down.
Chipfumbu, 5'8", 160. He just is able to slip through those gaps. It's so impressive. Just sees it and sizes it up, and it freezes those defenders. Just something about the way he runs. Incredibly brilliant player.
He's always able to keep that ball in hand and have an arm free to be able to make that chip pass. Even when he has made the decision to keep hold of it and not make that final one, he has the ability to do so, and just great body positioning and wherewithal on the pitch.
Jolly to extend the lead for the Wheeling Cardinals. Wind in his face, another one off the post. You can see the wry smile there. He knows that is not common. You get a look at the try scorer.
Triton's only able to put 1 try on the board going from left to right. Wheeling are able to duplicate that here, getting their first here the second half.
29-12 here. For Wheeling, standing in Bailey Bruner, a try scorer in the distributor position there. Now Gianni back, gets it to Chipumbu back inside. Good run here as they continue going. Lawrence Old. Good clean out. Gianni to Chipumbu, quick hands, but penalty against. The clean out was around the neck there. Can't have that, so we're going to come back and be a penalty for Iowa Central. Iowa Central about 15, 16 minutes into this second half. Could really use some points here. Start to stage a bigger comeback.
Things moving with a nice boot here. Just enough to get over the outstretched arms there.
Plays the wind well. We're going to go down to Tyler Doige with some news on Wheeling.
Thanks, John. This is Wheeling's second time this year playing at a Major League Rugby stadium. First, it was for the CRC Sevens tournament in New Orleans, and now it's where the Houston SaberCats play here in Houston. The CRCs and the NCR are doing everything to give these players an amazing professional experience. Back to you, John.
Thanks, Tyler. Great information there. As the lineup will be for the Tritons here, just about 6 meters out from the Wheeling line. They had a good driving maul before. We'll see if they go for that again. Players step in. They go to the front. Ball taken away by Wheeling. Wheeling very threatening at those lineouts to the front.
Bruner got the hand up there and knocked it back.
Down, and we're going to need a good runner here. We got players coming in for the tackle. Gianni gets the ball up. They're working from their own line. It's Karamazando. We're going to come back here for a not rolling penalty from earlier against the Tritons. Opportunity for Wheeling to clear their lines.
Southworth was on the deck, just kind of had that ball fumble towards him. Needed to get back up to his feet. He scooped it up instead, got dinged for the penalty.
With the wind, that's a reasonable distance right there. At this ruck, players just not rolling away. A little shove, you're going to get penalized for that. Come the Cardinals, line out outside their 22.
Almost midway through, just the one try for the Tritons here in the second half.
And a little attempted trickery there. We have a knock-on advantage from the Tritons. It's advantage here for Wheeling. Referee is going to let it come. Tritons continue on here. Mullet Leggy finding one of the reserves there. That's Michael McDaniel. He's been a distinct player in this second half. Good break here from the outside center. That's Xavier Ellis. He gets hauled down as he gets towards the touchline. Threatening series of phases here from this Tritons team. Mullet Leggy moves that out into the center of the field there. And it looks like that man, Michael McDaniel again. Player down on the other side of the field. The ball goes up to Kuahiwanui. Mullet Leggy looking for a forward and finds him. They're going to slip that ball out to Standback. Standback's going to look wide. Nice gap hit there. They're running towards the line. And try awarded. Herbert Evans touches that one down. Great work across field, one side to the other for these Iowa Central Titans.
Yeah, Standback with a beautiful little delayed pass there. Got in front of one defender, able to make that pop out to the outside. Set up Evans for the easy try. The Tritons, they needed that one badly to get back into this one. They've got the win at their backs, but they've got to start putting points up as we're almost 20 minutes in.
Nice line of run there around the outside, finding that gap, holding the defenders in. Good work, Tritons on the board. They needed those points.
Good job kind of fringing out. They had everybody on the near side, able to work it all the way to the far side of the pitch and found some room for the try.
Conversation between the players as they line this up. Mullet Leggy from a tough angle here. Puts a good strike on it, but it's going to come a little bit short there, to the near post. As we take a look at the try score. Xavier Ellis from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Oh, sorry, that was actually Herbert Evans. I got my centers mixed up. From Rustenburg, South Africa. Played high school at Monument in that town. All the international players now applying their trade here in the U.S. As we see Joseph I has come onto the field. Knee a bit strapped up. Joseph I, the sophomore from Gauteng, South Africa, was a Springbok U18 player. Here 29-17, ball hanging up in the wind. Kuahiwa Nui knocks that one on. Smart kick there by the Wheeling Cardinals.
Able to get it to go just over the 10. And then Kuahiwa Nui just couldn't snag it as that wind kept pushing it back. It's up in the air and it just keeps drifting forward. And couldn't get it off the fingertips there.
I think we just had a little collision here, so the player is going to take a second to come around. Needs to have a little chat with the trainer. We're going to go down to Matt McCarthy, who's here with some words on our referees for today's contests.
Yeah, John, I'm just checking myself against some of these people. And the one guy that I'm looking at most is Jamal Johnson, the assistant referee. He is racing up and down the pitch, keeping up with all of these guys. Amazing shape. I think we're going to try to incorporate him into the next match.
Thanks, Matt. Interesting crew we have in for the weekend. As you see the players just cheering someone off who's going to get replaced. Yeah, it looks like he took a little head clash there. He'll be okay.
So Bruner going to have to come off. We'll see if we can get some info from the sidelines here soon. His condition as we get back going now.
Replacement on the field. We're waiting for the replacement to come onto the field. We're going to see in a second. Referee's happy to hold this, wants a safe scrum.
1 second.
We're going to go down again to Matt McCarthy.
Bailey Brunner. Hey guys, I'm with Bailey Brunner. He just walked off the pitch, a true warrior. Bailey, you okay?
Oh, I'm feeling great. It was a great day for rugby.
Feel better with a victory, right?
Oh, when we get this victory, yeah, I feel great.
Well, the Knicks and knocks go away.
Absolutely, sir. It's all worth it.
All right, well, you were a pleasure to watch. Back to you guys.
That good man scored a try in this Rhino Bowl. That's Bailey Bruner. We are going to come back to the action here where it's a scrum for the Wheeling Cardinals, the 40-meter line of the Tritons of Iowa Central. Ball in, big squeeze coming in, and penalty taken. Iowa Central exerting dominance at that scrum. They are going to go quick. They want to score some tries here. Player hauled down, rolled a couple of times there. Leggy hangs that one up in the wind. We're going to come back for an offsides penalty against the Cardinals from that quick tap.
Just 18 minutes left to play. Wheeling put up 24 in the first half. So a lot of work still to do here for the Tritons with that wind at their back.
Stand back. Moves that one down about 25 meters out from the Wheeling Cardinals line. Be a line out here for the Tritons off the penalty.
Good job, ball in hand, getting it out wide here in the second half. Finding some space on the corners. Just kind of drawing that defense in. See if Wheeling, we talked about it earlier, how much those Tritons love to go to the outside. Wheeling's just got to make sure they're fringing out to those edges.
Replacement forward to put this in.
Thank you, guys.
Ball up into the center of the lineout, comes down into the hands of one of the Wheeling players. Wheeling will be happy to get out of their own end. Attempted turnover, but players got to let him release. Referee on the spot to get that, and there's I, puts the ball out into the middle of the field. I coming in as the first receiver that time. We have Chip Kumbu as well, but penalty coming in against the Tritons this time for not rolling away. Referee Dickinson really keeping an eye on that breakdown area to make sure that everybody's playing by the rules here, Tim.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players get dinged for not rolling away. Still no cards here in this match, so good job by Dickinson kind of controlling the game here with the penalties.
High ball does not make touch. Here come the Tritons. Tritons trying to get something going, looking good in the second half. That's Chris Santos. Haven't seen a ton of the number 11 so far this game. Mullet Leggy gets it out. Santos, the sophomore from Corona, California that ran that. Mullet Leggy looking for it again. Coming out into the centers, that's Robinson. He moves it back in to one of the big boys. I believe that was LaDon Mathis. Ball back out into the hands of Michael McDonald. McDonald has been a good link player here, but that is a knock on there. So we have a player down. And a bit of words being exchanged here as Ultra is going to take a moment to get up.
Dickinson doing his best to separate the teams here. Just some words as we're getting close here to the final here in the Rhino Bowl in AVEVA Stadium.
We're going to take a look at some of the big hits from this game. It's been physical, Tim. Here we go. That's one on Chipfumbu right there. Slipped through most of his tackles, but here comes a collision for the ages from this team, as that was Chipfumbu laying someone down.
Yeah, got in there with Karamazando.
It's been physical, it's been fast, It's been fun. We're having a good day here, as it seems a penalty comes to the Cardinals.
Still seeing some jawing back and forth between the clubs here. Should make for an exciting finish.
Let's go in and listen to the referee as he's a chat with Robinson, the 15, and the Tritons captain.
So that's our flight report. All right. With a report of a strike by 16. The red player's face direct. That's a red card. There was no other strike.
That is a big loss, Tim. Robinson would go to the back, but just didn't need that silliness of just taking a punch there. It seems.
Yeah,
they're going to be 15 minutes with 14 players.
Boy, anytime you make contact with the hand on the face, that's when that red card comes up. So just a little bit of getting after it there. They could not keep their aggression at bay. Down by 12 still.
Robinson from Jacksonville, Florida, high school champion in Florida.
He's shown a lot of bursts. I mean, really has been squirrely back there, making people miss. But again, just intensity getting the best of them there.
We're about 15 minutes to go in the Rhino Bowl here at NCR in Houston, Texas, AVEVA Stadium. Line out for Wheeling. Wheeling 29-17, playing a player up right now. Ball comes up, messy in the wind. Wind caught it there, so Karamazando.
Yeah, good D on the opposite end there. Southworth got up high, put a lot of pressure on him. Definitely don't want to mess with those lineouts. We'll bring the choice back here to the scrum.
Not straight by red.
Scrum coming down here. Players taking their time about it. Ultra looks okay there after, I think he was the recipient of that strike from Robinson.
We really saw a lot of momentum from the Tritons there the last 10 minutes or so. Just a big backbreaker there to lose a man and have to play 14 the rest of the way. But they've got the heart. Let's see if they've got the talent to be able to finish this one off and get back in.
Tritons. Ball scores directly out. We're going to come back for that one. Good battle the scrum halves there between Gianni and Mullet Leggy.
Mullet Leggy has been very, very consistent. Able to get those out of there, not a whole lot of mistakes. And then on the other end, Gianni has been a spark plug out there, working off of his fly half already with a couple of tries in the bag.
Crouch. Blind. Set.
Ball in for the Tritons. Big squeeze coming on. Mullet Leggy gets it. Ball at the back. Gianni couldn't put too much pressure on him. Stand back, gets it into the centers. Evans can't quite handle that one. That wind, just tricky.
Yeah, you try to make those long passes. It's going to move sometimes up to a meter. So you think you're running in possession with it, right? Going to have it hit you in the hands. Then you got to reach all the way out, and it just knocks off the fingertips.
The wind today, stand back comes out just off the tips of the fingers, as you said, Tim. That wind is tricky.
And it blows it down, too. Makes you really have to lean over for it. And we've been seeing that happen consistently all weekend.
Scrum here for the Cardinals. They have been second best in the scrum battle so far, so they're going to have a nice solid platform here. Want to get the ball quickly to the back. Then out to the waiting hands of I and Chipumbu.
They've got the numbers out there. Full scrum here.
Karamazando wearing number 4, but in the number 8 position.
He's had a lot of those.
Locked and loaded is this Triton set of forwards here. They would like to turn this one over as well.
Reset again, one more.
Referee going to bring us up here as time winds down in this game. Short Wheeling is much happier. And we're going to throw down to Matt McCarthy talking to one of the Tritons.
Come together again, guys. Come together. Back of the scrum, back of the scrum, back of the scrum.
It's not going our way. We're still fighting.
We're back here, and it is Triton's ball, free kick at that scrum infraction. The Wheeling Cardinals were just trying too hard to get the ascendancy at that one. Came in a little bit quick, so free kick and off they go. Players running for the Tritons as there are just over 10 minutes left in this exciting Rhino Bowl matchup. There is the main man, Socorro Mathis. Stand back, chips a little one in behind where he sees some space. It's covered, however, and here come the Wheeling Cardinals. Wheeling Cardinals, nice little step there. Ball in traffic. They're going to need to clear that one out, and penalty against for player not releasing.
Karamazando tried to get a little too aggressive there and kind of knocking the ball away. Referee reaching for the pocket.
And that's going to be a yellow card there for right in front of the referee. Just a very, very silly mistake. So for the last 10 minutes of the game, it's going to be even numbers here. Now we're going to go down to Matt McCarthy with one of the Tritons.
Guys, I'm one of the warriors for Mr. LaDon Mathis. We talked off camera a bit about your experience. How's it been down here?
Honestly, just here and watching some great rugby has been nice, honestly.
Great season. I want to thank you for it. Good talking to you. We'll go back to you. Live action.
Tritons now on the run. Even numbers in this game at the 22. That's Herbert Evans. Herbert Evans, powerful inside center. Mullet Leggy, one of his players, telling him to go back to the right-hand side. They've got players queued up. Socorro Mathis, happy to run this one. Players coming in to dislodge those defenders, trying to get over the ball. A quick crash comes in. Mullet Leggy finds a runner. Buries his head, does the replacement. Andrew Thexton.
Thank you.
Socorro Matthews calling for the ball here. Socorro Matthews takes it in. Wheeling player over that ball. Referee says you must clear it away. Ball down in the hands of Ethan Wilson. Penalty here against Wheeling. Referee wants to have a chat with the captain here. Here comes Ultra. And we'll just go down and
official team warning, too many penalties inside the 22. Understand? Have a word to your players, too many penalties, need discipline. Others off, talk now, quickly.
Referee just telling Jose Ultra that his players need to stop this. They're going to be down to 13. Too many penalties down in this zone. Defense a little tight here for Wheeling.
Captain ready?
Stand back, eyeing up the field. Let's see where he decides to go. Kuahiwa Nui, tip ball, pass off to one of his players.
Penalty advantage. Penalty advantage.
Another penalty advantage here. Trouble for this Wheeling team. They're going to want to cut that out or they're going to be in some serious trouble. May lose another player. Roll by the Tritons. Tritons have ball in hand. Nice pass outside. Try coming. Try awarded. Tritons number 11. That's Chris Santos. Been a long wait for him, but it's 70 minutes. Santos from Corona, California, touches down a try.
Tritons kept pushing. They were down a man. Things look bleak, but now they're even numbers. As you see here, they're able to push it through over the 5-meter line, and then just too much space on the end. Kuahiwanui makes that last pass all the way to the outside of the winger for the easy try.
Kuahiwanui, the big unit, you'll see him get the ball in his hands. Instead of taking it in with the power, he just puts a deft skip pass out there. Touchdown by Santos. We have everything to play for in these final 8 minutes, Tim.
That's right. Coming down to the very end, we thought this one would be going back and forth when we started, and exciting to see it finish up like this. But still a lot of work to be done. 9 minutes left. Still got the wind to work with.
That one is good. We're at a 5-point game. A converted try would put them ahead, Iowa Central, and this is what that win does. Exciting moments here at AVEVA Stadium.
One of the better finishes we've had here is we'll see if the Tritons have enough left in the tank. Each team again playing with 14 men, so lots of space out there on the pitch.
Wheeling. Jolly to get us started. Haven't seen a ton of him in the second half. Ball well taken by the Tritons. That's the center. He's broken through a couple. He does not want to go home empty-handed. Evans finally taken down. Mullet Leggy finds a runner. That's at link man. McDaniel. Mullet Leggy gets the ball out to Kuahiwanui. Stand back, moves it across the field. They're on the run now. Here's the try scorer. He is taken to the ground. Wheeling player coming over that, but can't make it. Good clear up by the Tritons. Ball comes across. Sakura Mathis. Drags a couple of players with him. Could need some staunch defense here for Wheeling as there's some space open on this side of the field. Big runner in Xavier Ellis. He gets taken down to the ground. Good contest coming in from Wheeling. Pop pass up there, doesn't go to hand. Mistake from Mullet Leggy. It's going to be a line out in this wind to the Wheeling Cardinals. As you see, Stanley Gianni, the number 9 for this Wheeling team in a spot of bother right there. Westville Boys High School from South Africa.
He's just been all over the pitch today, really controlling things. Able to find Chip Fumbu here and there, and then knows how to be in support. So aware of where he is on the pitch. So it's sad to see him down at the moment. Time is off, so we'll take a quick break, but
a
lot going on.
Bench there for Iowa Central. Guys on the sidelines just cheering them on. Tough throw in the wind here for the replacement hooker. As Gianni off the field. It's slowly. We'll hope he's okay.
Ernest McDowell Jr., the sophomore from New Jersey, going to be taking the throw here.
Number C? I can't tell. Number.
Player slow to come off. Coach Geibel making sure he's okay there. Key player for this team. Back for the 7th season, I'm sure. Iowa Central goes up a little bit early. Ultra goes up to get that, but it's going to be a free kick. Good little decoy there from Wheeling to get that one going.
Got him up in the air. Penalty awarded.
Chip Fumbu here. They moved into that receiver, the scrum half slot. They know they have a free kick, so Chip Fumbu gets it to Ultra. Ultra, the captain and very inspirational player, gets that ball to the ground. 6-7 minutes to go in this game. Chip Fumbu comes in. It's up to a waiting runner there, and that is that number 4, Rua Karamazando. Karamazando, another freshman. Those two are going to be very key to this Wheeling program over the next 3 years. Chip Fumbu looking out to the right-hand side. He's got Sima Hadar. Hadar well taken by the Tritons defense, able to recycle.
Thexton getting in on that big hit.
Interesting ball back in there for Wheeling. Wheeling gets it to Mukungure. Mukungure takes that one to ground. The replacement coming in. They're going to have to work something here. They're still down on their side of the field. Want to make sure they cut out the mistakes.
Chip Fumbu playing that scrum half position right now.
They're able to control possession at the moment. Ball comes in, player for the Tritons trying to dig that one away. He's told to release. Kuahiwanui. Ball coming back. Little pick and go there from Karamazando. He's got to make sure he has some players with him there. You don't want these players in and poaching over. And that penalty is not releasing on the defensive team. So a bit of luck there for Wheeling. They're going to go quick. Chipfumbu sees some space. Doesn't find his way through that time. Getting himself to the ground and has done. Players around there. They're going to take that one and distribute it out. Ultra waiting. Sorry, that was the outside center. The wrong person. Just saw some good hair there. Taurine takes that one in. To the ground they go. Chipfumbu into that scrum half spot again. Step back in, looking for a gap. Noama, Taurine, Chipfumbu. They're just edging their way downfield, and he's going to chip that one up and over, and it's going to bounce back. And who's it going to bounce back for? It's going to bounce back for Simo Hadar. Hadar able to get that ball. Good work there. Well communicated by this Wheeling team. A little bit shut down. Throwing some offloads that may not need to happen this close to the line. Want to be sure that ball in the wind, but finally taken to the ground. Chipfumbu again looks for that little chip over. I'm not sure what the purpose of that really is. When you need some control in this game.
Yeah, you're trying to kill off the rest of the clock here, but maybe not the worst thing that could happen. We've seen these goal line dropouts be pretty difficult, but they do have the wind at their back, though, so might be able to clear their lines a little bit better than earlier.
Some more changes coming in as we're under 5 minutes on the game clock. There'll be some referees time. You see Standback there just a little bit bothered. We're going to go down to Matt McCarthy to talk about what's going on with the health and safety of these players. Matt.
Yeah, that's Wheeling scrum half number 9, Stanley Gianni. He's got a knee injury. It's been a bit of an issue for him recurring, but he's just cheering his teammates on right now. Back to you guys.
Long driving kick there from Standback. Good work by the Tritons to change the field. They can win it with a converted try. Ball in the hands of Chipfumbu, the danger player, but that time he's taken well down as the Tritons try to rush in. Out now. Looks like his return to the field has eye, and the ball is in Hadar's hands. Hadar's across the 50. What does he have? He's got a runner outside him. He shows it back in. Hadar, does he get dragged down? He does. Players there in support. It is a great run, individual play here from this Wheeling Cardinals team. As they're driven off, ball still alive, picked up there by one of the reserves. That is Mukungure. Mukungure gets in. But great work there from Sikora Mathis. It's going to be Iowa ball. Still time to go.
Yeah, Molat Legu had the speed to be able to track down that bursting player there and then was able to make another tackle. So the scrum half putting his nose in there and getting them another opportunity. That last try could have been the nail in the coffin, but the Tritons still with time.
You heard the referee say it about 2.5 minutes. That was about 20 seconds ago. So a referee, the ultimate arbiter of time. We're going to play this one out. Opportunity here for the Tritons. Can someone stand up and be the last-minute hero, Tim?
Again, both teams playing a man down here. I don't think that Wheeling is going to be at full strength before that 80-minute mark hits. So this is how we stand. Who's got enough?
Trying to put some pressure on. Big pull away there, trying to turn that ball over. Molat Leggy. And ball gets knocked down. We're going to come back against Wheeling for another offsides there. An opportunity here for the Tritons. See what Standback decides to do. Do they go for the safety of touch, or are they going to try to play this one out? They're going to go quick. They're going to try to have some fun. Standback moves it on to Kuahiwanui. Kuahiwanui just in a full game here for the tight head, doing an amazing job as the ball rides up and over. Well tackled Ultra in there to try to turn that one over. Cannot. Molat Leggy comes back across, ball into the hands of Standback. Standback has a waiting runner. They're going to be patient here and try to work through their phases, see if something materializes. Sikora Mathis there. Been an absolute rock for this team. Referee tells the Wheeling players to move away from it, and they do. Stand back. Ball in the middle of the field. Kuahiwa Nui. On roughly his 1,000th run of the game. Ball out into the field, and that one is knocked on by Iowa Central. We're going to have time for a scrum here. Remember, Tim, scrums have been a little bit of a sore spot for Wheeling. Big opportunity here with 1 minute to go for this Tritons team if they can pull a penalty.
Put every ounce of strength and energy you got left into this one. If you're wearing a white jersey, you've got to push this forward. This could be the very, very end. And it's been a fantastic match so far, John, but still in the bend, 14 on 14 here. Can the Cardinals finish it off?
Chip Fumbu in the scrum half position. Ball back quickly. Squirts out, and penalty against Iowa that time. Karamazando might want to slow down that one. I know it was excited to play, Tim, but you see it right there. Let's calm down. Let's play.
There it is.
Time is over. We'll see what they want to do. The smart thing to do to kick this out, but it's a bowl game just for some fun. But we're going to have Chief Chip Fumbu puts it out. And the NCR Rhino Bowl has been won by the Wheeling Cardinals in a phenomenal effort over a very game Tritons team from Iowa Central Community College. Tim, so much fun.
Boy, we had big hits. We had big breaks. Everything you could think of, a red card thrown in there. So a little bit of controversy, but both these squads gave everything they had. And some phenomenal athleticism out there, and just a treat to watch these boys get one final match in on the year.
Iowa Central, a fairly, a newer program, and for all intents and purposes. And we'll talk about their program in just a minute. We are going to throw down and talk to our man of the match. We'll go down in a second for that. My apologies. We were just talking about these programs here, Tim. So, Wheeling, a long-time program, but really revitalized, turned into, more of a varsity-type program there. And Iowa Central, fairly new. Both these teams, big future ahead of them. Good young players.
Yeah, they may have wanted, a little bit more out of the season, but 7-3-1 for Wheeling University, and then 7-5 for Iowa Central Community College. Maybe not the best they wanted, but at the same time, they were able to get some tough matches in. May have had some losses, but really worked hard out there.
It was a tough match. We see the teams shaking hands now. They're happy. They're friendly. They're in Houston. Nice, a little bit warmer than both Iowa and Wheeling, West Virginia this time of year. It's a little chilly day. But you see this, and we're going to have an award celebration here. We're going to hand out the Rhino Bowl. As you see these players shaking hands, there's Coach Geibel there, developing a good program. And Wheeling, everybody did a great job with that wind in their face in the second half, Tim.
Yeah, they only gave up, a handful of points, 17 there, but they were able to put up a lot there in the first half. And we'll take a second look here as Chip Fumbu.
Chief Chip Fumbu. He is able to get across that line, get in between defenders. He's even got a little flare coming on. Very storied player. Nice offloads coming from the whole team. That's Lawrence Old. Back to Chip Fumbu. Chip Fumbu, a freshman. Bright future ahead of him in West Virginia.
See here, nice little pass over the top. This is what took them all the way back down here in the second half. Kind of keep things moving. Solid run there by Hadar, who had a few breaks on the day.
Hadar probably should have released that, but no matter. They won the game.
Huge win for the Cardinals.
Waiting for some officials to take the field here from NCR, National Collegiate Rugby. The teams gather up for the Rhino Bowl trophy presentation.
Check.
Yeah.
We're going to throw down to...
Chief, you are Chief Fumbu. Yes, sir. The man of the match. Unbelievable match. What's going through your head?
What just happened right now? It's been an honor to come here with the boys all the way from West Virginia University. We're a very college, and to compete is very big for us. I am so ecstatic. I'm so happy. I just want to thank everyone watching, supporting, and everyone here for watching this great tournament very much.
What were you thinking about your buddy getting in the sin bin at that last minute?
Decisions, I didn't know what to do, but I knew my end, and I knew we end. That's exactly what we did.
All right, brother. Congratulations. Best of luck going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt McCarthy, and congratulations, Chief Chip Fumbu, the freshman, the 20-year-old, the liberal arts major from Falcon College, Harare, Zimbabwe. There he is one more time, your MVP for the Rhino Bowl here at AVEVA Stadium. We will be back with a second game, D1AA final, Virginia Tech versus Westchester. Coming up, lots of rugby coming up today. You just wait and you'll have plenty of rugby in your day.
New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this is the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, Brian of Rugby looking for the switch. New Orleans welcomes you back here to second half action, and this is the try from the first half. Carrington Freitas busting free for Lindenwood University. The Lions go up, Brian of Rugby looking for the switch. They don't fall for that, and it comes to the outside. Beautiful hands and space to burn. Step back against the grain. Beautiful cut and lovely angle. And that's George Phelan. Man, it's a brilliant strike back indeed. Adriana Duncan.
And she looks pretty confident. A little bit of flair there with a dive, and that should be our last try of the game for South Atlantic.
Finish here for the Lindenwood Lions program. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, we brought that second half intensity all day. Let's bring it now, right? They're not same thing, that little bit of slow start in the beginning. We're going to move on. We're going to play good rugby. We're going to bring it to them, right? Yeah. Same thing as we're staying in attack. Patient with our minds. We're fucking active with our feet, right? We're attacking them. We're coming at them aggressively.
what these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's there's tragedy in everything, and a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. It was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, 3 months after he returned.
He didn't get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. I've been in a slump. I've had some hard times, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So but play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. Just want everybody to care as much as we do.
And my name is Brigadier General Austin Sparky Renforth.
What has rugby meant for you in your life?
I tell you, what it's meant to me is it's really the fraternity. The people I've met along the way.
We started a program just up the road there within the inner city. Kids that were in the very, very first year became the alumni. They went off to college and they maintained playing rugby at college. They graduated from college and some of them have even come back as teachers to the schools.
Like life lessons, like when you get knocked down, you just have to pick yourself back up, and it's just that perseverance part, not letting things get to you.
Well, we're pretty diverse. We got players from any country you can think of: Egypt, Colombia, Chile, Argentina, American, Cuban.
It's been my social group. It's been my brothers. Those when I'm in peril, who do I call? Other rugby players. Those guys I resonate with. They taught me life skills, everything I need to know, and I just always appreciated the game.
Is the bond. I've never been so close to a group of guys before. We all have fun.
It doesn't matter what what school you went to. It doesn't matter who your parents were, what the ethnicity, what the size of your athletic ability. It's simply there's a place for you in rugby, and we're finding that.
It attracts those kind of people that will always have your back no matter what.
They got around Brett, and they gave him a coin.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you,
It's in my bag. Sorry.
No, it's all right.
You got us a drink. You got us a drink.
Rugby has helped me stay consistent, and as a woman, I feel really empowered being able to tackle people. It just changes lives.
Rugby on three.
Loud, guys, loud. 1, 2, 3.
Rugby!
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game. In our game.
Everybody's saying that I lost my mind, but I ain't never ever given up this time. 'Cause everybody knows that I've been on the grind, but I ain't never ever given up this time.
Rugby's like, it's taught me to like work hard and like really like when the going gets tough to like not lay back but really like punch forward. Like that second win in the second half. And it's taught me to like have intensity, definitely.
Everybody's saying that I lost my mind, but I ain't never ever given up this time. 'Cause everybody knows that I've been on the grind, but I ain't never ever given up this time. I ain't never ever given up this time. Never given up this time. Everybody's saying that I lost my mind, but I ain't never ever given up this time. 'Cause everybody knows that I've been on the grind, but I ain't never ever given up this time.
Real quick, tell me what was your favorite part about playing rugby?
Just coming together, just like having a team, having
having a family on the field and just like being like, it's so cool to like hit and smack someone for the first time when you can't do it in real life, and then right after you're all buddies with them.
Hey Alex, just the Falcons here from Manchester. We just want to wish you a big congratulations on being selected to the Team USA flag bearer for Youth Olympic Games. Awesome stuff for USA Rugby. Can't wait to watch you guys in action. Good luck.
I think the training environment is what separates this place more than anything else. I think that there's like a team environment with a personalized training effect. So I think that's the problem with a lot of other places. It's one or the other. It's, we're all together in this class, but there's no specificity with each person, or it's only personal training, which really there's just no camaraderie. So this facility, the way we set it up, we try to get that team environment, that group camaraderie, along with a personalized, tailored program for your needs and your goals.
Culture is just a massive thing here, from person to person. We'll have a 30-year-old athlete who's crushing a 300-pound deadlift right next to a 45-year-old woman who's just doing walking lunges, and the cohesiveness between the two people really ties the whole gym together.
Welcome, rugby fans, to Houston, Texas. It is a day of finals rugby here for the Collegiate Rugby Championship, and we have the D1 AA men's final between Virginia Tech and Westchester. What a matchup we have today. This is it. It's the big show for these two teams. A huge occasion for these young men, and it's a pleasure to bring you this broadcast. I'm Mark Stabina, joined by Tim Wilkes. Tim, what a big day of rugby today, and this is just one of many exciting games here at AVEVA Stadium.
It's been a beautiful location for rugby this weekend. We've had some fantastic matches. Still a few more to go here on the docket today. And this one right here is going to be a fun one between two big, high-powered clubs.
They are indeed, and neither team has actually played at this stage. Virginia Tech and Westchester both new to the final of the D1 AA Championship, so they can etch their names in history for their colleges. And let's have a look at these players getting prepared for this big match today. Brothers in arms. Have a look at some of the next level players.
Yeah, so Danny McKillop is the player coach. Ultra, they call him, is going to be a big force inside. Also got Brandon Eng from that number 9 position, and Matthew Slim Moshella out there at the fullback.
Here's some of the keys to success today, Tim.
Yeah, got to control the contact, be physical. That's what Virginia Tech loves to do. Also make sure they're spreading the pitch, covering the entire field, and have some fun while you're out there.
We're all going to have some fun watching these two teams today. And this is their road in, 91 points to 0 in their quarterfinal over the Sharks of Salisbury. And then big clash, Boise State, 27-11. They won that one to find themselves here in the final at AVEVA Stadium. Of course, the home of the Houston SaberCats. Let's have a look at the Westchester team now as they prepare to make history here today.
Yeah, the Golden Rams coming into this one, looking to strike. We've got Edward Breach from that number 3 spot, the big 230-pounder, laying the wood up front. And Antonio Villarani also going to be out there, a little bit undersized at 5'11" there at that number 8 position. And then all the way back to Dondre Ross, who can burn down the sidelines there from the outside center.
So how is this team going to get over the top of Virginia Tech today?
You got to play it out wide, use that speed, but also make sure you're defending on the fringes, because Virginia Tech does like to get aggressive, and then just pick those key moments. Virginia Tech may make some mistakes out there and look to attack when you have the chance.
What about their road in today to the final?
Well, they had that big win over Buffalo, put up 57 points, and then against St. Joseph's, it was a big clash. Had a bit of a tough time with it, but they will come away with an 11-point win.
Well, thanks, Tim Wilkes. If you're joining us now, welcome. Here's our referee, Brad Cole, the man in the middle. Our two ARs are Matt Lake and Rob Halcombe. And, wow, it looks like it's pretty breezy today. Definitely in the background. You can see the trees bending from side to side. That'll make some interesting conditions and challenges for these two teams. And we are moments away from this D1 AA final. It's kickoff. And we have now Westchester with possession. First time in the final of the D1 AA championships. And they'll be looking to make history as they're playing some one-out rugby, just settling things down, coming out of their territory. They're not quite in the red zone, and that is going to help. A penalty early on, and it's quick tap, making their intentions known here in the final. They've come to play, wasting no time with the possession. That ball goes loose. Looks like it might have been recovered. It has. It's a turnover, a costly turnover, perhaps, for Westchester. As Virginia now take it forward. Brandon Ang finding some forward runners. And now it's a penalty to the other side. So what looked like a good start for Westchester has now turned into Virginia Tech's opportunity.
Yeah, the Hokies able to get the penalty here. They're going to go, looks like, for the quick tap just outside the 22-meter line. They'll look to strike first.
Away they go. Not too much kicking at the moment as Danny McKillop charges forward. Player coach switching sides, coming down this short side, just can't quite handle it. Quinn Bird had a snatch, it went a little bit behind him. Not the easiest of takes, so some more run out running for the Hokies. Up to the 22-meter line. Ang takes it forward, he's smothered by purple jerseys. Still on the 22. Looking to press and looking to get the first score of this final. Keeping it in tight, a little bit wider now. 2 passes at least. Great run from Hunter Denisi. Still with the ball, Virginia Tech. Are they going to draw first blood here? Through the hands, second wave movement into the hands of the 12, Matthew Chewy Hulsman. He's met strongly, maintains possession, ball goes behind again, that blustery breeze making it difficult, but what a run by the hooker, Rocco Munna. Finally brought down, 5 meters out. Coming into about the 10th phase now. Looking to get over the line, they're charging forward. 0-0, will that change in the next few moments if Virginia Tech can hold on? And they might find themselves over the line. We have a penalty. Wow, the pressure is mounting. Are they going to go quickly? Let's have a look. Looks like they might. Waiting for the forwards to get to their feet, slowing things down now. They're going to come back to the mark. Just having a look and waiting. No intention to kick or take 3 points. An interesting tactic, Tim Wilkes.
That's right, this player-led team definitely is going to go with their gut here, and they're going to try and punch this one in.
They want to score tries, they're not here to score goals. The big man almost charging over. He's denied by 3 defenders. We thought he was in for all money as it comes to the open side now. Quick feet, clever play, keeping it alive. Great work from Anduaga. Still, Virginia Tech meters away. Good defense from Westchester. Some room out wide and it's brought down. Went back, says the referee. So still with possession, Virginia Tech holding on for dear life. Westchester, the pressure is mounting with another penalty. What will they do?
Second high tackle. Got to keep those low. Another opportunity. They're just going to go for another quick tap. Unrelenting.
Well, Tim, I'm wondering if they have a goal kicker or not, but here they go for the try yet again. Just trying to wear down this Westchester defense, and it's a penalty. Well, they've held on. What a defensive stand.
Nick D'Angelo got in there and stuck that one away. Huge play to be able to get out now. They've got the wind at their backs, should be able to relieve some pressure now.
Wow, Tim, what about that? They were battering away at the try line of Westchester, and was fantastic defense.
Golden Rams putting their head in there and stopping them clean. It was well done. We see again here, good push there from Quinn Bird. But they were just, he could not make that. He was trying to flip over one extra time, but they got their hands on it and earned themselves the penalty. Still inside their own 22.
And that was the number 10, Nick D'Angelo, got his hands on it, as you mentioned. Always good to see the fly half not afraid to get in and get some contact. And that was a crucial penalty, which has now ended up in their hands in the red zone, bringing it out. Some staunch defense, looking to create an error. Virginia Tech, the Hokies, can they turn it over? Or will Westchester get out of their own 22? Still trying to put the ball through the hands. We haven't seen much kicking, and that's probably due to the blustery breeze out there today. Both teams trying to keep it in hand. It's turned over. Virginia Tech now. Ball goes to ground, but it's recovered. Dangerously close to the sideline. Chance Church did well to bring it in. It's going to be a scrum now. So Virginia Tech with another opportunity.
Danny McKillop, the big number 8 player coach, was able to get his paws on that one, rip it out.
And let's throw it down to the sideline with some comments from our own Tyler Deutsch.
Thanks, Mark. Westchester has done an incredible job this season. They've gone 8-1-1 in the regular season, and they've been described as a team that has stepped up after losing a lot of seniors from their last year's team. Both upper and lower classmen alike have stepped up to get them to the Division I AA final. Mark, back to you.
Still with the ball, Virginia Tech. Thank you, Tyler, for those comments. You're hearing more from him today. He's now digging in as Brandon Eng again, finding his fly half a little wider. That's Nando Anduaga linking up with his centers. Going to come back the other way. Flat pass to McKillop. Charging forward, the big man. Good run from him. Now, plenty of numbers to the left, but holds on off the left foot. Here's Anduaga. Same way. Short side. Quinn Bird beats one. Into the 22 of Westchester. It's been all Virginia Tech, all the possession, all the territory it seems, but they've squandered that one. And that was Chewy. Hulsman couldn't quite hang on there at number 12.
Yeah, I mean, almost 7 minutes of just constant possession here from Virginia Tech, even with that win. But I think that's the smart play. I mean, you got to keep ball in hand, got to make sure that you're able to keep possession here, because one little boot from the Rams could send it all the way back on the other side of the pitch. Take a second look at it as he just lost it there in the tackle, did Chewy. Could not hang on to it.
Well, you can forgive these men for having some early nerves, right, Tim? This is the final of the D1 AA National Championship of college rugby. If you're just joining us, welcome. I'm Mark Stabina, joined by Tim Wilkes. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and it's a pleasure to call this rugby game between these two teams, neither of which have made the final or even won a playoff in college championships rugby.
Both these teams just looking for glory out here. They've had excellent seasons, top form throughout, but now you got to dig deep. Now you've got to put everything you've got out there to come away with the hardware.
Virginia Tech with the feed, the Hokies, of course, the school based in Blacksburg in Virginia. It's known for its sciences and sports programs, especially its rugby, and they could make history here today. Still 0-0 in this final. Nearly 10 minutes gone. Virginia Tech have been battering away at this Westchester defense. And it looks like a penalty. It looks like he's turned it over, and it will be a penalty. That was great work from the number 13, Andre Ross, and they're off quickly again. A high, fast-paced game already in this final. Both teams keeping ball in hand. Barely any kicking to speak of, and this wind is playing havoc even with their passing. Keeping the ball alive, it's intercepted. Virginia Tech again. Great work from Will Ritchie. Still going now. That's Frank the Tank Maguire. Eng comes in. Keeping it tight, keeping it safe. They just want to charge their way forward like they've done most of this first half. Lockwood finds his winger back on the inside. Ritchie again. 2 nice touches from the number 11. There's Quinn Bird. He loves getting involved as well. He's had plenty of touches too in these early stages. It comes wide. Dummies out to the back line. Looks like they might have some space. Swarming defence from Westchester again. Great cover tackling. Really finding no way through this defence, but they are inching toward the try line. Now the Hokies. Will it be another penalty? Ball comes free. And Dwaga out to the hooker, Mana. And then to the number 12, that's Hulsman again. He's been heavily involved. Same way for the Hokies, so close, quick hands, and the prop Quinn Bird finally rewarded for his work rate, and that is the first try of the match in this D1 AA final.
Took it to the blind side, tried to go weak, find some space out there, and they were able to do so. Bird, the big fella out on the wing, knows what to do with it, dives in for the easy score. Second look here. We see the steal just beautifully done. Snags it away, does Ritchie. Then they're off to the races and finish it off here. Beautiful offloads up over the top. Just constant offloads from this Hokie squad. And then you see the players coming over here to the left. Quick little skip pass. 1 and 2. An easy try for Quinn Bird.
Playing some high-risk rugby. Westchester coming out of their own zone, just no kicking at all today, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
And the boots they have used have gone straight to the Hokies, so good job on them for catching those in the air. You let that thing bounce, and who knows where it's going.
So Brandon Eng to add the extras. Tough conditions for kickers today. Beautifully struck. It's just inching away, and he just pulls it late. So 5-0 in favor of Virginia Tech. Speaking of Virginia Tech, let's throw it down to Matt McCarthy on the sideline.
Hey, Mark, Mitten and Tim, I'm down here with the head coach of Virginia Tech. Oh, wait a minute, they don't have a head coach. It's the number 8, Danny McKillop, the senior, who is committed already to the armed services to be a helicopter pilot. He's the player coach. Amazing story that they're here. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Matt McCarthy. And now, kickoff. 5 points down. Yet to score are Westchester as they put it deep. Missed the first tackle, which allows Virginia to charge out of their end zone. Just keeping it safe. Close to the ruck. Little by little. Playing well to the conditions at the moment. Virginia Tech. The Hokies. Into the centers now. There's Hulsman. Heavily involved. Now, out to Maguire. Still great defense from Westchester. Not allowing this Virginia Tech team through. They've given away a penalty, and that could be a piggyback for Virginia Tech to get out of their own territory.
Dominic Cachisi tried to go in there for the poach, just could not get there in time. Got called for not releasing. And so an opportunity for Virginia Tech to maybe clear their lines here, but they'll look to keep smashing.
So yet again, another tap. No kicking to the sideline, perhaps not too comfortable or confident with their line out. Well, that is an assumption, because they're good with the ball in hand at the moment anyway as Virginia Tech. And now the two centers combining. Wygant and Hulsman. Plenty of numbers to the open side for the Hokies. Laying it back nicely, good support. Coming in, and Dwaga. He's played the link man perfectly so far. Same way. Some numbers now, if they can just get the ball out. Not a lot of space. Again, the cover defense. Did allow Jack Murphy to get a good 7 or 8 meters, and they've turned it over. Was it legal? Yes, it was. Play on, Westchester, as they look to put the ball through the hands now. It comes wide. Cover defense. Makes the tackle. It's a penalty and another quick tap. High-octane rugby here today in this D1 AA final. Westchester now, finally with some possession. And they're into the territory of Virginia Tech, keeping the ball alive. That's great play from the number 3, Ed Breach. Barber from the base. Gets it out to his big center. That's Dondre Ross. So now the penalty's favoring Westchester. That's another quick tap. We're going to raise the tempo on this Virginia Tech defense. Brendan Keane swivels. Buys himself another couple of yards. Okay, Virginia Tech need to be careful. Will our ref reach for the pocket?
Yeah, a few penalties in a row there. Having a conversation. You called it.
Yellow card.
You got the 5-point lead, but big opportunity here after the first 15 minutes. Westchester finally in the Hokies half. Let's see if they can convert now. So we see here just straight into contact. Little pitch off at the end.
So Virginia Tech now playing with 14 men.
Nick D'Angelo. Need to fix the eyewear there. Maybe a popped contact loose. Still ready to rock and roll though.
So a rare line out for this match. It's thrown in and won by Westchester. Of course, now playing with a numerical advantage. 15 plays 14. Are they going to take them on in the forwards now? As it was Gavin Lockwood for Virginia Tech. And it's another turnover. Just a little loose with the ball at the moment, Westchester. Perhaps a little too excited at the moment, are they, with the ball in hand, Tim?
Yeah, they saw the urgency there, and Quincy Allen just could not hang on to it. The freshman looked to charge right there in the center of the pitch, but we'll have a scrum down here back to the Hokies, who again will just hope to march their way back down the field and kill some more clock. This wind has been wreaking havoc all weekend long. We've seen huge swatches of play back and forth. 29 points in the first half, 5 in the second. So anybody can come back in here, but Westchester, with that win, they've got to put some more points up.
Big scrum from Westchester, but it's retained by Virginia Tech, using the full width. And the tram lines, as they're known, in that 5-meter zone between the 5-meter line and the sideline. Virginia Tech all the way up nearly to the 40 of Westchester. The Golden Rams are asked to defend again. They've done so quite well. They've only allowed 5 points in this first 18 minutes, but now it's falling apart as the number 12 Hulsman waltzes through. He's lost the ball at the crucial moment, as Westchester now breathe a sigh of relief. They've got some work to do. Oof. Big tackle. 2-man tackle, in fact. Finally a kick out of their zone, but it's going to go straight down the throat of the number 10, Ndwaga.
Possible offsides here, maybe. So playing advantage there. So we'll come back to the advantage as one of the chasers just stepped in front of the kicker before he made contact with the boot. So we'll come back and still in possession here for the Rams, but right at their own 22.
Referee Brad Cole doing a fine job so far, controlling this match, allowing plenty of advantage. Now they do have the feed, the Rams, albeit under pressure. Not necessarily electing for the kick, trying to keep the ball in hand, run their way out of the danger zone. Let's see what they can do here. Out to the centers, putting it through the hands, almost to the wing. Now that's the fullback, gets it back inside. Good play by Udovic. Ball is slow. Back's trying to recover the ball, and it's a penalty, so they needed that.
Yeah, referee just wants to make sure things get sped up. If you're laying on the wrong side of the ruck there, it's an easy call for the referee if you can't get it out quick.
Once again, that's high risk, high danger play from Westchester, spinning the ball through the backs out to the wide channel, and then that of course means they need to win the ball, and they won the penalty, so they did a good job out there.
And not a lot of distance on those kicks just yet. It does look like that wind's finally starting to die down a bit, so maybe hopefully not as much of a force here, but still Rams trying to get out of their own end.
Still with Westchester, lobbing it over the top now, and that's well brought in from D'Angelo. Same way. Nearly through a half hole. Ah, how did he get that ball away? Beautiful pass to the support runner, Laudian. And now, numbers to the open side. Second receiver is Quincy Allen. Andrew Barber, the scrum half, shooting up in defense of Virginia Tech. Forces Ross to take it forward. Pressing up in a blitz-style defensive line of Virginia Tech, just trying to keep Westchester in this zone. Quick thinking from Barber. Gets up over the 50-meter line. Now they're into Virginia Tech territory. Great patience from the Golden Rams. And that's well met round the ruck. Nowhere to go. Shooting up again. This time it's Nduaga forcing the play back and inside. That's great defense. Struggling for answers here at the moment, the Golden Rams of Westchester. Two-man tackle. Crunching. This is what this Virginia Tech team are known for, the physicality. We said it was a key to the match, and they are living up to those expectations right now. Now to the short side, taking it forward, D'Angelo. Classic running fly half. Nice little touch from Edward Breach. But again, relentless defense. They've marched this Westchester team back at least 25 meters. Nice run by Brendan Keane. Does he have the support? Starting to look a little tired, losing their shape now, the Golden Rams. Need to come up with something. And that is probably just what they needed, because, well, if that kept up, Tim Walsh, I don't know.
I mean, just tackle after tackle there by Virginia Tech, and it looks like we could possibly have a little discussion here. But it was Muna. Muna did a great job there, making the tackles. Also had McKillop in there as well.
Of course, I referred to you as Tim Walsh. You're Tim Wilkes. Tim Walsh is my old teammate.
There you go.
Being in the news at the moment, coaching the Australian women's sevens team. Shout out to you, Timmy. But Tim Wilkes is with me in the booth. I'm Mark Stabina. And Westchester are struggling to get themselves on the board at the moment, courtesy of this staunch Virginia Tech defense. And there's another example of it. This time, Hulsman. Chewy, they call him. He has been a monster in defense. Now spinning it wide, trying to find some inroads here. And again, forcing the pass, smothered in the tackle, and that's a turnover. Virginia Tech rewarded finally for that defensive effort. Let's see what they can do with ball in hand as they bring it up into the territory of the Hokies. Virginia Tech not releasing by the looks of it. That's a quick tap. And it's play on. The referee hasn't said anything, so he's allowing the scrum half, Brandon Eng, to go all the way from the quick tap under the posts. Second try of the match, back-to-back for Virginia Tech. Westchester don't have any answers at the moment.
Eng, the little fella, 5'6". He knows how to get it done, though. Saw that penalty, immediately took that kick, maybe a little in front of the mark, but referee said play on, but defense wasn't quite sure, and they just kind of let their whole shape go at that point. As you see, backing off from the kick, thought maybe it was coming back, and nobody really coming in with tenacity to take him down. And so the little man squirts all the way through and gets a second try of the match here for the Hokies.
Well, you saw the number 4 for Westchester, Dominic Kachisi, didn't even have time to put his mouth guard in to make the tackle. Brandon Eng, quick to the ball, quick tap. And that is a great try, and they have stamped their authority on this D1 AA final here in Houston, Texas. Both teams looking to stage their first ever national championship victory. Plenty on the line.
And only a freshman. So definitely playing beyond his years out there with that field awareness. See how he is with the boot.
Makes no mistake with that. The try scorer converts his own try, and that extends the lead now, 12 points to 0. And the 25 minutes gone. It's Virginia Tech in charge over Westchester at the moment.
And we had a good 10 minutes of the Rams just banging their heads against that Virginia Tech defense. And the Virginia Tech defense finally got that one little burst, and they made them pay. So Virginia Tech and that D is just dominating the match here in the first 25.
So it'll be Quincy Allen to restart the play. Looks like a little error. This could be just what Westchester need.
Off the knock on, didn't hear the whistle. Rams didn't quite respect that too much, but we'll come back and have at it again. But it will be a huge attacking opportunity for the Golden Rams. Take a look here after the play. Getting into it. Thrown to the ground, but not too much into that. Again, both guys probably didn't hear the whistle in time.
See teammates coming in to break that up immediately. That's something that neither team needs in a final. Just to have ill discipline and perhaps find any of their players in the sin bin again, as Westchester now with an opportunity through Josephus Dunn. Oh, it's intercepted again. That's got to be the third, fourth of the match, but it's a penalty. Westchester looking at it quickly again.
A little too aggressive with the offsides.
And they're all bunched at the moment. You could throw a blanket over the Westchester team. Looks like this might be a set piece. Charging forward now. Lodian. Close to the line. This is the closest they've been all match now, Westchester. Can they convert this into points? Reaching out was the hooker, and it's given. That's a try. Brendan Keane. He does it. That's all they needed. Some territory, a little bit of possession, and they're on the board finally.
And they got within that 5 meters, and they knew what to do with it. Keane got it in. The Ridley Park, Pennsylvania native. So we'll watch it again here. They're just a meter out now. Needs a little extra momentum. Keane takes his time, gets low. Nice little spin move to be able to lean over and finish it off. Stopped initially, but just the effort and tenacity to keep going, spin off of it and dot it down.
What a moment for Brendan Keane in his senior year. And an injection of energy for these players now after just defending for most of this first half. Finally with a try, and now a converted try thanks to Kevin McCann. All smiles out there, and they're back in the game.
Not giving up one bit. Definitely were shut down there for about 20-25 minutes, but the persistence pays off now. Only 5 points down. 12 minutes left to play here in the first.
See some happy Westchester supporters come all the way to Texas to watch their team play in the final and perhaps make history. And they've all of a sudden come to life now in this world-class facility of AVEVA Stadium home of the Houston SaberCats, one of 13 teams to compete for the 2022 Major League Rugby Championship, starting in February. But right now, all focus is on these young men as they play for a national championship. D1 AA, Westchester trailing by 5 points. It's been all Virginia Tech up until 3 minutes ago. Great run, straight through the middle, still going. That's McIlrath. Does he have support? He's going to need it quickly. And Westchester on the charge, full of confidence now. Out to the right-hand side, keeping the ball alive. Breach. Up over the 22 of Virginia Tech. Dangerous stuff now, and that was, just an accidental obstruction. They can't believe it.
Tried to come in for that big run there off an inside ball, but scrum half just went for the pick and go. Little miscommunication and a big missed opportunity as the Rams had that huge break, as I think we'll take a look again here. There towards the end, breach down into contact. As you see, just got in front, looked like McIlrath got a little too aggressive and hopped in front of his scrummy.
That's one of those laws, isn't it, that just sometimes it can be cruel. I mean, it made no impact on the tackle. Two men came in and crunched him, but them's the rules, as now Virginia Tech running it out of their zone. Such high-risk rugby. It's been a pleasure to watch. Both teams just keeping ball in hand. Penalty.
Kevin McCann, a little too aggressive there, ended up falling over the top of it. Almost had it though. Got to be aggressive as you're in this close to the 22. Any little advantage you can take could spring something big, but they'll just look to kick this one out. Give a little bit of breathing room and distance here.
Absolutely right, Tim. Being aggressive, trying to force that error if you can do it. Let's hear from Tyler Deutsch again. What's the weather up to, Tyler?
Thanks, Mark. Well, knock on wood, the wind has started to die down here, but what's going on is the 57-degree weather is brutally cold, and it's making all of these hits hit that much harder with Virginia Tech's trademark physicality. But Westchester is going to be here still putting up a fight, and it looks like they're throwing a few counter punches and won't stop now. Mark, back to you.
Yes, that wind playing some havoc. We saw in that throw. Not the worst conditions, but not the best in Houston.
Yesterday we were up at 80 degrees and things dropping down a bit, but that wind is still in play here.
Yeah, that's Texas. Can drop up to 30 degrees in a day. This is feeling a little more like winter. It's a knock on, squandering another opportunity. Westchester. We have ourselves a tight final here, just as you would expect. D1 AA Championship. Good shove from Westchester. Ball's at the back now. It's the try scorer, Eng. Gets it to his bustling number 12, Matt Hulsman. Same way now, that's a good run from Maguire. Same way again. Guaga linking up with his back line. Now to the open. Getting over the gain line. They do that so well, Virginia Tech.
Yeah, no advantage being gained. We had an offsides.
So maybe just some ill discipline mounting now for Westchester. No doubt the coaches will have something to say about that at halftime. They've got to keep it squeaky clean, especially when they have opportunities. Tim, we saw it before. Another prime opportunity to go back-to-back tries and possibly take the lead, and their discipline let them down.
Yeah, it's just tough defense either side here. nobody being able to really break through and bust this one open yet.
Virginia Tech with the ball yet again, and look at the big number 4 Lockwood go. He's going to go all the way. Gavin Lockwood. Virginia Tech are back.
Huge try there from the Mount Olive, New Jersey native, just a freshman, but boy did he have wheels there on the side. Not too often you see the big fellas blazing down that touch line. Nobody could catch him, had a few out there, but he increased his pace and burst through for the easy try.
They pumped up. Let's have another look, Tim. Look at that.
Just says, see you later. Sits one down, and then the speed again just to blow past McIlrath. An easy try here for the Hokies, extending their lead now as we start to get close to halftime. Anything they can get would be huge as we enter the second half.
Oh, I suspect Lockwood's one of those players that plays second row one week and then center the next. With that pace, he could play anywhere.
6'3", 195. I agree with you. Only 18 years old, so hopefully a bright future for Mr. Lockwood.
So Virginia Tech now look like they might lose their lead the way that Westchester bounced back. They managed to keep them at bay, score a try of their own, and this to make it 19-7. Picture of concentration, Brandon Ng. Not his best strike. Well, it had the direction, it didn't quite have the distance. So the score remains at 17 points to 7. Virginia Tech still in charge. We are approaching the halftime break. Westchester would dearly love to get themselves back on the board if they can.
Yeah, you got to put something up here. Only 5 minutes left, but this has been a fun smash mouth game. If that's the type of rugby you like, because neither team is turning away, and they're just both going straight forward. Virginia Tech just a bit of an advantage so far.
Restarting is Westchester, electing to go long again. They need to make these tackles. Oof. And they've failed to do that again, because look at Virginia Tech easily getting out of their red zone. Oh, some big contact there. Denisi this time, throwing his weight around. Ng now to the short side. The first try scorer, Bird, gets it away as well. Forwards and backs combining nicely here for the Hokies. Charging forward again. They love playing gain line rugby. Mixing it up in close quarters and with width. Dwaga putting it through the hands, using the width. Oh, like a ram comes in. That was Silver Island. Still going. Let's hope there was no concussion in that clash, because it looked brutal. It's the game of rugby, coming down the short side, changing directions, mixing things up now, and playing like a piston, left and right, back to the left. That's Denisi. He's lost it in contact. Well, I'm not surprised at all to hear that there was a head cut, head clash.
You see Udovich come in here and just kind of tried to wrap up there, but did not get that right arm around. It's kind of led with the head. Very dangerous and gets dinged for the penalty. Glad to see you still out there, though.
Well, looks like he's penalised for not getting the wrap on.
Sometimes going full speed, just make contact a split second before you get that arm out there to wrap up. But no card there is definitely not intentional.
And for our new rugby viewers, if you're wondering what is going on here, the difference between football and rugby, of course, when you make a tackle, you need to wrap your arms around the ball carrier. Not the case in American football. If you are deemed to be coming in and not making an attempt to wrap your hands around, it's in the interest of safety for these players, especially without padding, keep those collisions down. But charging forward again, he's so hard to put down. Rocco Munna. Brilliant play.
Unlucky there from the Hokies with the turnover. But Rocco Munna, huge runs and just ferociousness on those attacks, but he's also made some big hits as well. They'll clear their lines. Able to get it almost out to the 10-meter line. 2 minutes left to play. Last thing you'd want if you're Westchester is to give up one final try here, so need to be smart with the last couple.
Rocco Munna completing his MBA, majoring in business analytics. So not just brawn out on this rugby field, plenty of brains as well. Both teams relishing the chance. That looked high, of course, straight away. Brad Cole, referee, calls the penalty and they go quickly. So Westchester trying to do something before the halftime break. Trailing by 10 points. They would dearly love to go into the changing sheds with a narrower deficit than 10. Can they do it? They have a minute. They need to go forward. This has been a feature of the first half, just being forced back from this Hokies defense. Some brutal challenges. Trying to make it the easy way, straight through, great run. That's how you make a break. Ball needs to come quickly because it allows the Hokies to reform their defensive line. Playing relatively quickly now. That's Valerani. Had the ball stripped. And it's legal. So Westchester lose that opportunity. And now with seconds before the halftime break, Virginia Tech could really go in to halftime with a commanding lead. Westchester need to defend. Counter ruck coming in. It's good. Looks like they've turned it over. Play on the ground. He's going to be penalised if he plays it. Well, not the person I thought was going to get penalised.
Dinged them for being off their feet. Did not like the discussion, so they'll march them back a little further as well. And Virginia Tech will have a huge attacking platform now.
Some frustration from Westchester.
It just got really discombobulated there. Could have gone either way, but Rams were just off their feet in that ruck.
So surely, last play of the game. Can Westchester hold on? Because Virginia Tech are on the charge. A lot of numbers to this open side. McKillop dummies, steps, takes it forward himself. It's been turned over. So Westchester with a final chance before the halftime break. Oh, and they've lost that. Comedy of errors at the moment. Turnover after turnover. Well, this could be dangerous for Westchester. Oh, Brad Cole reaches for the pocket. Right on the halftime break, it's a yellow card. Matthew Loldian.
Make sure you get his outfit.
It's Matthew Loldian will get sent off here, so that'll include another 10 minutes into the second half. They're just 30 meters out, but they're going to keep pushing forward.
So Virginia Tech spinning it out to this left side. Centers combining nicely with the inside pass. Wygott and Hulsman. Lost it again, and that'll be the halftime break. So Virginia Tech holding on to their 10-point lead at 17 points to 7 over the Golden Rams. And let's hear from Matt McCarthy, the Westchester head coach.
Hey guys, standing on the sideline here at halftime with Coach Bjorn Haglid of Westchester. Coach, first things first, what about the outfit?
Oh, well, it's a tradition for me. I've been doing it for about 15 years. I was challenged by players a long time that I didn't look enough like an international coach. So I followed soccer coaches. I went with the jacket and tie, but I felt I had to keep the rugby presence. So I used the rugby team's shorts and my cleats.
Well, it works for me. What about halftime adjustments?
Oh, we got to sub a couple people. We've got to be a little bit more aggressive on defense, take away space from them, and play a little smarter. But, you know, it's a close game. It's anybody's game. We'll see.
All right. Best of luck, Coach. And Mark and Tim, we got to take some lessons in haute couture from Coach.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt McCarthy. All smiles down there at the moment as Westchester are fighting for a championship, but it's Virginia Tech at the moment in the lead here in the D1 AA Championship. It's been a great first half so far. Don't go anywhere, folks, as second half action is right around the corner.
What these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, you know, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's tragedy in everything, and you know, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. You know, it was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, you know, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. And first Marine killed in Afghanistan, and you know, sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump. And I've had some hard times, you know, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, you know, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these you know, Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So but play with these guys and kind of just.
Still halftime here at the D1 AA National Championship. Virginia Tech versus Westchester. Let's hear from our own Tyler Deutsch down on the sideline.
Bit about the physicality, how it's a trademark of Virginia Tech. How are we going to use that? Obviously, we've seen it in the first half. How are you going to use that to implement and keep your lead here in the second half?
It's got to be physical, stay together, work as a team. All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Now to the second half. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Tyler Deutsch. So here we are, moments away from second half action. It's the D1 AA Men's College Championship final of the nation. And Virginia Tech with a somewhat narrow lead, although they are dominating at the moment, and they have 15 men versus 14, with Westchester getting themselves in trouble. And this will be a tough first 10 minutes for them as they trail. If you're just joining us, welcome. You've missed a great first half, but good news, more rugby to come in this second half. I'm Mark Stabina, joined by Tim Wilkes. And Tim, what can you say about that first half?
Boy, hard hits on both sides. Virginia Tech's defense was just phenomenal. I mean, defensive stands all across the board, marching them back 20, 30 meters, but they've still got a lot of work to be done here as Westchester will be coming out strong. I mean, they had a couple of big runs. They didn't use the boot as much, but we see the Hokies taking over that strategy here as they got the win at their backs now.
Well, they need to. They need to come out hard, obviously, against the win. 10 points down with a man in the sin bin. I mean, you have to say the odds are against them. But one thing that they are not known for doing, and that's quitting. So here comes Westchester with the ball. Some weary legs on the short side, trying to get back into some kind of offensive shape. They've won the penalty. Quick tap. That's Allen. Didn't see too much of Quincy. He'll be looking to get more involved, step up as a general in the number 12 jersey. Golden Rams of Westchester trying to make some inroads with ball in hand. And that would be a good play from them if they can maintain possession while they only have 14 men. Doing their best to charge forward, but it is a very strong defensive outfit, this Virginia Tech side. Known for their physicality. They're coming in with the underdog tag. Certainly don't look like the underdogs at the moment as they've forced the error. Just too strong in defense. And now, with a penalty, Westchester are in danger.
Julio Ibanez able to come away with the steal there.
Mind your language on national stage. Thank you.
Dominic Cachese told to watch his language. This is a family program, Dominic. But fortunately for Westchester, no yellow card. They're going to have to defend. They're going to have to grow an extra arm and a leg collectively to make up for the deficit of players. They want to wind this clock down and not suffer any more damage to that scoreboard. Virginia Tech may have other ideas as they now find themselves in the 22 of the Golden Rams. Spreading the ball a little wider now, and Ndwaga throws it, trying to keep the ball alive and keep the tempo of this match high. We've seen that from both teams today. Not a lot of kicking, plenty of passes. Love to see that statistic of number of passes from both teams today. It's definitely entertaining stuff for this crowd that have come all the way to Houston, Texas. We're in AVEVA Stadium. Pleasure for both teams to be playing on this field, and a penalty for Westchester.
Carter Cerveline just got in from the side there, tried to seal it off. But again, got to come straight over the back of that ruck. He did not do so. So now, opportunity for the Golden Rams to maybe clear their lines, but they are definitely backed up at this point.
Westchester attempting yet again to run their way out of the red zone. Such a crucial area of the game is the exit strategy. Doing well to maintain possession now, Westchester. But Virginia Tech holding firm. Racing up now. Big attempt of tackle from Hulsman. He's been a menace to this Golden Rams outfit. Once again, Westchester just seem to be struggling for ideas at the moment. Losing a little bit of shape. Remember, they're a man down. Maybe 5 more minutes with 14 men. Absolutely going nowhere are the Golden Rams. Full credit to them maintaining possession for this long. Still with the ball. That ball was a little tough to bring in. Joe Dunn does well to clean up, keeping the ball alive. They're in exactly the same position they were 10 phases ago, and they've given the penalty away now, so at least one consolation is they ate up some time, Tim.
Right. That's right. They were able to eat up a good 3-4 minutes there, but now the Hokies again on the attack.
Here they come, the Hokies. They're in the lead, and they would love to extend that and really take control of this final. Some space in the middle. And Dwaga takes it on. He sees it off the left. That's a try saver from the 15, Udovic. With some numbers to the left now. And that's an easy try. Diving over was Jack Murphy, the junior. And Virginia Tech are looking ominous right now.
Just continuing to plunge forward, able to get that one out to the outside before the defense could even reset. Nice, easy run over the last defender for the try there by Murphy.
Wow, it started with some incredible defense.
Ended here as we come up. Sealed that one off, and the beautiful little pass there out the back from Eng. Finds Murphy. Again, you see that purple trying to retreat, trying to get back. A couple of them offsides there right next to him. Eyes up that final defender and dives across the line for the try.
You mentioned it, Tim. You can just see the Golden Rams jerseys desperately trying to get back and form some shape. They had the ball in hand. They did their best. They batted away at that defensive line of Virginia Tech, all to no avail.
Yeah, the Rams maybe just need to catch that ball at pace a little bit more, because those Hokies are coming up. They're meeting them 1 or 2 meters behind, and they are stifling every single attack.
Brandon Eng unable to add the extras. Hopefully that won't come back to haunt them, but every point is important in a national championship final. Surely it's close to the time where they can be back to a full complement. Still with a player in the bin with a yellow card. Quincy Allen steps up again to restart, head down, follows through with the left foot. Doesn't go quite as deep as he has been sending his previous restarts. It's an easy take for Virginia Tech. Perhaps it's time to start competing for the ball from the kickoff as well. They need more possession than this, Westchester. And the kick, the breeze at their backs. That ball's going to run. Now asking to bring it out from a very dangerous part of the field for Westchester. It's Josephus Dunn. Does well. Support gets back. But here we go again for Westchester. Can they find some answers now? Which they've struggled to do in this part of the field. The kick against the breeze, straight up, and this could be dangerous again. That's well taken and possibly tackled in the air. It's play on, but they're playing advantage. Quick hands. Again, the try scorer, Murphy, nearly got a second. Virginia. Here they come again. And if they score right now, this could be very hard for Westchester to claw their way back into the game. Inches away from the try line. Virginia Tech comes out, and that's a try. It's Murphy, back-to-back tries for the junior. Virginia Tech are pumped up, and this game is getting away from the Golden Rams.
Yeah, they tried to clear their lines there, but they were able to go up and get it, had that penalty advantage, but they didn't need it. Too much strength from those Hokies as they continuously just pound and finally march their way across. we see here, nice and calm. Hank McGuire there at the back, but Murphy was able to snag it and dive over for the try.
Another great try for Jack Murphy. The Human Nutrition, Foods and Exercise major.
That time it was the boot that really set up that possession. The Hokies able to get it up over the top. Saw the Rams try that a couple of times, but they were never able to get it up over the fullback's head. That time it happened to them. Got to retreat with that win and really got themselves pinned back. And now a big 20-point lead for the Hokies.
I'm remembering too, it was a fantastic take. I can't quite remember the player. It was for Virginia Tech that took that ball under pressure, got tackled in the air, so it would have been a penalty anyway. But they played on. I think it might have been Jacob Taylor. I'll have to give that young man the credit that he deserves, but no credit for the extras for Brandon Eng. It's Jack Murphy again, the try scorer. Virginia Tech very comfortable in this men's D1 AA final. It's the national championships, folks. People have turned up to see it live, braving the conditions. A low kick into the breeze, easily taken by Virginia Tech. Westchester, they need something. Yes, they have 15 players again, and this could be the something that they need. 27 points to 7. Try here, gets them back in the game. Some weary legs for the Golden Rams at the moment. So it looks like it might be turned over. Penalty to the Rams. Quick tap. That's Barber. Was he 10 yards? It was scrum half on scrum half. Holding on. Charging forward, trying to find their way through around the ruck area. Nowhere to go. So they try some width. Good break there from Valerani. Up into the 22 now. Some momentum for Westchester. Flat pass to Hagan. Back rowers combining nicely. And there's your third back rower now. McIlrath driving his way forward, holds on well. Barber thought he spotted a gap, closed quickly. Gets it out the back door to Hagan. Hagan holds on. This defense has been incredible for Virginia Tech today. Needs something special from someone now, Westchester, holding on to possession nicely, but not making too many meters. Into the open. D'Angelo getting it out to Allum. Allum had the ball pinched over the top. Not releasing, I suspect. Here we go, straight off his feet as well as he stole that ball. So, Kachizi fighting his way forward, staying on his feet well, the big man. Advantage. Westchester with some momentum. Can they turn this into a try? D'Angelo goes quickly off the left foot. Meters away now into the 5-meter zone of Virginia Tech. The Golden Rams, they want this try desperately if they want to win this final. Driven back. It's been a familiar sight this entire match. Some space out wide. Can they use it? Oh, it's thwarted at the last minute. Was it deliberately knocked down? Play on. Looks like the arm is out from referee Cole. And if that is a penalty, that would be interesting too, because that was a certain try. Still going, Westchester. They might not need the advantage. 2 meters away. Desperately close. Lunging forward, turn on his back. What a tackle from Eng. Still with it, the Golden Rams. Can they ram their way over? Westchester for the try. Knocked on.
From this angle, it looked like he might have snuck that in there. Referee was kind of off to the left. Barber got a little aggressive there.
The reaction said it all.
He wanted it.
And they've worked so hard for it. Let's see if it pays off now for Westchester. Ball spits out. Did it go forward? Let's have a look. Reaching for the pocket again.
Just killed it. Got over on the wrong side of the ruck. He'll be off for 10 minutes now. Again, the Rams are back to full strength, and they're looking to pound this one across.
Well, finally rewarded for the mounting pressure, and that is a player that you want to go off the field, Rocco Munna. Big blow for Virginia Tech, but they have not converted just yet, Westchester, as they try and batter their way over, and it looks like it's there. Reaches out, beautiful try. Was it Hagan? He loves it. Try time for Westchester, and they are back in this match.
Had to use every bit of that 5'11" frame to reach all the way across, but just the tenacity. He scooped that one up, and he knew he had to get over. And so a big, big win there for the boys in purple. Take a second look. Just see him there at the back. Scoops it and dives across. Just had that one man to beat. Got low enough to get over. So he gets ripped out there, but then quickly collects it and dots it down. Just good wherewithal. You never know where that ball's going to come out. Able to scoop it up and notch another one across.
Well, he took advantage of his opposite number on the ground there, didn't he? Jack Murphy wasn't quite on his feet. And that ball is hacked away. I'm not sure if the wind is that bad, but missing an opportunity to add 2 more points. But that is just what they needed. Oh, how the tables can turn in the match of rugby, Tim Welks. They were down. It looked like they were out. They've already had a man in the bin themselves in the first 10 minutes. And now, not only did they get their way back to score a try, but they have a man in the bin, Virginia Tech. And let's throw it down to Tyler Deutsch yet again on the sideline.
Thanks, Mark. Westchester did a great job scoring there, but they are going to need to be more creative on their offensive attack. They're running into a lot of maroon and orange jerseys with a single running straight into the defense, especially making mistakes within their own 22 if they want to close this deficit. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Tyler, once again. That kickoff has gone long and found some grass and the sideline, so Westchester are asked to bring it out of their red zone again. Tim, can they do it?
Not something they've been able to complete thus far. They were able to get in the other end, and they know how to smash forward and connect when they have that chance, but going to be tough going here.
Looked like a high tackle, yes. Referee Cole did not miss that one. That was around the neck, so see what he says.
Side.
He's got the time.
When you get up there, team yellow shorts. Yeah, they're down 2 now. Come on, you guys run out of players. Hey.
Well. Down to 13 players now. Virginia Tech. This is huge, and Westchester, well, they'll be rubbing their hands together. Can they take advantage of this, Tim?
Huge opportunity here. Down a couple of men are the Hokies. See if they can continue to smash forward.
Just as this scrum forms. Let's hear from Matt McCarthy down the sideline.
Yeah, fellas, on Westchester, you got some heroes, and none other than the captain, Dom Kachesi, who actually had to take time out from studies to go Army National Guard and serve in Afghanistan. So, little perspective. Great guys down here on the pitch. Back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Always love hearing about men serving bravely. Plenty in the rugby community as well as Westchester now with a two-player advantage. You have Virginia Tech with two players in the sin bin now, but they still have to fight their way out of their own territory. Trying to find some space desperately. Virginia Tech covering the deficit nicely. Try scorer, Hagen. Full of confidence now. It's Brendan Keane. Finally the kick from Allen. It's going backwards. Beats the first defender. And now plenty of numbers to this open side. Virginia Tech will want to hold on to this ball as long as possible. Playing down two men, not just one. Through the hands, using the width. Strong contest from Ferraro. Denisi. Moving forward, did he get his hands on it? Kachisi. It's turned over. Play on, says referee Cole. And now Scott Jean cleans things up. Might be some space out wide. There's plenty of numbers. Through the hands. And now finally with some space is done. Get the feeling he will be dangerous without defenders in front of him. They've done well to cover. Yet again, Virginia Tech. Oh, he's left without it, and that's a turnover. Crucial. Ewan Hagen couldn't quite hold on. Now the ball bobbling around. So Virginia Tech will want to tighten this up a little. Another turnover could be dangerous for them at this stage. They have the territory. Now they have the possession. Look for some big defense from Westchester, which is exactly what they need. And Duaga does well. And now Eng, how did he find his way through there off the left? And he stays on his feet miraculously. Brandon Eng has scored the try against all odds. Virginia Tech. Well, that is soul-crushing for Westchester.
Boy, the little man with the big heart right there. You see him letting out a sigh of relief there, maybe gotten the leg a bit tangled up, but just a huge burst. And I don't know how it was possible. Down to 13 men, that defense almost looks stronger for the Hokies as we see him come around the side, beats the initial contact, and then able to step over that final defender. Ferraro couldn't make the tackle, and the Hokies extend the lead.
The acceleration of Eng, but it was the vision of Brandon Eng that initially found the gap. And then those quick feet and fast legs did the rest.
Just a cramp here. Hopefully be able to keep going. They do lose the kicker.
He's been instrumental, Brandon Eng, all match, finding those little holes, knowing when to pass, knowing when to run. Cannot give him not even a half gap, let alone a full gap like that one. So it'll be the replacement. Kick is ugly, but it is good. And Tyler Deutsch with us yet again.
We try again an interview with player coach Danny McKillen, but he was too busy coaching his players. But one thing that he did mention in a local Virginia News interview. He said, "Our physicality has been our Virginia Tech rugby theme ever since I've been here, and it still does from us, from our alumni, and carries over by our player-led organization." And as you can see, it has been quite the physical game between these two teams. Back to the action, Mark.
Again, Tyler, yes, some big hits, massive clashes here today. We expect to see that. Virginia Tech coming in with that physicality mentality. Westchester, they've been throwing it around as well, Tim.
Yeah, some huge hits out there. Hulsman has been one of the driving forces, Muna, Ibanez, and then also, of course, the McGuire and the captain McKillop just all over the pitch, slaughtering the offense.
Well, it's turned over, Virginia Tech. Westchester, what more can they do? As now they have to try and defend. Tracking across nicely was Hagen, and they've turned it over. So Kachizi.
Cool.
And here we go, Westchester. Got numbers out wide. Brought down again. Can't get out of that, so he won't be penalised on the ground there for Virginia Tech. Well, that's a knock-on from Westchester. Really struggling to take advantage of any possession they have at the moment. Fantastic defense all day.
So back to 14 men, but still one in the bin.
$34 points to 12 at the moment. There's still 15 minutes to play. It's time for Westchester, but it's Virginia Tech now with the ball. Spreading it out. One out. Attack at the moment. Virginia Tech, can they put a seal on this match? Surely they will. They have a penalty. Looking to go quickly. There's Sam Rogers.
Just that tenacity from the Hokies, keeping that forward momentum going. 15 minutes left to play, but they are not slowing down one bit.
Tapping and going now. Back on the field is Rocco Munna. He's like a rock. He's a wrecking ball. Just leaving a wake of defenders, getting his team up over the advantage line. Jack Murphy, double try scorer. And Waga spinning it out to the 13. That's a little bit too out far in front. Wyatt not putting that one on the target.
Richie couldn't hang on. That was knocked out into touch, so we'll have the option here. Scrum down or a line out. Scrum is what is chosen. They put in here for the boys in purple. The Rams giving a good effort. It's just that Hokies defense has been unstoppable, and then they've taken advantage, especially with their number 9 Ang, just converting those opportunities into points as they've been down here most of the second half.
So the Golden Rams now trying to do something, and it's Don that puts his hand up. Gets nicely over the tackle line. Trying to use the space now. That's a nice left foot step and beats the first defender. So Westchester want to try and get to the edges rather than take on Virginia Tech through the middle. It hasn't proved particularly fruitful. So now with a little space out wide, but once again trying to come into that congested defense of the Hokies. Doing what he can is Ross. Dante Ross might have had the ball stolen. And he did, but it was illegally done. So here goes Westchester again. This time, it's Antonio Valorani. Spotting a little hole there. It was Hagen. Didn't get through it. Ball through the hands. Scott Jean. Looking tired. Westchester walking back now to form an attacking line and does extremely well. What a solo effort from McIlrath. Gets the ball away as well. So Westchester, they need to get this out quickly. It's the only way to make inroads on this defense. Some space out wide. They keep going back on the inside. Now they get it out. A little bit of room for Ross. Brought down with a tree chopping tackle. Breach. Placed it back. Looked like a knock on. Otherwise, that was game on.
And boy, Virginia Tech just continues to drive him back. Westchester has got to take that ball at pace. They are catching it flat-footed every time, and that easily makes the Hokies come up and make contact behind the gain line, forcing them backwards. It's kind of been the name of the game. Now the Hokies are back to full strength. Final 10 minutes are going to be tough.
Wow, that's got to be a confidence destroyer when you know you're playing with 13 men. Now they're playing with 14 men, the opposition, but Westchester couldn't really capitalize. They have to deal with a complete Virginia Tech outfit. It's been hard enough to make a break against 13 men. But they will not give up, and it looks like they might be a try here for Valorani all the way. Oh, he's brought down a meter from the line and stolen as well. Heartbreak for Westchester. The efforts of Valorani in vain. They can turn it over here. There's still 10 minutes to play. Pressure's on now. That kick will go straight down the middle of the field. Westchester, they need a good bounce. Here comes Dan. Strong man with some feet. Dan still going. Brought down by his opposite number, Will Ritchie. Kachisi slows it down. A little bit of white line fever for the lock. Still in a commanding position. Within the 5 meters now, Virginia Tech. Here come Westchester. Trying to find answers. Look like they might have found it. Wow, he's brought down painfully close. McIlrath. His defense, unbelievable. They have space. They just can't get it into the space. Still going. Flipped onto his back. Keeps it alive. A meter away now, the Golden Rams. Need to get it to the edges. Great defense from Virginia Tech. Too flat are the Rams. They need to get a little deeper. Find some space out wide. Move the ball. They keep on taking on this congested defense of Virginia Tech. That's their strength. Westchester holding on well. Recycling possession. They've got themselves a penalty, but time is running out. They need to score, and they need to score quickly. Here goes the scrum half. He's done it. Andrew Barber's done it. Rewarded.
Barber got that one done at the end, but that was a full team effort. They were smashing it over and over again. Couple of line breaks there from McIlrath. And just as we thought that defensive line was going to be impenetrable, the Rams break through. As you see here, around the corner and able to dive over just off the quick tap. Caught the defense sleeping. One man to beat. Couldn't make the tackle, and he's in for the try. The Rams have been relentless today. Going forward over and over again, but hey, it's worked out for them. 17 points up on the board and a strong effort from the Rams.
Conversion was unsuccessful. Was out a little wide. We've got some breeze today. That means they've left 6 possible points on the table. It would be 34-23 at the moment. So still 7 minutes to play. They have their tails up, but still quite the deficit in this men's D1 AA final. Virginia Tech have been incredible in defense. As Westchester now trying to take advantage of some tired legs. They've spaced out wide if they can find it, Westchester. They seem to have got themselves a second win, maybe even a third, Westchester, as now they've upped the pace. Putting it through the hands. Dondre Ross. Seen plenty of action today. Flat-footed at first receiver was Quincy Allen. Counter ruck comes in. Messes the ball up a little bit, but clever play from Barber, try scorer. Just to bat it backwards under pressure. Again, just going straight into that strong defense. It's a box kick that is easily taken, albeit under pressure. Will Ritchie does well, and now coming around the corner. Quick play with Maguire. Gets thrown over the sideline, does well to keep it in. Virginia Tech. Now looking
number 9
with the ball now. This to put the seal in the deal. Virginia Tech into the 22-meter zone of Westchester. Digging in now, the replacement scrum half. Rogers.
So ends up in a scrum in possession here for the Golden Rams. About 5 minutes left to play. See both teams shaking off the injuries here, trying to give that last bit of effort in the tank. It's been a fun one, but that Hokies defense has just been outstanding. Getting their head in there and stopping them at the gain line over and over again. And now that they've got that win at their backs, they've been pinning the Rams in all over the place.
Penalty, Westchester. Taking it quickly now. Reinforcements come in. Trying to use that width. Straight through. Great play from Westchester. That was Allen slicing his way through. Counter ruck, slowing the ball down just enough. But they have some space. Putting it through the hands. Front rowers out there in the back line positions. Spread wide. Great play from the Golden Rams. Up and into Virginia Tech territory. They're inside the 40. Might have got his hands on it there. That's Chance Church. Did he win the penalty? Opposite result. Quick tap again. Kachizi. He's had a brilliant second half. And now, with some space, playing advantage for offside. There's Ross. He's had so many touches today, Dondre Ross. Hagan in at first receiver. He's been busy too. Of course, scoring a try of his own. McIlrath gets it back. Doing just enough to slow down this ball, Virginia Tech. There's Allen. Runs into a wall. Another penalty. We're going to need to be careful. We've already had 2 men sent off the field. Could be a third. And now this could be a try for Westchester with Keane. It is! Again, piling on the pressure late in this game. Keane's pumped up, but they are running out of time in this D1 AA final.
Yeah, 2 minutes left here, but that was an excellent, excellent phase of play there. Quick tap there by Barber, and he was able to find Keane after he sucked in the defense a little bit. Found the big fella roaming free. Take another look as there's that quick tap, and it was actually D'Angelo that had the boot. Made that final pass over to the big fella, and Keane, the 6 foot 205-pound senior able to get his first.
It was a wonderful assist from Nick D'Angelo. Some fancy footwork, and then with the offload in the tackle. Credit to Brendan Keane. Right there off his shoulder.
Yep, good communication. Let him know where he was. Made that pass nice and easy.
So restart in the dying moments of this final. Westchester charging back, but you get the sense it's too late. And now this game is opening up. 34-22. If they score twice in a minute, anything's possible. Especially when they throw the ball around like this. Westchester now on the charge. This is the most space they've found all game. Gaps finally opening up in this Virginia Tech defense. They shut it down quickly. And that's what they'll look to do in these final seconds. Westchester with some numbers on the left-hand side. Nice dummy from Scott Jean. On the halfway. Flat pass. Runs into another wall of defense. The dummy. And go for Hagan. Another penalty. This penalty count is exorbitant at the moment, and it will be another yellow card.
Third of the match for the Hokies.
As we're into the 80th minute. Time sadly has run out for this Westchester team. They could get the last say, but they won't get the championship title as they kick possession away. And Virginia Tech will just wind down these dying seconds, putting it into touch. Referee Brad Cole calls full time. Jubilant scenes here. It's Virginia Tech with the national championship title to their name. The first in this team and this college's history in rugby. And don't they deserve it? They came in as the underdogs. They don't even have a coach. And they've created history against the odds.
And no need when you play together as a team. Every single pack player was making big hits. Even on the outside, they were stifling that attack the whole time. Huge team effort. You think maybe without a coach, they wouldn't be as glued together, but man, they really played one heck of a match.
Defense was the key for Virginia Tech. And aren't they happy about it, as you would be. They've come a long way together. Danny McKillop, the number 8 and player coach, said earlier this week, it's going to be our physicality and the fact that we just love playing together. He even said we don't necessarily have a lot of skill. I disagree with that. They showed some skill today, but they showed more heart to win the title. Westchester valiant in their effort, especially in the second half. They had a fight back in the dying stages, but just running out of time. And it was a well-deserved victory for the Virginia Tech Hokies in the D1AA championship.
Just great effort from the Hokies. They'll celebrate with the fans here.
Ready here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Well, we're going to hear from Matt McCarthy, who has the player of the match. And we have the player's captain.
It's actually it's Danny McKillop, your coach must be very pleased with you. Actually, that's you, right? The player coach.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How the heck did you do this?
A lot of help. A lot of help. I mean, it's not. I'm technically the coach, but I mean, a lot of players I depend on. Fernando's our backs coach. All the other officers in the club. I would not be able to do anything without their help. I mean, I wasn't here for 2 months in the summer because of some training stuff I couldn't be here for, so they carried the weight. I did not by any means do this by myself. It was 100% with them too. So
you sound like a selfless guy, and you've committed to military service.
Yes, sir. be commissioned next Friday, actually, in the Army. So
I am flattered and awesome that you are. I am honored to be next to you, my friend. Go enjoy your teammates.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank
All
you.
right, congratulations,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Just one of the heroes, man.
What an effort. Danny McKillop going over. That's a great shot there, and he deserves every moment.
Go to the old Lambo leap. Up in the stands to celebrate. And just a lot to celebrate about as he led his team valiantly. Tackle after tackle. Couple of good runs. But that tackling that they made was fantastic, and it led them to the D1 AA championship.
And taking the title back to Blacksburg in Virginia. Wonderful effort. And a great spectacle too for rugby viewers. Ball was thrown around the entire game. That's what you like to see. Some good running rugby, some big hits. We certainly saw some big hits from Virginia Tech.
Plenty of their players getting into the double-digit tackle marks for sure, as they were just relentless again with those big hits.
We need to give some credit to Westchester University. They held onto that ball, tried to make inroads on the Virginia Tech defense. Played with a lot of patience. They just could not find their way through. You see some efforts like this that came too little too late in the end. He had a fine game. The try scorer there, Brendan Keane.
As we'll look here, a couple more replays. Strong work from the Hokies. See him flipping this one out. And there's the double try scorer with another there, Jack Murphy. You see just a huge charging run over and over again. More than enough to give the Hokies the championship. Steve Hyatt, NCR president, about to award them the national championship.
Well, rugby fans, you are witnessing 2021 national champions, Virginia Tech.
Had a good following as well.
Here's the big boy. Be careful with it. Let's go! Let's go!
The national champions of D1 AA men's college rugby, Virginia Tech University. The Hokies have done it. Their first national championship. Fantastic effort. A great rugby spectacle here in Houston, Texas. And they will be going back to Virginia with their first ever title. And possibly not their last. They played with heart. They played with determination. They played without a coach. And let's hear from Tyler.
Thanks, Mark. I'm here with man of the match, Virginia Tech's very own Brandon Ang. You guys came into this match somewhat of an underdog, and now you're leaving as national champions. What does this have to do for the organization? What is this going to do for your guys' future?
Honestly, it's going to boost our confidence a lot. It's going to get more an awareness for others to look into the club, and it'll just greatly build it. Coaches, we're going to keep working as hard as we did this year and just move forward from here.
Now, obviously, you guys credit your alumni, your player-led team. What do you got to say to your supporters, your fans that are here in the stands today?
Honestly, it's a team sport. Rugby cannot be done alone. Each and every person had a very big role in getting us the championship, and I'm very thankful for it, and we are all thankful for as well.
Well, congratulations and great game, and congratulations on being national champions. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Tyler. Brandon Eng, well-deserved player of the match for the victorious Virginia Tech Hokies here in the D1 AA National Championship. It's been a pleasure to watch. Jubilant scenes there at AVEVA Stadium. Thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Mark Stabina. On behalf of our entire crew and Tim Wilkes with me in the booth here, we're sending you out plenty of rugby action to come, so don't go anywhere. There's more championship finals to be enjoyed.
With our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Rugby's like, it's taught me to like work hard and like really like when the going gets tough to like not lay back or really like punch forward. Like that second win in the second half. And it's taught me that I have intensity, definitely.
Everybody knows that I've been on the grind, but I ain't never ever
Real quick, tell me, what was your favorite part about playing rugby?
Just coming together, just like having a team, having a family on the field, and just like being like, it's so cool to like hit and smack someone for the first time when you can't do it in real life, and then right after you're all buddies with them.
Hey Alex, just the Falcons here from Manchester. We just want to wish you a big congratulations on being selected to the Team USA flag bearer for Youth Olympic Games. Awesome stuff for USA Rugby. Can't wait to watch you guys in action. Good luck.
I think the training environment is what separates this place more than anything else. I think that there's like a team environment with a personalized training effect. So I think that's the problem with a lot of other places. It's one or the other. It's, we're all together in this class, but there's no specificity with each person, or it's only personal training, which really there's just no camaraderie. So this facility, the way we set it up, we try to get that team environment, that group camaraderie, along with a personalized, tailored program for your needs and your goals.
Culture is just a massive thing here, from person to person. We'll have a 30-year-old athlete who's crushing a 300-pound deadlift right next to a 45-year-old woman who's just doing walking lunges, and the cohesiveness between the two people really ties the whole gym together.
Nah, one word is family. Like, you got people like you could depend on.
It's great. We all love each other. We all like hanging out at these tournaments. We all choose to come here. We don't have to be here, It's just good fun coming out on a Sunday, playing, getting all together. And
New York Rugby Club is a great community because it puts you around great people such as Alex, my coach Alex, and he teaches me more about rugby, how I can make my game better every day.
As a coach, what I'm trying to get is better people, really. The unique thing about rugby is what it does off the field. And, I talk to these guys and these kids off the field, talking about their school, understanding where they want to go to college. For me, we're trying to get better people out of this program rather than just better rugby players.
Probably my favorite part of playing rugby is I can forget any problem I'm having at school or at home or just any kind of worry or burden and just give it my all on the field, and then I get off and I feel like I've accomplished something, and then it helps me with other stuff outside of, the confidence outside of rugby, basically.
It's brought up a lot of my confidence. I wasn't very confident in middle school. I've just become so much a better person to myself. I see myself in such a bigger light, and I'm honestly so much happier playing rugby.
And what's quite unique about this club is you're not having one type of school or one stereotypical type of kid. You're getting a mixed variety, and you get to see all these different kids actually come together and work together once a week or twice a week when we practice. So definitely that's the biggest impact, seeing kids from different backgrounds and different histories and different parts of the world really come together and work together for a common goal, which is rugby. Let's get more kids playing sport because we know what that can do to them off the field, and in turn let's send more to college.
And without rugby, I think it would be a lot harder for me to get into some schools that I want to get into. So I'm really thankful that I've been involved with the sport and had that kind of like extra push when it comes to college and higher education.
what these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's tragedy in everything. And, a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. It was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress, and didn't get the help he needed, and died 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump.
Welcome back to Houston, Texas. We're at AVEVA Stadium for the NCR Championships. Exciting weekend of rugby here, 3 days. You can see the players are loving it. The fans are loving it. Everybody at home is enjoying it. Some happy times down here for players who have played their way in to this exciting finals competition. And we have had some great games so far. We got more to come. There it is, the Hokie Hop from their captain. And number 8 at the end of a big championship game for that team. Exciting game just finished here at the stadium. And we have plenty more action to come, including this one. I'm John Broker, joined by Tim Wilkes, as you see the University of Connecticut, the Huskies, and the Knights of the University of Central Florida take the field for the Lone Star Bowl. This is a big matchup between these two teams down here. Never faced each other before. Going to be very interesting. And let's talk about these teams. And we are talking about the University of Connecticut Huskies here. Tim, they have a great squad. A lot of good players coming up from the high school ranks. Who are we looking at on this University of Connecticut team?
For me, we've got Tyron Bentley, big prop, 230 pounds. Peter Stokes, UConn's men's president, running the show from the fly half position. And Ethan Berry in the back from the fullback position, Tri-State All-Star from 2021.
And keys to success for this Husky squad.
Got to disrupt that defense, control the contact, and make sure that they pick their spots to attack, because this other squad, Central Florida, can strike at any time.
Central Florida, a very, very good coach here in Evan Haig, so they gotta pick those spots, because this is going to be a well-coached, well-drilled team. Let's talk about Central Florida and their next-level players.
Yeah, Pachalski and Drebeck are their flankers, 178 and 185 pounds, little undersized, but they make up for it in tenacity. Caleb Gertzen, the number 12 inside center, just a sophomore, 3-time Florida All-Star.
And what do they have to do to take care of this Husky team from Storrs, Connecticut?
Well, that defense from the other side from Connecticut's going to be approaching fast, so they got to keep that ball moving, turn the field, and run it wide when they have the chances to get that speed.
We have the game coming up in just a second. The University of Connecticut is coached by Bob the Count Marola, along with Rob Chudzik, Mark Colebrook, Mike Casilla, and Mike Huda. The University of Central Florida, coached by Evan Haig. As we take a look at the UConn boys getting ready to play here. They are down here, and they are certainly excited. I've had a couple conversations with their coaches about what this means to them, and this is really big for the program. Good notoriety on campus for them, and they're going to enjoy this as it comes, Tim.
Yeah, this Central Florida squad, no slouch as well. Able to do some good, strong work this season. But it's going to come down to tenacity out there. Both these clubs want it. Who has the skill to get it done? UConn. Final cheer. They're ready to rock and roll.
And that's UConn going to be in the blue with the red and white. And in black and gold are the men from Orlando, the University of Central Florida there. Referee is going to be Randall Johnson for this competition, joined by Chris Gower and Jamal Jones. Mark Seaton is running as the number 4.
Referee Johnson, is getting us ready to go. And it's going to be University of Central Florida to kick this one off. Exciting 80 minutes of rugby here, just like the entire weekend has been so far and will continue to be here at AVEVA Stadium, home of the SaberCats, with this National Collegiate Rugby Championship weekend, the Lone Star Bowl, ready to get underway. And just a low driving kick. We'll talk about that wind again, Tim, in a minute. Turned over very quickly to the University of Central Florida. Little offload there, gets back into the hands of Michael McNeil. McNeil gets that ball down. They're going to come back. A little tip pass. Ball falls in behind them. Early nerves here from both teams. Tackle coming in from the Huskies. Nearly turned over there. Referee blows an early whistle. Boy, that was just a bundle of nerves, Tim.
Yeah, we'll kind of reset things. Both teams trying to shake off those cobwebs, get back into this one, get that first hit, get that adrenaline flowing a little bit, shake them nerves off and get moving.
First scrum of the game. These are going to be important. Get some set-piece dominance for one of these teams.
I'd say UConn definitely has the strength, more weight in the pack. Let's see if they can exert that force.
Number 9 for UConn, Jeffrey Valentine. He is a freshman from Northborough, Massachusetts, at the University of the neighboring state. Referee Johnson brings us together. And here's the first scrum of the game. Hopefully those nerves will settle down and they'll be ready to play. UConn on the run, just a little switch move back in. Starter play to get them going. Back up there, Valentine moves the ball across the field into the hands of Stokes. Stokes puts a little bit of an errant pass in there, but it's picked up. And they're ready to go. Here they come. Another set of forwards waiting, but ball drifts in behind. They have to adjust and play that wind, Tim, but I'm sure they're going to get to it soon enough as they're losing a little bit of ground. Are the Huskies. Ball out just a little wider. Another missed pass. Not pretty as of yet, but again, they'll adjust, and off we go. Back, and they're going to look to the boot now. A big high one rocks up into the air, down just inside the 40. It almost rolls to the 22. Here come the Knights of Central Florida on a transition attack. Dragged down. Good work for a poach there, but coming in straight from the side was that Huskies player. Penalty for the Knights. Chance to either push us downfield or go quick, as many of these teams have done all day.
Fullback Jonathan Peters did a great job tracking that ball, that kick, able to catch it before it went over his head. That thing goes above or past him. Who knows how far it's going to roll all the way into the try zone. So good job snagging that out of midair. And then they earn themselves a penalty here.
Player just right in from the side. That was not the smartest move for one of the Husky players. I think that was Ryan Bosak.
Didn't get much distance on the kick, but an opportunity to start here from midfield.
Hooker for Central Florida puts us in. Number 2, Aaron Liberti from Orange City, Florida. A freshman gets that one up cleanly on this windy day. So that's down, and here go the Knights. Knights, ball back inside their own 40. A lot of ball just not going to hand in these first 3 minutes. Both coaches, I'm sure, will be a bit frustrated with that. Off they go. Just a little pass, pops in the middle, and it's picked off. And here go the Huskies. Dragged down into a good tackle, but they have a little bit of a scramble defense. Let's see if they can move it. Ball comes in there quickly. First venture inside the 22 for the Huskies. Here go the Huskies barreling across the line. Good work to get in there and clean that contact area up. Pressure defense coming on, forcing these Huskies just to come a little bit flat-footed, but they gain a little bit of momentum there. Attempted poach not working. Enough Huskies to charge onto that. Here comes a ball out back. Good defense here so far from the University of Central Florida, really holding them right on the 22. Somebody's going to need to just bury the head and work their way down. There they are across the 22 now. UConn number 8, Bamidapati. Bamidapati gets across the 22, and again they're across. Hands coming in from one of the Central Florida players. Unable to poach it. Again, trying to tear that ball away. The Huskies are going to have to be ready. So we have a tight pick and go, as missing a scrum half distributor for that one. He is back, Valentine. Valentine looking around, finds Stokes. Stokes is going to go back to the other side of the field. Again, the wind just takes that one for a little ride. A little too adventurous for these boys. Big hit coming in, and we're continue to be stationed at the 22 here with UConn Husky ball for a good couple of minutes now. Playing themselves to a bit of a standstill, both of these teams, and that's a big smashing tackle from The Central Florida team, they're going to move them backwards just a little bit. Valentine again, looking for a runner. Again, that ball just sailed a little past out wide. That one slips forward, so we have an advantage here for Central Florida. And Tim, not the prettiest rugby so far for these first 5 minutes.
No, kind of back and forth we go. Neither team really able to get a whole lot of momentum going forward here as we see around the corner. Tried to get that one out to the wingers, but just ends up getting knocked out into touch. And we see that 15-mile-an-hour, 20-mile-an-hour gusting wind starting to pay dividends already as some of those passes try to get it out to him, just ended up leading him a little too far off the fingertips it goes. So scrum down here for the Knights.
A little over-eager from the Huskies there. Player just trying to get it in one hand and offload it. Sometimes you have to tell your players, just because it works on TV doesn't mean it's going to work for you in AVEVA Stadium today. But off they go. The shot of Rob Chudzik, one of the assistant coaches back there, a UConn alum. Big drive coming in from the Huskies, but the Knights are away with it. They're at the 22. Ball's gone back in, so they can't kick directly out. But a line break comes from the Central Florida Knights, and Central Florida moves the ball out wide. Very well done. For some reason, player decides to just throw it forward, nearly spiked it. And we're going to come back for a scrum here to UConn after the attack from Central Florida is vanquished.
Yeah, Mark Carvajal is able to break through here, as we see. Just looking for some support, able to find a little bit here on the near side, but ends up with the knock on. But strong little burst through from the fly half from Clarksburg, Maryland, making his presence felt early off that big break.
Another scrum here. Referee Randall making sure these players are all set. UConn set for this one as we take a look at Jonathan Peters, the Central Florida fullback. Senior from Brooklyn, New York. Playing his rugby in the warmer climes of Orlando these days.
Some strong pushes from UConn, but haven't really seen complete dominance yet. Nice stable platform there.
Bamadapati has the ball at his feet. That's Valentine to Stokes. Bamadapati, a Simsbury High School player. Nice line break coming from an interesting angle from the number 11 there for UConn, Justin Wu. Ball out to a runner. He's a little bit isolated. Going to have to find some friends or keep the ball at hand, and he does. Power unable to be stopped, unwilling to be stopped. Across the 22 they go. Little offload there. That one may have been knocked on, and again, not necessary. Just settle that ball down, and you can move it wide, but heck of a run there from that Husky.
Yeah, both teams just trying to do a bit too much out there. Make that final pass. Just take the possession that you got here and try to work forward. But right now you see tackled in, able to swing it out to the outside. Nice little gap there. And a good burst. Just unrelenting pressure there. Got around the corner. Does look like that was Ethan Berry, the captain, making a huge statement here early on, but again, the turnover will give it back to the Knights.
Barry played for the Fairfield Pegasi program at the Fairfield Ward High School. Now playing at UConn. Referee sees that ball go down.
Scrum just kind of collapsed on him there. I think we'll just redo it.
Yeah, we're just going to reset that. Nothing in it. Arjun Bamadapati, the number 8 there, the ball in hands. Said he's a Simsbury High School player.
Definitely a solid shove there from the Huskies, though.
Huskies traditionally have been a pretty powerful, forwards-oriented team.
All 5 of their tight 5 over 220.
Quickly, McNeil gets that ball out. Central Florida inside their 22 on the run. Just a little chip through. It's going to be a line out for UConn, just about 30 meters out from the Central Florida line.
Yeah, Central Florida just trying to give themselves a little bit of space there. Got to play that wind. Not going to be able to get a whole lot of distance on the kicks. Just got to try to get as many points on the board as you can here if you're UCF.
Ball to come in from UConn. Bamadapati, the target at the front. The Simsbury graduate comes down with it. Ball out the back, but rushing defense coming on. And a little offload works, and that's that fullback again, Ethan Berry. Berry Gets the ball away to Wu. Ball turned over quickly, taken by the fullback. That's Peters for Central Florida. Turnover good. They're inside their 22. Ball's gone back. They can kick directly out, but we have a high tackle creeping in from the Huskies. We're going to have a penalty here. It's going to be Central Florida's option to go quick or clear the lines here.
Yeah, Peter Stokes just got a little high up around the neck. No real contact with the head, so no card, but penalty awarded, and Knights again look to clear their lines. Back about 30 meters out again.
Ball comes out here, and just player takes a turn, steps off a left foot, and high tackle comes in, just trying to make sure he stops him. As a defender, all effort didn't quite happen the way he wanted it to.
He's in the Lone Star Bowl trying to wrangle him to deck. Got to make those tackles a little bit lower. Make sure you wrap up nice and easy. Just tried to sling him down. We'll see what the Knights can do to relieve some pressure here.
Referee Randall giving a quiz to these college students, and they passed it. They know they want the wide tunnel there. Ball taken down by Bamadapati. Bamadapati, very effective early on in this game. We're at the 10-minute mark. Penalty against the Knights this time. UConn an opportunity just outside the 22. We'll see what they decide to do. Valentine has the ball in hand there. Valentine, the freshman from Northborough, Mass. Played rugby for Algonquin in Massachusetts before coming down to the University of Connecticut.
UConn earns themselves the penalty there. Referee Randall Johnson trying to keep those rucks nice and open, as they had a Knight falling over the top of it, not rolling away quick enough.
There's a shot of the beautiful stadium here. Sun's starting to go down. Those lights will be coming on anytime now. Players going to need to be able to see what's happening. This beautiful facility as they're going to go to the tail of the line out, and it taken down well by a player at the rear. Bamadapati had been the target, but they used him as a decoy, and they go the other way. UConn just creeping across the field. They're trying to get this drive going, and they're going to hang on to this ball. Off they go. The big number 3, Tiernan Bentley, a freshman from Amesbury, Mass. Played Mystic River Rugby in high school. Ball ripped away by the Knights, and it's going to be Knights ball inside their 22 again on a turnover. Another turnover. And a little bit of sloppy rugby continues here, as there goes that man again, Tiernan Bentley, sports management major. And he's at the ground. Ball squirts out the back. Need a little clean ball here. Player coming through, and the line is in sight. Can he get it to the ground? He's trying to fight. He's held up by a Central Florida player. Are they going to go wide? They are not. They're going to keep trying to smash the ball here in the middle, and that's touchdown. First try to the University of Connecticut. Number 4, Lucas Skogen, the 22-year-old from Fairfield, Connecticut.
Man, and they could smell that try. They were inching their way forward, and then finally the big fella able to knock it through. Just a good little burst there from the 6'5", 265-pound lock, making his physical presence felt out there. And we'll watch it one more time. There's a nice little pick and drive action. Goes forward, nice little spin. Really, once you make that first contact, spin out of it. We see so many tries go down near the goal line like that. Excellent, excellent work from the Huskies.
Another product of the Fairfield Pegasi rugby program, youth rugby down there. Feed a number of different programs. They have youth, they have high school. Gennaro Gelsi, the head up of that program. Been going on for a while. Kick to come here for the Huskies. And off the post it is. Peter Stokes, the senior from Ridgefield, Connecticut. Couldn't hit that one as we take a look at the bench. The Huskies bench there, excited to get on later in this Lone Star Bowl here in AVEVA Stadium. NCR National Collegiate Rugby Championship weekend. After this game, we have the much anticipated Division I final between the Nittany Lions of Penn State and the Bonnies of St. Bonaventure.
So UConn did a good job, able to pin him back deep. Knights tried a couple of times to get out of their own end, could not do so. Let's see if they can play a little more into the Huskies' end here after the kick.
A little longer this time, outside the 22, taken down well by one of the Huskies forwards. Move the ball in the middle of the field. Good pressure defense coming on again. They're really singling out those receivers for UConn and trying to do their best to shut them down. Ball back again. Again, a rushing defense coming on. These players are coming from a standstill at UConn right now. They need to just get a little movement, hold that defense a little bit more. Ball back, brought into the 22. So if this goes out, it's going to come back all the way, but they're going to keep it in field for Jonathan Peters to run back onto. Here comes Peters, 6'5", 180 as a fullback. Twirls his way through a couple of tackles. UConn player in there trying to dig it out. But hands in called on a ruck form against the Huskies, Central Florida. Penalty and a couple of options here.
And Nicky Pesky got a little too aggressive there. Did not release before he went down for the poach. The Knights progressing their way down the pitch again.
Just get it across halfway, do the Knights. It's going to be a line out here for this Central Florida Knights program.
So the first couple line outs there for the Knights. Not going quite to completion as they had hoped.
Ball coming in from Liberti. Liberti from Orange City, Florida. Gets it out into the midfield. Player, again, nowhere to really run to. Good defense coming from both of these teams, really stopping these runners from getting a little momentum. Ball comes out. Van Bommel, the scrum half for Central Florida. Gage Van Bommel. Ball goes around the back there, looking for a couple of runners wide. A little show. Player comes back in. That was Caleb Gorton. Now back out they come. Central Florida. Coming out, looking to get the phases strung together, and they are doing. Come just again, ball into the hands of Carvajal. The fly half, taken down outside center, Prevost. And penalty against UConn for just coming off the feet for the number 5 of UConn, Mike DeGloria.
Juan Kohlberg Martinez making a couple of big hits from that inside center position for UConn, but they continue to matriculate their way down the pitch here. Do the Knights. This one may have gone out, but comes back in.
What a play. That's not going to go out there. That's Barry, the captain, taking that on, and they've got room in behind the Golden Knights. Got it down to the 50-meter line. But Knights here, plenty of room to run. Defense not coming up. Another attempted pickoff there. Ball winds up back in the hands of Jonathan Peters. Long looping pass after his pass just sails into touch. We'll have a line out for the Huskies. What a play here, Tim.
As you see, just snags it, has the wherewithal to keep the feet in bounds, and then the return kick gives them some breathing space now. A huge little bit of play there from the Huskies to get out of their own end.
Huskies set up their lineup. Amadapati gets that ball. Now out to the backs they go, but a little bit high. They're going to have to just set this one in, and they do. Gives them a platform to play off. Runners off to the left-hand side. They get some width. They can get the ball out there, but they're a little too flat on line. It's been turned over very quickly. Right there is Prevost. Vantage it over, as I said, and you see that's Michael McNeil, the number 8, headed towards the line. And they've got some room out wide. They're down 5 points. This 5 points would be great, but ball spills out in favor of the UConn Huskies. And Bamadapati always there to take that. Advantage over as the ball sailed downfield. Great kick by the Huskies. Have changed field completely with this Knights team.
Good 50, 60 meter gain right there. So a big boost for the Huskies, already up by 5. We've seen the Knights be able to break through a little bit. They've had some good strong tackles, but just have not been able to finish anything off just yet.
Players getting set up. It's going to be Central Florida ball.
You're going to change the numbers on me, then you got to let me know beforehand, okay?
Referee Randall just laying down the law a little bit.
5 in.
They go ball to the front quickly. Little bounce pass comes out to the first receiver there. Rushing UConn defense, locks him in. Big battle coming in here. UConn picks up this ball, just hands off a player. Big collision coming in. High tackle in. You can see the referee gets his arm out for the advantage. They have a penalty advantage. Which way they're going to decide to go. Bamba to Potty. Takes it into contact. They have a free play here. We'll see what they decide to do. Is they get the ball out to the wing, but winger hauled into touch out there, and we are going to come back. Winger that got taken in was Justin Wu from Taipei. Sophomore at UConn.
So with the 5-point lead, just outside the 22. See if they decide to pin this one in or go for points. Points is chosen.
Yeah, they got the win behind him right now, and this is Stokes. He's a senior, as I said, from Ridgefield, Connecticut. Played for the Ridgefield High School Tigers. Happy to put 3 more points on the board here. We're at the halfway mark here, Tim, of this Lone Star Bowl, the first half. Thoughts on the game so far?
Well, both teams still just trying to find that continuity and be able to get quite a few phases together. Each team kind of maybe about 5 or 6 is about the most that either of these have gotten. So really just got to play together, keep that ball in, maybe not make that extra pass. See if you can move your way up and down the pitch with phase work. But right now, UConn looking to take a big lead here.
That's Stokes. Assistant referees say it's good. It's 8-0 UConn Huskies over the Knights. Just rolling in the second half of this first half. We're a quarter way through this Lone Star Bowl. A lot to play for. As you see the chill and the wind starting to get these boys all the way down from Storrs, Connecticut, quite a rural area in northeast Connecticut. Used to a lot more cold than this. I think they were expecting some sunny weather, Tim.
Well, that sun's trying to peek its way out, but it's been a fun day. Still a little bit breezy, though, but a lot to play for here. Flinker coming off, possibly.
Shot of Bob Marola just giving some lessons there. You see Rob Chudzik, Mike Casilla, and Mark Colebrook in the background, assistant coaches for this UConn program. Rob Chudzik, one of those coaches, his son Jackson, freshman at St. Bonaventure. Not going to be in the squad for the game coming up, but joining that program. And big hit, ball spilled forward. Player getting up just a little bit slowly there. University of Central Florida would be a good time for them to get some points on the board. Taking the direct route is Jeremiah Birch. Van Bommel moves that ball out into the waiting hands of one of his forwards in the middle of the field. But we're going to come back for the penalty. Nothing happening there. The UConn defense was shutting them down. Opportunity here. Do you go for posts? Do you go for a run?
Center of the pitch, it's going to be a little tough. We'll take a look here as the kick and the huge hit coming in from Liberty. Bang! Dislodges the ball, able to retain possession, and the big freshman, 5'10", 200 pounds, able to make it happen there. And they will look to go for touch.
They do have that wind coming right at them, so difficult to go for post right there.
Yeah, with that 15, 20 mile an hour wind, you're off just a little bit. You hit that a little wrong, not as true as you'd hoped. It's going to go 20, 30 meters off to one side or the other. So they'll just go for the little bit extra distance here. Now only about 12 meters out.
Line out, good attacking opportunity for them. They go to the front. Ball is taken down. A little messy, but got it. And another looping pass over the top of Drabeck. Ball squirts out again. A little more handling problems on the UCF side at the moment than there were on the UConn side. They seem to be connecting on the passes just a bit more, Tim.
Yeah, especially once you get down here inside the 22, you just got to be really crisp with those passes. Don't be afraid to just take it into contact and recycle it back. But this time, the knock-on bites them.
Valentine set to get this one in. Good squeeze coming on from the Knights, but ball's going to come out. Finds Stokes off to his right-hand side. Moves that ball quickly into his center, Colbert Martinez. Back to Stokes. Stokes takes the ground. Players there, they're set up. Bomb to Patti, steps around one. Eventually taken to the ground, but no easy task there. And a loose ball gets hoofed forward by University of Central Florida. Back into UConn hands, but their attack is now 10, 20 meters behind where they were. Kick comes in, probably a wise move over the head of Peters. Peters, it sits up for him, turns around, and here he comes, Jonathan Peters. Moves it on to one of his teammates there. Van Bommel gets it to a waiting forward. That's Puchalski. Jack Puchalski takes it in. Another little tip pass in the middle of the field there. They've opened up some room on this one. Is the UConn defense going to draw in and give them a place to move? They've got runners out wide. Sharp pass in there, but players to catch it behind him, a little flat-footed. Gage Van Bommel looking for a runner and finds one. They've got players in the middle of the field, but just soaked up by UConn Husky defenders. Is Central Florida. Ball back across the 50-meter line. Ball to the ground. Mess of bodies there. UConn players going to have to roll away. Ball back out from Van Bommel. A little step to the side. A little attempted offload is not going to happen. Clear run to the line for the Huskies. One man to beat. Another man coming in from the side. A little twist, a little turn over the line. And we are going to see, but try is awarded to Jeffrey Valentine. Pickoff pass, good individual play, just completely disrupted that offense from the University of Central Florida. Well deserved.
Environmental engineer from Northborough, Massachusetts, able to show his strength and burst through for the try. And exactly what the Huskies needed, letting Central Florida kind of hang around, but then that pick right at midfield shows off the wheels. Nobody's going to catch him all the way in. Little bit of a contest there, but did his best to keep that hand on the ball and touch it down for the try.
Everybody's happy at Husky land right now as they continue to roll their lead. You see some pretty pleased coaches there. All Connecticut rugby legends. As kick to come here for Stokes. Stokes has been good so far. And that one, no good. We're going to have to miss one once in a while there. We take a look at the try score. Great work from him as the Huskies continue to expand their lead.
They're going to want to keep doing it as much as possible because here in the second half, they'll be going against the wind. And we have already seen in multiple matches the big, big point swing that can happen. But right now, it has been all UConn, just a little bit more consistent, not as many mistakes. Central Florida just needs to kind of regain their composure here.
13-0. Just, two converted tries. So there's plenty of time to come back as we're at 28 minutes here gone in this Lone Star Bowl. University of Central Florida puts a high one up into the wind this time. It is bounced forward and it's taken by Central Florida. They have a knock-on advantage. Player takes that one into contact. And Bommel moves it out there into Carvajal's hands. They're going to try to run this one a little wide now. UConn players trying to hold this player up with a choke tackle. Nice compliment from the referee, but does not come to any fruition for this UConn Huskies teams. We're going to go back to that original knock-on. It'll be a scrum here for the University of Central Florida.
They got to make something happen right now. 12 minutes left to play here.
We're going to go down field side to Tyler Doidge with some news on the Huskies.
Thanks, John. As we've mentioned before, NCR has a melting pot of both new and established teams and programs, UConn being one of those. They've actually just celebrated their 50th anniversary of being a rugby program. Now, UCF is also established. They've been around since 1988 and also have a national championship in the Division I AA against Lindenwood back in 2013. Back to you, John.
Thanks, Tyler. Off the back came the number 8 for Central Florida there. They are on the run outside the 22. Good contact in, being very aggressive in the contact at the moment. Ball up to the big number 3, Jeremiah Birch from Deland, Florida, Deland High School. Just inside the 22 of the Huskies they go, off to the left-hand side. Runners coming just a little single. Need some support there. But player never released from UConn. So we're going to have a penalty here for Central Florida. Barry, the captain, is going to go into a PhD program in neuroscience next year. It's a very smart fellow, but not going to argue his way out of that one. Van Bommel gets it back there to the man, Jeremiah Birch. Big Jeremiah Birch gets just outside the 5-meter line. UConn in there trying to poach his ball. We'll see which way this penalty goes. And I thought that was held in by the attacking player. Referee disagreed with me, and he has the whistle. I have the microphone, so he's off to go. Big barrel ahead there by a single player. Not going to happen against this stout University of Connecticut defense. Here comes Central Florida. Birch had the ball up in the air there. Player has to turn around. Able to release it eventually. They're going to come back to this side. They've got some runners outside as the ball goes to Derek Washington Jr. Washington again stymied by this UConn defense. Birch, they're going to the 1, they're going to the 3, they're going to the 1, they're going to the 3. They know the big boys have the power. Here we're going to come out to the number 8 there. That is Michael McNeil. They're right at the post. We have another penalty advantage here against the Huskies. They can have a free play here. Carvajal tries to go wide. They've got some runners. Runners have it in their hands. Ball touchdown. We're going to see if the referee awards this. And referee says he was held up. Tough luck there for Edward Prevost. Prevost, the freshman from St. Louis, Missouri.
So close there. Could not. From this angle, it looked like he did get it down a bit.
Series of penalties now rolling away. Gentlemen offsides. Team warning. Let them know that you're under team warning. Fix it.
Got a team warning there as Carvajal put it out. And this is the player right here, Prevost. He thought he got it down to the ground. I thought he got it down to the ground. Referee and assistant referee say that was held up.
Had it there right next to the side of his body, so on the opposite side, couldn't quite tell. And off the penalty, they choose the scrum. Has not been easy for them. Those Huskies definitely have the weight in the pack and a strong push.
It looked like it was on the ground to me there.
Yeah, it was so close. Got to
Scrum
go with the referee's
chosen
call.
By Central Florida. Carvajal. Ball in from Van Bommel. Number 8 has it at his feet. Another penalty here. We're probably going to have a yellow card. Van Bommel moves it up there to Birch. Birch headed towards the line. Jeremiah Birch. Only one thing in mind, and that's taking home 5 points right now. A bit of kill the man with the ball breaks out. Ball coming wide. They've got some runners out there. They choose to go back inside. Plenty of open targets out there. Van Bommel goes out there now. Carvajal moves it out there himself. They are at the try line again. I believe they still have penalty advantage. Ball up there to McNeil. McNeil, he heads towards the line. Not finding a lot of luck here with this, but eventually player into the try zone and try awarded. That is the fullback stepping in the wing. You can see how happy he is. Jonathan Peters from Brooklyn, New York, touches down, and the Knights are on the board.
See the excitement there from Peters as he was able to catch this one on the outside. See it again, digging it out of the ruck all the way to the outside. Full stretch there for the big fella, able to get all the way over. They use that all of that 6'5" frame, and the big fella from Brooklyn, New York, gets the first try of the match for the Knights. Boy, do they need that one. 7 minutes left to play. That was huge.
In this first half, they needed those points, especially with the wind in their faces. They're going to have the wind at their backs in the second half of the Lone Star Bowl. So we will see how they do in that.
They'll figure it out for you.
Referee's had a conversation, but it doesn't look like he's sin-bitten anybody there. I thought he was going to probably bin somebody if they didn't score that try. UConn going to have to be careful down inside their own zone.
I think number 6, Ryan Bozak, a little lucky there. He was dinged for that last penalty. Ends up getting wiped out thanks to the try. Referee says you only got 30 seconds. You're going the wrong direction. Might just need to take the drop kick, but going to have to go quickly
Time's
here.
running out here. No time to set up for Gortson. Gortson, the sophomore from Lockahachie, Florida.
You got like 10 seconds.
Player's going to have to get this one. Referee Randall saying time to kick the ball. Kick goes up. Hanging up in the wind. Huskies going to bring that one down. We're going to go down pitch side here where Tyler Doidge has some information on the UConn Huskies.
Thanks, John. UConn prides itself on being a large part of the community, especially the rugby organization, and former UConn alum and current Hartford Wanderers rugby player Kyle Powell was recently diagnosed with lymphoma, and the UConn rugby team has made it a positive experience by raising money and helping his fight and staying strong for all of their alum and all of their current players. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Tyler. Good information there as UConn receives this kick. Looked like it might have been knocked forward there, but player running through. That's that man again. Barry gets to the ground. Now they go out wide to Stokes. Stokes gets it in the middle of the field again. Bombadapati gets it, but just a little flat-footed. Good rushing defense is holding them back from Central Florida from using that central pod. Little chip through, bounces off of somebody's knee. It's anybody's ball right now. Finally picked up by the Knights. That was Joshua Bush with that recovery. Van Bommel looking for a runner. He's got one of his big props. That's Birch. And Bommel again, a little tip pass coming out there. Knocked on to UConn, a knock on from them. Going to go to the first one, be a scrum here just inside their own zone for the UConn Huskies as we've got 4 minutes left to go in the first half of the Lone Star Bowl here at AVEVA Stadium. NCR Championships.
Yeah, we've been kind of sitting here in the middle of the pitch for a minute now. Let's see if UConn, if they're able to win this, maybe pin them back the last 4. See if they can't get one more before the break. Maybe their last chance to have that wind with them. So we have seen them have the ability to use it. Stokes has been using that right boot throughout the match.
Referee bring this up, having a conversation.
Time's back on.
Keeping them moving.
Coach. 5.
Ball in, bouncing around there, trying to get it out. And it's been turned over by Central Florida. Messy scrum there. Player being driven back by the Huskies. Van Bommel looking for a receiver and finds one. That was Drebeck. UConn driving through. We're going to come back here for a penalty. Player coming in from the side against Central Florida there after the counter ruck from UConn. Good work, Huskies.
Yeah, just a mistake there. You've got possession and everything. That really wasn't anybody even around him either. Just kind of came in from the side, stepped over it. The referee dinged him for the call.
UConn moves that one downfield in their last couple of minutes with the wind. Take a look here. You see the ball come in. Just a good counter ruck by one of the big units there from the second row of UConn. UConn second row, 6'4" and 6'5". That was the 6'4" version. Let's take a look at Peters, the fullback.
Peters with one try on the day. We've seen him be dangerous on the counterattacks. Got to come up big on the defensive end now with under 2 minutes left to play, just outside their own 22.
We are at 5. No, now you're
Pod
back in.
set in the front here. Ball to the front. Tricky little move there. Ball gets in the hand of Skosian. Valentine to Stokes. Stokes tries to find a runner, but luckily another one of his players picks it up. That's his outside center, Nicky Pesci. Ball is available. Player was able to get out of the way for the Knights, but it's gone back. Bamadapati has to take it in. Bamadapati working that ball back. Valentine trying to dig. Stokes again, pressure on that pod. Good awareness by this defense here to see that midfield forward pod and just sending somebody at the tip of the spear runner. UConn, a little bit of trouble here. Ball comes back to Valentine. Under a minute on the game clock. To one of the forwards in the middle of the field. Again, stopped up by that defense from Central Florida. They got some room out wide if they can get it there. Bamadapati takes it back in. They've got numbers on the right-hand side. Here it comes to Stokes. Closed down just a little bit, but they still have a winger there, and they offload it to him, and he's on the run. Can he get it done? That's Trey Alercio. Alercio taken into contact. Good tackle by Central Florida and turned over. That's Peters. Peters doing all the work here. Ball out into the hands of Birch. Birch takes it to ground. Ball this time out to the backs, but slips forward from Carvajal. Not called by the ref. Van Bommel looking for a player. They've got very wide splits here, and they go for a kick. The kick somehow winds up working. That pass went forward clearly. And an attempt there as we are at halftime here. That's the end of the 40 minutes. 13-5. The Huskies lead the Knights. And we will be back. We're going to step aside. Second half action. All to play for in the Lone Star Bowl here at the NC Rugby Championships. Stick with us. We'll be back in a few.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
Rugby's it's taught me to work hard and really when the going gets tough to not lay back or really punch forward, that second win in the second half. And it's taught me that I have intensity, definitely.
Everybody knows that I've been on the grind, but I ain't never
Real quick, tell me, what was your favorite part about playing rugby?
Just coming together, just like having a team, having a family on the field, and just like being like, it's so cool to like hit and smack someone for the first time when you can't do it in real life, and then right after you're all buddies with them.
Hey Alex, just the Falcons here from Manchester. We just want to wish you a big congratulations on being selected for the Team USA.
Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium, the NCR Collegiate Rugby Championships here. It is the Lone Star Bowl where UConn leads Central Florida in a very closely fought contest. Good first half from that man, Tim.
Yeah, big burst there as we see Ethan Berry, the captain, exerting his force there out there on the pitch. He had to try as well to go with it as we see a big pick and go from the big fella. Scottson able to get in for the try as well. And then here towards the end, UCF able to get back into it, but nice little tiptoeing of the lines there on the catch off the penalty kick.
Justin Wu, great job there to stop that one. As you see Central Florida hang this one up in the air. Here comes another big hit coming into this game. Both of these teams unafraid of the contact. And here comes a little slip off the side, and there he is, the man himself, Jonathan Peters, touching down that try. As we take a look at the teams coming back on the field, 13-5 here, the Huskies lead. John Broker here with Tim Wilkes bringing you second half action. Referee Randall set to get us underway. UConn, obviously wearing the jerseys that say UConn on them in blue and red there. And in black and gold are the Knights of Central Florida. We are underway in the second half. Ready to roll here. Central Florida needs to do a little catching up here, but playing a good game. We'll talk about what the master Tim Wilkes thinks they should do in just a minute. As that man Jeremiah Birch carried a lot in the first half, brings it down. They're using those pods of forwards as first receivers out there is this Central Florida team. Again, they put it up into the hands of Pachalski. Pachalski, it takes a couple to take him down. UConn staying on the fence, not contesting at that ruck, moving it a little wider. Little step around, good footwork for Prevost. Prevost gets it back into his center partner, Gortson. Gortson into contact that time. Ball up to a waiting forward. Big barreling run coming from Fisher Barnett. He's a reserve wearing number 18 into the game here. That's Puchalski. Better ball work immediately from this Knights team.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a good 8-9 phases in a row here. Continue to work hard, and that was really their bugaboo in the first half. Too many drop balls, too many errors. Seem to be cleaning it up here now.
Fighting to keep going forward is Central Florida. UConn spares a little time. There is a knock on there off a good counter ruck by the University of Connecticut. We're going to come back. It's going to be a scrum here for the Huskies. Very intelligent play around the breakdown.
I think that was Nicky Pesky that was able to stick his nose in there and blow it up.
Yeah, the scrum half now.
Jake Pesky's brother, UConn native. So good work there by the Huskies to get possession back.
First scrum of the second half. So you see the win there.
So we saw the Knights there in the second half really start to exert that pressure a little bit more and causing some penalties on the UConn end because of that pressure. If they can keep that going and not shoot themselves in the foot, they can get right back into this one. And maybe pull away with that win behind them.
Referee just bringing them apart here and wants these scrums to be safe as they were in the first half. Very important for them as these Huskies from the Constitution State get set to get another scrum in there. Nice look at Jeffrey Valentine. Valentine gets that ball in. It's at the back of the scrum. Picked up and contact coming in quickly, but a little too quickly. These players were a little over anxious on the University of Central Florida side, so Stokes an opportunity with the penalty to put it in. And remember, they have the wind in their faces. You can see it right there in that kick. You just have to have that low driving kick through the wind.
Yeah, exactly what you want there from the number 10, putting it out, giving your team another opportunity here. So UConn look to use those big fellas, push their way forward.
Ball coming in here. UConn gets it up to Bamadapati. Bamadapati has been a key lineout player and key runner. Little spin move back in. Player still just getting the ball just a bit flat-footed for the Huskies. Ball back to Stokes. Stokes puts a pass in there into the hands of the captain, Barry. Barry, as usual, works his way through. And too many rolls there for the captain. And I agree with the referee. There was no reason for that last one.
Yeah, after about the third there, got a little extensive, so.
Try-zone is not too far away. Roll enough times, you'll get over there. But wind at their backs now. You see a difference in the kicking here from Central Florida as they put that out in a touch just outside of the 22. And it will be their attack going in.
As you see here, I mean, he had the burst through. They had phase after phase, not a lot happening, but Jen just tried to make too much out of it. Didn't really have a lot of pressure. There was no real need for that extra roll. But the turnover now sets up the Knights with their first attacking position.
Knights just outside the 22 here. Liberty has the ball. See who his target is going to be. They have 5 people in the line out, but the person in the receiver position is going to come in. Ball sails up over the top into the hands of a UConn player, but he knocks it on. Unlucky there for Skozen.
Yeah, Skozen had that fall right to him, but that ball bounces around back and forth. You don't really have but a split second when you're behind those jumpers to react and make that catch. So this one's just off the tip, so UCF have it again.
Your shoulder too. Bring it up. Bring it next one. Got it? Crouch!
Van Bommel to put this one in. Van Bommel from Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, an aerospace engineering major. Scrum a little messy, but picked up at the back there, and off they go. Good pass away there from McNeil to his waiting back line. A little dance coming on. Get the ball out there to Peters eventually. UConn coming in for the counter ruck. And penalty against Central Florida. Another good counter ruck there. More smart play from the Huskies around the breakdown.
Putting in that hard work. Able to drive forward and cause the penalty. Just this constant pressure from the Huskies allowed them to clear their lines as they were starting to get packed in behind their 22.
You would say on UConn, some of their assistant coaches there, like Mike Huda, good back row player himself, and Mike Casilla, big player, really work with those players to be smart there. Just wait for that split second when they soften up around the ruck and hit it with a counter ruck. Very smart, well played by these UConn Huskies boys.
All that coaching, all that training coming to fruition here in the Lone Star Bowl.
Away to Stokes. Stokes has a runner, again, kind of standing still, but they're going to break through the line a little bit. It's unconventional, but it's effective.
Kohlberg like he's on skates out there.
Little chip through from Stokes. He spots the space in behind. Peters up onto it. Peters a danger runner. Ball blocked there by the Huskies. Peters able to jump on it. And penalty for coming in straight from the side there. Again, Barry pleads his case. Again, he doesn't win his case.
He did a good job putting pressure on him off the kick. He was in that tackle, but a little bit too aggressive. Cost him yet another penalty as we'll take a second glance. As the kick through, Peters scoops it up with ease. Nice charge down by Barry, but then you see there completely at a 45-degree angle.
He needed to come in from the back of that. I think, the rules have changed a little bit to make sure you come in from the back, as I think he really thought because it was kind of free play, he could come in from the side. Little mistake, but they'll play on, and Michael McNeil takes down that line out. Ball comes out there into the hands of Drebeck. Drebeck, high tackle.
Kind of got
conversation to come here from referee Randall with the captain.
I understand he's a very tall man. He's a very short man. You need to work extra hard to get your tackles down. We're going back on a warning, gentlemen. Understood? Tackles.
Yeah, as you see, 6'5", taking on 5'8" right there, and just couldn't get low enough. The curse of the big man bites him there for the penalty.
Right at midfield are the Knights. Ball just over the UConn player. He could have kept that in, but it's going to be a Knights line out just outside the 22. They had one here just a few minutes ago in this half. 8 minutes gone in the second half of the Lone Star Bowl here at the NCR weekend. A little frustration on a player there. Really wanted to catch that one. Trey Alercio there. Ball just creeping over him. Ball down to the Huskies, to the Knights. Van Bommel, good service again, but picked off after a bad play, and a big break coming here from the Huskies. They've had luck with a couple of these before. Can he get by Peters? Peters tries to tackle him. Peters gets him stopped up, so he's not going to get to the try zone, but here come the Huskies, pick and go. Can this man get there? He can. That is Nicholas Matayak. Nicholas Matayak, the number 7, touches down a 5-pointer in this second half, and the UConn Huskies continue to extend their lead.
Matayak maybe got the try there, but Stokes set that one up. Peter Stokes with a huge burst, shoved off a couple of defenders early, and then showed the speed for about 40 meters, drug down at the end, but the support arrived just in time.
Matayak, you'll see it here. After this break, he's going to score the try, but a big break here from the Huskies. That's Stokes, the fly half, good play. But the ball comes out here to Matayak, very smart, from the Greenwich High School program, was a Greenwich Cardinal in high school, a very impressive program in the state, coached by Joe Kelly. At the time he would have been there. Changed hands as of now, but certainly learned his rugby, and we'll see it from front on here as Matayak just scoops it up and goes away.
Extend the lead here by 13 now. Still that wind blowing straight at the face, going right to left. Steve Stokes, who did pretty well in the first half, strike this one true.
Stokes finds it. 7 points on the board right there. 10 minutes gone in the second half. We look at the try score. We're at 20-5. Some work to do for Central Florida. Central Florida, what are the messages coming in from the coach right now about how to change their fortunes? Before we talk about that, we're going to go down to Tyler Doige. Tyler, what's up?
Well, John, you can cue Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles because the weather is starting to get a little bit better here. The chill has not left the field, that's for sure. Probably isn't similar conditions UCF is used to playing with, but UConn, they're the Huskies for a reason. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Tyler. Kickoff to the Huskies. Ball across to Central Florida. Across the 50-meter line they go. The inside center there, that is Caleb Gortson. Ball out here into the hands of Drebeck. Drebeck taken down by the Huskies defense. Drebeck from Jacksonville, went to Ridgeview High School. Ball that time up to Puchalski. Puchalski, freshman from Boca Raton, played for the Boca Raton Buccaneers. Across the 50-meter line they go. Van Bommel moves that one out. A little chip over the top with that wind at the back, and the sun out there. We'll see what they do, but big clash comes in there. But running off the other way is Ethan Berry. Berry's got some runners outside him, but doesn't know if he likes them or not. Decides to hang on to it himself. Sometimes, as Gordon Gecko said, greed is good. As he heads for the sideline, he's in. And try awarded to the captain after a great individual play. And 5 points on the board. 25-0 for UConn, and he looks just a bit tired.
Hey, he has earned every bit of that exhaustion as he did a fantastic job getting that all the way back in his own half, taking it the distance as he came all the way around the defense. So you see that big collision, bumps off Carvalho, and takes it the distance around the defense. And then at that point, nobody could catch him. Got a little bit of a chase from the winger. But again, bouncing himself in for the score.
He's one of those mercurial players. You know, you could just put yourself in the coach's mindset thinking, pass it, straighten it up, where are you going? And if it comes off and it works, you know, just fantastic. He scored a try and he's the hero. But if he got caught up and turned over something there, I think Bob the Count Marola would have a couple of words from him as assistant coach and backs coach Rob Chudzik former Atlanta Sevens player, accomplished player in his own right, having a chat with him.
Yeah, just the tenacity, though, from Barry. Not afraid of the contact. In fact, enjoyed it there, and that's what got him really moving, was the big hit. So great to see that young fella getting his best game forward here.
Referee said he actually started forward, so Peters could have kept coming, but going to hang back as Stokes, from a tough angle with the wind coming at him, just drops it in front there, and we're at 25-5. And Barry still a little gassed.
Every ounce of energy he had here, he knew he was being chased. Another one coming, just had to give it his all, fully stretched out, and that's full exhaustion right there.
He almost ran his hair out of that rubber band. He was going so quick. As we have a kickoff to come here from Central Florida. Barry still a little gassed there. Kick out from in front of the 22 there. So we're going to have a line out. Very unusual sort of mistake there from UConn.
Yeah,
after a great try.
I mean, it's not something we really have seen them try to do, kicking against the wind right here, but just caught it, immediately gave it the boot. And not quite the right decision there, as UCF needs the 5 points here to get back in it.
Just about 15 minutes into the second half of the Lone Star Bowl in Houston, the Lone Star State, of course. Ball knocked down by UConn, taken back by their players. Referee didn't spot any knock-ons there, so we're going to keep going. Stokes has ball in hand. They're in the middle of the field. Sorry, that was not Stokes. That was one of the waiting forwards there. He just steps a couple of people pretty impressively. Player has to release. Defensive player had to release first, and the offensive player to release as somebody came in. It looked like a good turnover from Derek Washington Jr. there.
Yeah, Mike DeGloria a little too aggressive there. Thought he was going to be able to get it back to his squad, but strong defense there, as you said, able to come away with the poach.
Referee Randall coming over to see what's happening on this side of the field. And we're going to call for a trainer to come in and check on someone here.
Is that what they were yelling about, Chris?
I believe that's still Barry down over there. As he went down, maybe something with the ribs. As he, again, full extension as he stretched across. Landing right on the stomach.
He's had a great game so far, but he is certainly still down there, so there's something more than just a little thing wrong, you would have to imagine. He doesn't seem like the type of fella to come off the field.
You hear it there from the referee. Forced substitution. Again, after this big try, you see just full exhaustion, trying to get there. But as he goes down, maybe something there landing on the chest.
Yeah, I think just landed on the ball there, hit really hard. Bit of trouble there.
I mean, if it was just, air knocked out of him or something like that, I think he'd be back by now. But
Bob Marola, the coach there, calling for a trainer. They're going to substitute the player according to the referee. We're going to step away while this all gets sorted out. We're going to be back with more exciting rugby action in just a second. We are back here, and we are at the penalty for Central Florida. Barry is going to be substituted. Let's hope he is okay after a wonderful first 55 minutes of the game. Would have been my player of the first 55 minutes.
I mean, multiple breaks, and then kind of the cherry on the dish there with that last big try. And that may be enough to give them the boost. Central Florida with only the 5 so far.
Ball up to Michael McNeil. McNeil puts it around. Little wraparound play coming in here. Can he get accrue the defensive line? He cannot. Ball up there as Deluge steps in. Turned over there by the Huskies. The Huskies thriving on these turnovers, making big plays out of them. This one, they're just going straight to the ground. They have a knock-on advantage. This is going to be Stokes from behind his 22 where the ball was put back in. Referee says advantage is over. See what kind of return we get here from Central Florida. Peters trying to clean that one up. The Huskies trying to come in. Tyek, the try scorer, told to get out of there. Referee pleased that his instructions are followed. Big battles coming in here. That's the replacement, Fisher Barnett. Barnett able to make some ground as he comes in there. Barnett from Ocala, Florida, went to Vanguard High School. Ball out here into the hands of the waiting backs. They've got some room to run now, but that ball just sails by, and UConn is going to be able to scoop this one up. Let's see what they can make happen, but hauled into touch they are. Slowing it down for a second. UConn, I'm sure, perfectly happy to keep things a little slower.
Carvajal with the big hit to get him out of bounds there. Seen a couple of sticks from him throughout the day. But really, it's just the drop balls right now from UCF has been the big bugaboo. When they can extend the phases, that's how they got that first try, but too many mistakes.
University of Central Florida gets across the 50-meter line. Moves the ball out there, does Van Bommel. They have some runners out wide, but they're not going to get him again. There are the shifty feet of Edward Lewis Prevost. Gets the ball out to the wing. That's Lacanada. Hauled into touch is the replacement there. Lacanada from Vermillion, South Dakota, finance major and freshman at UCF.
Saw the quick hands of the Knights there, getting it all the way to the far side, but in the end taken down.
Ball down there, Bamba Dipati, very important player. Not prominent in this game, as to we're saying his name a lot, but certainly a lot of hard work gets done. Digging in the trenches is the Simsbury, Connecticut native. Stokes gets the ball inside his own try zone, pushes it into the wind. Getting into touch would probably do him some favors. Even better would be if they could come up with it, but Central Florida has the ball, but a knock-on ensues, so good for UConn. Not so good for UCF. We're going to have a scrum here for the Huskies inside their own 22.
Liberty almost had that one, the hooker for the Knights, but just with the knock-on. UConn see what they can do to get out of their own end. Again, wind at their face, so it's nothing coming easy.
Stay here, Chris.
Especially missing their big game breaker, Barry.
Yeah, Barry is important. He defensively keeps things intelligent back there, telling the players what to do. He's got good game sense, so they certainly will miss him. They have 20 minutes to go here. Bamba Dipati, he's going to get off the back. He has got great work in there. Unfortunately, ball got ripped away. Here comes Central Florida on the turnover. Opportunity for them to put some more points on the board. They certainly need them with 3/4 of the game gone.
Work from Michael McNeil setting that up. The big 8-man came away with the poach earlier, and now a huge penalty opportunity.
Penalty 7 or 8 meters out. They're lining players up there. Gonna have to move this ball in the wind. They give it to a player who is completely isolated, but makes it towards the line, and try awarded. I thought if he got tackled, he'd be swarmed by UConn defenders, but great try there. Great individual work by Central Florida. Central Florida up to 10 points, down by 15. Kick to come. Very kickable position.
Like Carvajal able to get that one in. Kinesiology major, the senior, able to go all the way through for the try.
Here's the pass, moving around. That was Carvajal, and just made it on his own. You can see what I was saying there. He was alone. If a couple of Huskies there could have caught him up, he might have been in a bit of trouble, but great individual work. Wonderful play by Carvajal to make that happen. The Clarksburg, Maryland native, played for the St. John's Cadets in high school, was a Golf Rugby Report game breaker, as well as being on a hot list ranking as they go up to 12 points as that kick is good. UConn leads 25-12, under 20 to go in this Lone Star Bowl. Will UCF be able to change their fortunes in this last quarter?
try to keep them pinned in here. That's when they've done their best work. Got one little mistake and they're able to connect. But UConn has been pretty stable, but again, missing their captain for the last 20 minutes.
Ball hangs up in the air, knocked forward by one of the players from UCF. Little spin move to get out of it there. UConn is on the attack. It's just a knock-on advantage, so they go through a few phases. It probably won't make a difference, but we're going to come back. Good work there by UCF to slow that down. We'll come back to a scrum here for UConn. UConn, good attacking position, just 40 meters out in the middle of the field. See which way they decide to go with this.
Take a second look, but UCF doing a good job. And there's Fisher Barnett, who's really been fantastic since he's come into the match earlier in the game, just with big hits, big line breaks, and able to push forward there on the poach. Almost got it.
Big squeeze coming in from Central Florida. UConn able to get that one away to Stokes. A little decoy move there. Let's see what happens as a big handoff comes from number 12. He's got to keep himself in. He is just somehow making his way through every single defender on the UCF team. Ball recycled. That's a 22. That's Valentine. Valentine has a runner. A little tip pass there. Bamba Depati is going to take that in without a problem and recycle it. He is a very steady player and reliable in the middle of the field. One of the big second rows from this Huskies team. Ball back to Valentine. Valentine to Stokes. Stokes looking for some space. Stokes gets to the 22. He's going to need a little help here at this ruck. We have an advantage here. Big pickup there from the number 4, Lucas Skogen. Ball back. They have an advantage. Bamba Depati in the middle of the field. Puts in a long looping dummy, but nothing comes of it. They're going to recycle this one. Valentine now, they're going to move it out a little wide, see if they can find some purchase out here. And at touch they are. Ball just thrown back up in the air. Commonly known as a hospital pass, but nothing happens there. And Valentine is in, but referee Randall says nothing's going to happen here. We're going to come back to the advantage. Wind against them, but this would be a great place to add another 3 points if Stokes thinks he can hit it.
Yeah, at the same time, maybe try to pin it in there, get it out into touch, let them seconds tick away. But again, only up by 13, so still a 2-possession game. So you might be right. See what the final decision is.
And somehow they've listened to me, Tim. Sometimes you think I might actually know what I'm talking about.
Hey, well done. The boys agree with you here. And we'll see if they can slot this one through. I believe Stokes was able to make at least one kick go in this direction earlier.
Are you Peter? Very good. Nice to meet you too.
Team's just getting ready here as we take a look at beautiful Houston, the space city down there just off the Gulf of Mexico, playing host to this incredible competition at AVEVA Stadium, the NCR Championships, as we're in the Lone Star Bowl right now. 25-12, UConn leads Central Florida. Kick here with the win coming against Stokes. Stokes will do well to drive this one just over the post, not hanging up too high. As the beautiful Houston evening starts to set in, Rob Nipper-Chudzik looks on. Nicely struck, but goes wide. Ball still live. Peters, did Peters throw that forward? Peters threw that forward, but we're going to get tackled just outside of the try line here. And
yeah, had the AR in position back there on the far side of the pitch.
Tom Brady couldn't have thrown it much more forward than that. That was pretty impressive there. I couldn't think of who the Texans quarterback was. I already used a different name since we're in Houston, but
well, it's a kind of a rotating thing at the moment. But I think recent injuries, but right now I'm with you. I was completely surprised by that. It didn't really look like the receiver was expecting it.
I think he thought he touched it down. I think he, just a mistake, just a flat out mistake there. But a mistake of wanting to play. He wanted to play fast. He thought the ball was touchdown. Just go back and take, the goal line drop or the 22, whatever they would have had.
What a terrible idea. They had plenty of space out there. Almost got it around the corner, but back for the forward pass.
Valentine, ball standing in the middle of the scrum there. Big drive from UCF. They're going to take that one off the back and try to have a run here. So their forwards making amends for their fullback as the big number 8 is spinning his way through. That's Michael McNeil. McNeil eventually, however, knocks it on, and we're going to come back to another scrum for UConn. They want to get this ball out quicker. McNeil from Dr. Phillips High School, 2000 state rugby champion here in Florida from Orlando. Played for the Orlando Rugby Club team here. So we see that ball just spill forward. Little mistake creeping in there. Tried that again, just a couple of yards too far.
If you're UConn, it's exactly what you want. Let's keep them pinned in. See if we can't get a couple more up on the board.
Husky scrum, need to be stable, need to get it quickly. It's at the number 8's feet, Bamadapati. Valentine moves to Stokes. They've been a good combination in this game. Ball out to a flat-footed runner and a little high over there into the hands of Wu. Wu is going to come back in. Justin Wu from Taipei, as we talked about. One of the big boys attracts his opposite number, or one of the other forwards, and is going to move it across here into the center of the field. Big hit coming in. Look for a tip pass, but it wasn't quite there. Players there to take the ball securely. A little bit of slow ball here from the Huskies at the moment. Good, straight, hard run. Valentine, Stokes. Again, stopped. Players coming back in. Looks like they're going to have a little pick and go off to the left-hand side after a bit of discussion at the back of that ruck.
Didn't quite hear a use it from the referee, but they took their time.
They took their time. They're happy to burn some clock, but allowed Valentine to get back up. He directs traffic well from behind. A lot of great scrum halves through the UConn program over the years. Bamadapati is just looking for that open space. Can't quite find it. They come out to the right-hand side. Ball over the top there. Player has to work his way around. UConn running through the phases, not really getting anywhere, losing ground, if anything. Gonna have to stay aware and stay in groups. Don't want to turn over as the ball comes out the back. Ooh. And that one was clear, able to be picked off. And University of Central Florida on the run here. That's Caleb Gortson. And Caleb Gortson touches it down in the try zone for the University of Central Florida. The sophomore gets a try.
Boy, the Huskies getting a little lackadaisical out there. Some slow passes, and then tried that final one. Just kind of hung up in the wind, and an easy pick for Gertson. Nobody around him, as he was able to scoot all the way through here.
Just telegraph is the word they use for that type of pass. Gertson can see it from a mile away, and the foot race was his to win. Over he goes. Try awarded.
But still unrelenting pressure from the Knights, and it was that final hit. He knew it was coming, had to get rid of the ball as quick as possible. Ends up being a dangerous pass.
25-19 as we hit 10 minutes left to go. Things are getting exciting. 6 points here, Tim. Converted try.
And really, I mean, UCF haven't really been using the boot as much as we would expect here with the wind at their back, but nonetheless able to march back and forth down the pitch. A couple of big tries here in the second half have them right back in it. And we'll see if UConn, again, captain is out after an injury. We'll see if they've got enough left in the tank to just keep their composure here. It's going to be the big thing. Like you said, they were getting a little bit off the mark, a little lackadaisical on that last phase.
Yeah. It is that time where players have to stand up and be counted as that ball nearly went 10 meters. Referee is going to say it was a knock-on. Assistant referee let him know. We're going to have a scrum here for Central Florida, which has been a stable source of possession for this Knights team.
And with that kick, it just in the air crossed that line. So even though they came back and touched it inside the 10, went far enough, says the referee, and we'll play on.
Substitution coming in, or player coming in the lineup. Referee keeping an eye on it. Good work by UConn to disrupt. Take the ball to the ground. They're going to have to clean this one up. I believe it was Valentine that had to take that in. And squirts out of his hands. It's a knock-on advantage. A knock-on advantage to Central Florida. Sure, they're going to want to play. This is Birch. We haven't seen him in a while, but he sits someone down, as is his wont. That ball slips out and has gone backwards. They're going to keep playing here. Don't think they've gotten any advantage in that knock-on yet as the ball gets turned over by UConn. Referee is going to say let him play. I guess they did have the advantage. The ball comes out into the hands of the waiting Colberg Martinez. Colberg Martinez doesn't really like to go to ground, but finally does. Ball across Badamapati. Well met with a challenge from a University of Central Florida forward. That's Joshuan Bush. Waiting pot of forwards in the middle. They had a little room to run there, but the ball is just behind him. The big man steps aside and steps around. Valentine going to come back in this direction. They have a little tip pass on here if they can get it, but he doesn't. He just shows that ball and then throws it to the ground, turns it over. Prevost takes it. There was no need for UConn to make that pass, but they did. Central Florida now on the run inside their own 40-meter line. Time against them, wind with them. See what Central Florida tries to do. They have some time to play intelligently. They don't have to rush. Ball there into the hands of Liberti. I haven't really seen a lot of this team on offense this half, Central Florida, so it's nice to see them get a run here. They know they have some work to do. Ball coming back across. Players just going in single numbers there. Here's Birch. Birch is going to make a couple of meters as always. UConn player rolling away there. Now this ball's out to Carvajal. Flat pass out there to the hot stepping Prevost. Prevost gets around one. He's across the 40. He's got a player coming onto him here. He gets it to his wing. Can he make it? Here comes the try. This is going to bring things closer. And that's number 11, Kevin Jackson. Moves in and touches it down to give his kicker a little bit of a better shot. But what a change in this game. The junior from Rochester, New York, touches down a 5-pointer. Kick to come with the wind at their back and to take the lead.
Smart play there by Jackson. Able to bring it a little bit closer. Allow them to maybe make this kick a little bit easier as we'll take a second look. Huge break here on the near side by Prevost. Just around a couple, starts to stumble, smartly finds an offload, and around the corner goes Jackson for the try, down by one. Huge kick on the way.
You know what else I like about Jackson? He's a zoology major. Fantastic zoology major here at University of Central Florida. Rounds the corner, touches it down. Kick is good, and a 1-point lead for Central Florida with just over 5 minutes to go. UConn Huskies going to have to dig deep if they want to change their fortunes here. Central Florida just slowly, methodically works their way into the lead.
3 tries in this second half and had the lead for almost the entire match as they scored early within the first few minutes. But now it's the Knights on top.
Stokes pushes that one down. Ball knocked forward. Mistake there off the kickoff. Big collision. Player got it in front. Penalty for the UConn Huskies. So big mistake. Important moment here for the Huskies. With the wind, it's probably out of Stokes' range.
About as unfortunate as you could get there. Both players going for the ball, but the guy in the back knocks it forward, hits the player in front. And a simple knock-on turns into a penalty, and Stokes looks to make him pay.
Stokes plays the wind well, gets it down just to the 22 there. UConn needs a clean line-out. Bombadapati has been their typical target. Go to him at the front in this wind, possibly drive the ball.
That wind continues to howl out there. We've seen them also kind of sneak around, trying that front pod as well. Just to the first lifter. But a huge, huge opportunity now.
Line out just outside of the 22-meter line of the Knights. Discussion there where the ball is going to go for the Huskies. They have A runner to throw, a jumper to throw up there in the front for Central Florida, but taken down steady by DeGloria. Driving their way forward they go. Player on the ground. UConn's taking to the ground, so they're going to keep playing. Big pick and go off the side there. They have the power, but there are a lot of defenders queued up as Stokes get the ball. Stokes is going to try to take that one himself. Probably not going to win them the game with that. Ball coming across here. Players running slightly across field. There is that inside center, Colbert Martinez. Ball ripped away there by University of Central Florida. Great play by the number 8, Michael McNeil. McNeil has featured heavily in this game. He's been fantastic. Tackle comes in from UConn. UConn turns that one over again. That's Valentine. Smart play from a very scrappy scrum half. He's willing to throw everything to get a UConn victory right here. Big pickup from Lucas Skojan. Valentine gets the ball out to the width. Stokes throws a pass up and over. They've got more defenders than they have runners here, so they're going to have to be very careful as Wu is going to come in over this ball. They'll win this one back. Forwards gathered up, a little pop there. They're going to reset it in the middle of the field, but that ball bounces. They need a moment of brilliance here, and to get their structures back together. Do UConn, big counter ruck coming in, but player rolled over. Referee says that's okay. Little chip in behind. It's going off the hand of one of the players from Central Florida. Should be a line out here to UConn, unless I saw that incorrectly.
No, not the worst thing in the world, though, either, is they were going the wrong direction. Lost about 20 meters in a matter of a few phases. And UConn has got to dig deep here. Again, Ethan Berry, their captain, and their senior fullback out of the match. For me, Juan Colberg Martinez has been that next best runner, running with ferocity and just bouncing off of tackles. So let's see if they're able to find the big number 12. Back in possession are the Huskies.
Badamapati, great work there to bat that one down. Simsbury, Trojan that he is, takes the ball off. Into contact they go. We're at 1.5 minutes on the game clock. Referee Randall might have a little more time. We're going to come across it in the middle of the field for the UConn Huskies. That big man, again, just won't be stopped late in this game. Colbert Martinez doing great work. Penalty against Central Florida as time's starting to wind down. They're going to go quick. That's Stokes. Stokes, is that going to be the right decision? Stokes is going to take that ball into contact. UConn players come in and close off the defense. Another hard running forward in the middle of the field here as we get to the 22-meter line in sight. Ball up again, a little tip pass. Move it onto the wing. That right there is Sakti Sarvanan. Replacement. Little pick and go here. Again, that's Colbert Martinez. Colbert Martinez, very effective, the Guilford High School graduate. As this game winds on towards the end, a little bounce off there from one of the second rows from the Huskies program. Maintaining possession just inside the 40. They need to get a little go forward here, a little show and go. Ball out to Wu on the wing. Wu, ball in both hands. Doesn't want to lose that one. Driven back, no room for him. They need to find a line break here. Good rushing defense from the Knights, and that ball gets spilled forward. Here we are, not much time to go, and it's been a knock-on advantage for University of Central Florida. If I was them, I think I would want to take this scrum, but they're going to keep on running. Ball taken down. UConn trying to dig that one away. This man late in the game, still very effective. He does not want to stop running, Jeremiah Birch. Jeremiah Birch, totally effective. Bashing holes in this UConn defense, but UConn ball back in hand as we're out of time on the game clock. We are in referee's time. All to play for here for the Huskies. What an exciting ending we're having to this Lone Star Bowl. Great work. Ball back out there. UConn, ball in one hand, little flash, trying to get this one going. Kenny breaks, he makes the break. Can he get through? Been hard to take down, but Peters certainly is able to do it that time. He's able to get back to his feet. Do they have the defense disorganized enough to get out there? Forward pod coming in. Space out on the left-hand side if they have the runners. Valentine still gas in the tank. Gets that ball up there to one of his waiting forwards. Is this poach going to come true?
Oof, close. Nearly
does. Badamapati trying to hold this off, and that one's good. Central Florida has this ball Something's going to have to give here as the ball comes back to Central Florida. Still playing it. Don't know if the referee said we have time yet, but ball there. Ball gets whipped towards the sideline. The referee takes a look at it.
Straight up. Okay.
And that ball has gone into touch, and the University of Central Florida on a massive comeback just pips the Huskies of the University of Connecticut. What a game for the Knights. What a defeat for these UConn Huskies after a huge effort. Had the lead for the majority of that game. Tim, what patience from the University of Central Florida Knights.
I mean, we were talking one more try. I was going to put the nail in the coffin. We were about 15 minutes into the second half, but 21 unanswered points by the Knights in the last 15 minutes. They exert their dominance, and they were definitely down the whole match. But boy, just the heart of these champions here coming away with the Lone Star Bowl victory.
Celebration here for Evan Haig's team. Got to be very pleased down there in Orlando. These men from the Sunshine State, from the City Beautiful as they call it, come up with a Lone Star Bowl champion. Motto of the school is reach for the stars, and they certainly have. Good victory for the Knights.
Boy, just the exhilaration of knowing what you had to accomplish, knowing you were down. Halftime they were down big. But just the heart and the fight of these Knights showing it off in the final moments to get themselves the win with a last-minute try.
Shaking hands as they go. Good look at that man, Jeremiah Birch, key player for this Central Florida team. UConn players happy to shake hands. They know it's been a great competition. The Lone Star Bowl here at AVEVA Stadium, NCR. We're going to have trophy presentations, MVP award, and the D1 final is going to be at 6 o'clock Central between St. Bonaventure and Penn State. Stay tuned for that. It is the D1 final in NCR Rugby, and UCF continues to celebrate here.
Boy, it was just a tough one there for UConn. Tried everything they could. Colberg Martinez had a couple of breaks, but you just see the legs start to drag there at the end. And that final play, final phase, the player was sitting there for about 5-6 seconds, no support, just didn't get there in time. And the Knights had enough in the tank, had the spark to get it done, played enough defense to get the victory here in the Lone Star Bowl.
UConn get down under the post there. The Huskies there to take a photo, team photo. Very proud Huskies program continues to go from strength to strength. UConn Huskies in the late 80s, early 90s were in the Final Four several times. Had a very, very good team at that point. And programs, like a lot of programs, has had its ups and downs, good years, a lot of proud alumni. Not rebuilding, they're built, but they're going from strength to strength at the moment. So you see Evan Haig talking to his team.
Beautiful Texas sunset. Big sky, just perfect backdrop for the Huskies, but again, see the faces not.
There's Barry there in the sweatshirt. He doesn't look like he wants to be there. He wanted to stay on the field and try to win that one for his team. Lesson learned there.
Heartbreak for the fellas as they had that lead for a good 65, 70 minutes. But the fight of the Knights, too much.
The Knights came away with this. You see a very happy couple of members of the squad there, not suited up. This is as we get towards the end of this one. UConn rips it away, had a moment to make things happen there. And these are some of the turnovers that just happened to come away with the end of that game. A little back and forth throughout. Good stepping here from the outside center there. And this is the big try that won the game. There he is, number 11, Kevin Jackson. Took the ball towards the center there, and thank God he did for this team so they could slot that conversion. Well done, Kevin Jackson. Intelligently played.
Mark Carvajal Use that right boot to slot through the winning points. And that final two was just enough.
I think the look on Jonathan Peters' face says it all right there.
I mean, nothing like that feeling when you're down the whole game, but you stay together. You battle with your boys. And these guys made it happen. Steve Hyatt, they're ready to present them with that Lone Star Bowl.
Hard-fought match. Fantastic. Well done, UCF. That was a great match. You guys came back in the end. Wouldn't give up. Thank you for coming to our bowl game. You guys are our Lone Star Bowl champions. Congratulations.
Big trophy for the Sting Lone Star Bowl. Very exciting for this University of Central Florida team. Another picture being taken with the cup here.
We got the man of the match.
Peters in on the side there.
Oh, where are we at? Where's number 3? There we go.
Cheering for one another is this Central Florida Knights team.
Man of the match performance. Tell me, what does this mean for the UCF program? It was a crazy bout for bout battle between you guys. Tell me a little bit about what this means for your program.
We start off with a hard season. I promise. We came up and we've done better. This is my family. This is everything to me. At first, this is my first year playing, and this means so much to me. These boys are amazing. The coaching staff is amazing. I love them all. They've helped us so much. I love my family. I love everyone back home, and I love UCF. Let's go!
You heard it here first. UCF champions. Great job, guys. Congratulations on the win. Back to you at the studio.
And that was your MVP, Jeremiah Birch. And the Knights of Central Florida have taken the Lone Star Bowl. Exciting matchup here at NCR. We're going to be back in just a little bit. 6 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Eastern. St. Bonaventure versus Penn State. The D1 Championship to round out day 2 here, the NCR Championships. For Tim Wilkes, this is John Broker. We're going to see you again in just a little bit.
She calls, I always seem to lose my cool. Baby, I'm just a moth to your flame.
What these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they serve the mission, and it's tragic. there's tragedy in everything. And, a lot of them died in war. Others died when they came back home. And there's a lot of suffering and pain involved. But you try to bring the good out in every situation. And this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. It was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump. I've had some more times, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. But play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. Just want everybody to care as much as we do.
what these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. We wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls, they served a mission, and there's tragedy in everything, and a lot of them died in war, others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved, but you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. It was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. And he, first Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. But I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump. I've had some hard times, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So but play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. We just want everybody to care as much as we do.
In our game, we play with our hearts. We don't play with sticks, bats, or gloves. We don't wear shoulder pads or helmets. We keep playing when it hurts. And we leave everything on the field. What we wear must be built for our game.
rugby's like, it's taught me to like work hard and like really like when the going gets tough to like not lay back or really like punch forward. Like that second win in the second half. And it's taught me that I have intensity, definitely.
Real quick, tell me, what was your favorite part about playing rugby?
Just coming together, just like having a team, having a family on the field, and just like being like, it's so cool to like hit and smack someone for the first time when you can't do it in real life, and then right after, you're all buddies with them.
Hey Alex, just the Falcons here from Manchester. We just want to wish you a big congratulations on being selected for the Team USA.
It's the final game here of Saturday of this NCR Championships. We have the D1 men's final coming up from AVEVA Stadium, and these two teams won their respective semi-finals. Penn State in an amazing effort in their semi-final. Plenty of hard rugby, running rugby, and crashing over as well.
That's the big number 7 right there, crashing the ball down for Penn State. What a try for Aiden King.
Had a marvelous game, Aiden King, throughout this match. It was a close affair for Penn State, snatching the victory at the death. A little easier for the Bonnies in the first semi-final, which led them to this big stage this weekend. Some great defense setting up their offense, making it extremely hard for Kutztown, and crashing through to score an easy try. It won't come as easy tonight, however. Here we are, our two teams running out tonight. Beautiful skies here in Houston, Texas, for the men's D1 final. It's been a bumper weekend so far, still plenty of games tomorrow, but this is the big one today. I'm Mark Stabina, joined by, here we're going to have a look at the graphics now. Joined by John Broker. John, it's a pleasure. Let's have a look at these two teams.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here. We're going to look at Penn State first, their next level players. Campbell Halloran, the second row, does a lot of the hard work around for this team. Very important, key to keeping this team moving and winning the ball. Dalton Musselman, the fly half, and a U23 camp invitee for the United States, went to Bishop Shanahan. We're going to come back with more of this after the national anthem. The other players for Penn State were Musselman and Capriati. Capriati has to shut things down. The keys to the game for this team, Mark, Penn State has to attack with defense. Any team coached by Tui Osborne is going to have a lot of flair and a lot of outside runners. They got to attack with their defense, dominate around the set piece. That's a traditional thing with this Penn State Nittany Lions program. And grind it out. They've won a couple of games by just a couple of points, 27-26, 32-31 over Brown and Queens. They know how to win at the end. They know how to get it done, and that's going to be important today for their road to Houston.
And you're right, John. They've had a lot of close games leading up to this final. Let's have a look at the Bonnies.
The Bonnies, Matthew Conroy, Tui Osborne, the coach, says he is a critical member from Glasgow, Scotland, came from the GHA Rugby Club. Sebastiano Villani from the Greenwich High School program, the scrum half to keep it moving. And from Dallas Jesuit, Cy Mendenhall is going to be the speed on the wing. Keys to success for the Bonnies. Play that width. They have some great players out wide. They can really move with link men. They got to get it there. They got to have fast ruck speed. This Penn State team likes to turn the ball over. They get in there, try to jackal, and they got to play with that flair and have some fun. They've won a little bigger at 39-7 over Mary Washington, 27-15 over Kutztown. But here it is, a different animal, D1 final.
Well, John Broker's pumped up, as am I. Welcome, viewers, to the D1 final for men's college rugby. It's the NCR. And let's have a chat with Matt McCarthy.
Hey, Mark, I'm here with head coach Justin Hundley of Penn State. Coach, weather is not a factor for you guys from Pennsylvania.
No, absolutely not. It's a little chilly here today, but we're used to this.
And, kicking game?
Yeah, we're a ball in hand type of team. So, the wind will affect the game a little bit, but we trust our running game.
All right, best of luck, brother. We'll talk to you later. Back to you guys up in the booth.
Kickoff here in Houston. It's the home of the Sabercats and the Bonnies. Already with a raking kick down into Penn State territory.
That's going to be a big factor here today is that wind. It is blowing down that way of the field right now for the first half. The Bonnies have the wind at their back. We've seen in all the games all weekend, wind's been a huge factor. Smart play by the Bonnies, move the ball down the other end.
It's George Henry Miller throwing it in. First line out of the match for Penn State, as they look to come out of their territory. Crashing forward is Noah Smith. The tight head prop. Little fumble there from Caleb Smith. Some early nerves you can expect to see from both teams in this national championship final.
You definitely get those early nerves, but the other thing they have to contend with is the wind I was just talking about. You get that long pass in there, and it's going to be a little tough. It might not go to hand.
Tyler Doige is with Tui Osborne.
Hey guys, I'm here with head coach Tui Osborne with St. Bonaventure. I mean, we're here at the national championship D1 final. You're facing a team that you beat here in October. Tell me a little bit about what that means coming into this game.
This is a different time around. Penn State's got a good squad, and they're definitely coming to play today. So we made sure that we did our homework on some of the changes that they did leading up to this game. So it'll be interesting, and hopefully we can play a good half this half.
And for sure, and to get here, you had to beat a team that you had never beat before, and you beat them twice, Kutztown in a row. What did that do for you as a team mentally?
I think it just boosted the confidence of the guys, and coming into this game, they had more confidence with preparing, and that's hopefully that just rolls right through to this one.
And you got some pretty cool pants on here. Tell me a little bit about those.
It's rugby pants, and we got it from Coach, and I got it, so it's our good luck for this year, so it's great.
Awesome, Tui. Thanks so much, and good luck.
Thank you, Tyler and Tui.
Tui, always chatty, always happy to talk. A good man, that Tui Osborne.
Coach, you know all too well, John Broker. Penalty to the Bonnies.
That's going to be an important part of this game. Penn State, set piece has been a traditional part, very big school, typically a very big set of forwards. To get a scrum penalty from for the Bonnies this early in the game with the wind at your back when you can kick, it's a huge moment for this St. Bonaventure team.
Great turnout. And the Bonnies supporters all the way from upstate New York now to Houston, Texas for the main stage.
Allegheny, New York, nice small town up there. A beautiful part of the country in upstate New York. Lots of lakes, lots of green forest areas.
A little bit different to Houston.
A little bit. Chilly here tonight, though. Comparatively.
They'll be used to that.
Not 6 feet of snow on the ground like there can be up there, so they're probably a bit happy.
Keelan Coyle for first points of the match. And it's good. Great strike from the number 10 for the Bonnies as they take the lead early in this final, 3 points to 0 over Penn State.
Coyle had some of that international flavor. He's from Derry, Ireland, bringing his skills over here to Tui Osborne's Bonnies, and you can see with that kick, it's going to be critical for this first half for them to get points on the board while they have the wind.
The Bonnies will be looking to utilize this wind as Stephen Hoey puts it into the teeth. The advantage of that is if you put it high, it'll go even higher. Can keep a short distance and contest the ball. Bonnies sending it long. Troussard eventually fields it, sends it back. Villani gets it out to Otaneru. Penalty, Penn State.
That's what we talked about at the beginning. Penn State is going to get in there. They're going to try to turn that over, force the penalty. Great work by Penn State after returning that kick pretty well. Good work by the Nittany Lions.
So Dalton Musselman, co-captain, steps up. He had a fine game last week against Queen's University. Of course, in that nail-biter right to the death. It could have gone either way. It was Queen's University pressing in the final moments. They got held up on the line. What a game, wasn't it, John?
The week before as well, such a big game against Brown. Same thing. 80 minutes in, Brown was just about to score. They held him up, and great work by the Nittany Lions. So 2 close wins. They'll be hoping for a little more here.
So maintaining possession is Penn State. Musselman finds Aiden King. Try scorer last week. Musselman again. Through the hands of the centers. Hoey Dummies takes it forward. Musselman met heavily. Manages to drive it forward. Haven't made any forward momentum to speak of just yet. King getting very involved early. Musselman.
Just had a no-wrap tackle there. Player came flying in from the Bonnies, just a little too much. That was number 6 for them, Corey Ratka. It's a little bit of a dangerous tackle. Big mistake there. Opportunity here for this Penn State Nittany Lions team to get a nice line out, one of their strengths in the corner. So we take a look here, see it, Villani gets that one out. Sorry, that was Russell. I mistook my scrum halves for a second there, and you saw the player just kind of come in from the side.
George Henry Miller with a successful throw to the front. And the ensuing drive from the Nittany Lions. Still going, marching toward the 5-meter line. Brought down eventually. Close quarters. Russell digs in, finds Musselman, fires it out. Across the face of one center, into the hands of the other. And now, same way, Musselman holds it up. Just delays it a little, but no advantage. It's going to come back.
Penalty back there. Player coming in from the side from St. Bonaventure. You know, rugby has changed over the years, but the strengths of the Penn State team stay the same. You see him put that ball up, a bunch of big bodies bowling it towards the line. They were taking the direct route, and I think whoever was at the back of that maul just thought the 5-meter line was a try line and actually dropped on it. That's when the penalty came in.
So they're going to have another attempt. Expect to see a carbon copy. They're a little closer this time, right on the 5-meter line.
My week's wages would be on another ball here for certain.
Dangerous for St. Bonaventure. Again to the front. Brought down. It's pulled down. Was that illegal? And they managed to keep their feet and they charge toward the try line. Could this be the first try of the D1 final? It's a mess. And it's turned over. What an effort from the Bonnies.
Great work by the Bonnies. They're a little smaller in the forwards there. They had that big forward pack rumbling towards them. And that's a little mental win right there, just to hold the Nittany Lions up and shut them down from scoring a try. Big moment for the Bonnies early on here.
Just a pile of bodies there. Ball comes up in favour of St. Bonaventure. They are clinging on. Short arm penalty here. Not what the Bonnies needed.
Certainly not.
Another scrum.
You see George Henry Miller there calling desperately over, said, let's take a scrum, let's have a go here. Let's turn our favors and get ourselves set. All Connecticut second row there. Charlie Overton with Campbell Halloran in the second row. Played against each other in high school, playing with each other at Penn State.
So Penn State, prime opportunity here. Right on the 5 metre line of St. Bonaventure. As the Bonnies put in a shove. Comes to the back now, Musselman, dummies, fires it out, nearly intercepted. Can't quite hang on to it. Matt Peach Jr. had a crack.
He could have been away with that. If he got a hold of it, it would have been a long run to the line. But you see they get in the wind here, just a little long hanging up in the wind with some of these passes. You just have to shorten it up sometimes until that passes. It's a valiant idea, a great strategic effort, but just not going to come to hand sometimes in this wind. But they'll adjust.
Well, they definitely like to play close to that defensive line, don't they? Which actually puts a lot of pressure on the defense. But, of course, what that means, John, is it puts so much pressure on yourself as well. Musselman loves to take it forward. Big scrum for the Bonnies. So they win that penalty.
Another little mental victory for this Bonnies team right there. Pulling a scrum penalty off of the big Penn State boys.
10 minutes gone already, only 3 points on the scoreboard. That is in favour of the Bonnies as finally they breathe a sigh of relief. Clearing kick up toward the halfway.
Better opportunity for them here to attack out near midfield. Well done by them to stymie that attacking effort from the Nittany Lions, but they're back at it here.
Line out brought down now to midfield. 2 sets of hands. Coyle, the link man at the moment, changing direction. He might not have been expecting that. Playing advantage, a little inside pass and met heavily. You might feel that one tomorrow. Lorenzo Villani.
That was not a friendly tackle right there.
You had a lot of time to pull out of that hit and you still made it. It's a late hit. We got to get the discipline down. We had the scrum, I think long binds from both props. Understood? No more late tackles. Otherwise, we clean.
Ball came out here. Ball was left off, and that's not where the late tackle came in from Overton, but that's where the big bashing hit came in. Collisions we're going to expect to see for the next 70 minutes.
This clash will surely go down to the wire.
Seems to be the way Penn State likes it.
That's the Bonnies with the throw. Matthew Conroy, flanker throwing it in. You don't often see that. Normally the role reserved for the hookers for some reason, but anybody can throw the ball into the line out as per the laws of rugby. As now we have Villani getting it out, charging up through the middle. That's good gain line rugby from the Bonnies. Digging in, they've slowed it down enough, Penn State, just to get their defensive line in order. Conroy finds a hole over the top, still with possession now. Odoneru, another offload, can't quite hang on, that was doom. And so this will be a turnover. Penn State with the tough task now to try and bring it out of their red zone on a turnover. They're going to settle things down. Into the pocket, against the breeze. That ball goes straight in the air and eventually out after touching a hand. It was a knock-on, is my guess, from Stella.
That is the swirling breeze in AVEVA Stadium right now. You have to go for that low driving kick. You see here he's got his toe up. Ball winds up going high in the air and gets over the Bonnies player. But once it catches up in that swirling wind just above a few rows of seats, it's going to go anywhere it really wants to go. And the Bonnies reap the rewards of that.
He may have wanted it to go low, but with Juan Penn in hot pursuit, the tall number 3 threw the arms up. He had to go over the top. And of course now we have possession in the favor of the Bonnies. This is where they want to be. Another penalty.
Penalty starting to mount here for the Nittany Lions.
So they need to be careful. We saw a few yellow cards already today.
Justin Hundley, coach for this Penn State team, an alumni of the school as well, has played in the USA system before, a lot of 7s there. Justin has been full-time since 2017 in Happy Valley.
So a little time to take a breath while Keelan Coyle lines up yet again. A fairly successful week with the boot in the semi-final last week. Bruce to his back. Got more of a chip kick than a striking drive. That's 3 points again, so 6 points to 0 in favor of the Bonnies.
That's important for the Bonnies. Every time they get inside the 22, like I said, with the wind at their backs, they need points to come away with because it will all change at halftime.
Yeah, again, psychologically, John, isn't it, when you're running into the breeze and the opposition just piles the points on, even if it's 3 at a time, just building that score becomes increasingly hard psychologically to fight back. But as long as Penn State just play to their game plan, now they have a chance in counterattack. What can they do? Spread it to the middle of the field. Tressard just shy of the halfway. Coming back left. Putting it through the hands, but that's a knock on. So not looking like the Penn State that we used to see.
That was Stephen Hoey that knocked that one on, the kinesiology major. Played at Xavier High School, where Justin Hundley was formerly a coach. One of the storied high school programs in the country in Manhattan. Just a little error creeping in there from Hoey. I'm sure he'll make up for it later in the game.
So it'll be Villani, Seabass as he is affectionately known to his teammates. Good scrum, second wave movement, nice flat pass, but the wind takes it forward. You could just see in midair, it looked spot on, but just managed to get away a little bit from. That was Chura.
The frustration here when a long pass like this come in, you see the intent there. He's going to take that, he's going to hit that gap, and the wind just takes it further and further away from his hands. Just unlucky for the Bonnies right there.
So, John, we talk about playing the conditions, and especially when it comes to ball in hand. With windy conditions, would you say that playing a little tighter, it's ambitious to throw some nice to see, but maybe in the breeze, you got to keep it a little tighter.
Yeah, it's going to pull in a little bit tighter there. Keep your splits a little more set. Because if you're going to throw those passes and just turn the ball over, you might as well play a little bit of a tighter game.
Well, of course, when the breeze is actually into your face, those kind of passes are a little bit easier. It brings it back into the body. Little kick downfield now from Penn State. Just handing possession over again to the Bonnies. They might want to try and string some phases together as that ball runs over the sideline. They will get the line out, Penn State, but not the part of the field that they prefer to be.
Good pressure coming down on the kick from the Bonnies right there. They're really trying hard to get up in their faces. Once the player's taken the backfield for Penn State, they want to force them into bad kicks in this high breeze. Good chase, good pressure they're putting on them, and it certainly paid off right here.
Well said. John Broker joining me, Mark Stabina, in the commentary booth. If you're just joining us, welcome. You're in for a treat. This is the men's D1 final, the NCR Championships. Penn State receiving a little piggyback out of their danger zone. Wow, and this is going to be play on. You don't see that often. A missed kick. Doesn't make it to touch, but doesn't matter, because they've retained possession. And now putting it through the hands into the midfield. Strong running from Capriotti. Equally strong tackling. The kick again. That's a better strike, keeping it low. Two players back for the Bonnies, well positioned. Chura sends it long. And now they're going to keep it in hand. Great play from Max Fish. Splits them wide open. In come the reinforcements. Securing possession. Still going now. Penn State. This is better play. Caleb Smith takes it to ground. Troussard getting involved. Through the hands. Plenty of touches for Stephen Hoey. Ball spits out. It's a mess. Kick forward from the Bonnies as they give chase. Musselman gets back, cleans up, sizes up the kick. Beautiful little dummy.
Beautiful little dummy, but didn't have enough players around him to come up with that ball. Players coming in on the angle to try to clean it up. Musselman, good show there. Would have been a tough kick for him, but eventually he just ran into a sea of black jerseys there and got swallowed up.
Yeah, and John, no doubt we have some new rugby viewers to the game, and I'm not sure that they understand why there's a penalty in those situations, but in that situation, coming in from the side, shed some light on that for us.
So at the ruck now, they're really, you'll see it here, player goes down, and the player coming in to support him just comes in right from the side there. But they want his players to come from right behind. That way, the safety is paramount. You're coming in, you're not just taking people blindly out of there. Very important for the safety of the game, and most teams do it very effectively, but that was just a last gasp, trying to keep the ball alive.
You mentioned keyword safety. That's one aspect of rugby that, yes, it's a brutal game, but the laws are in place to keep the players safe, especially without the padding. So mums and dads, the game is safe. Enroll your kids. As Keelan Coyle looks for his third successful penalty kick, and he gets it.
He is solid. The Irishman having a great game so far with the boot. That's important for them, as we said, to keep just pouring these pints on here.
Building the score nicely. St. Bonaventure. They do have the breeze, and a strong breeze at that behind them. Ooh, just doesn't quite go 10 meters.
Just caught up in the breeze one more time. To be a little less ambitious with those. Try to get a little more distance.
And let's hear from Matt McCarthy with some player information.
Hey guys, adding to this international flavor of college rugby in the United States, we have Italian brothers from Italy that went to Greenwich High School at 9 and 11 for St. Bonaventure. Just adding to the culture and the experience for all the players involved. Back to you.
Big scrum coming in from Penn State. Thank you, Matt McCarthy. Yes. The Italian brothers are spaghetti brothers. Well, nobody calls them that. I just made that up, John.
Absolutely. They Greenwich High School products. They played in Connecticut, so they've been over here for a bit. What a statement of intent by the scrum from Penn State there. This is what they need to show as they're down in points at the moment, is that there's still parts of the game that they're going to win. Halfway through this first half, they'll have that wind, as we keep saying, and I just can't stress how important it is to look at that power coming in there. They've had a lot of great people work with the scrum over the years. Pays off right there.
Certainly making a statement there, Penn State, and they've won the line out. Some slick passing to the midfield. Musselman Shapes up. Doesn't like his options, so he takes it on. Takes his medicine. Up on the 40-meter line now of the Bonnies. Penn State driving forward. Counter ruck comes in and it's play on. Great work, St. Bonaventure. A little flick out the back, doesn't find the mark. Capriotti getting in between man and ball. A little scuffle in back play. Amounts to nothing as Penn State now have the tough task into the breeze of clearing the lines. The left foot of Hoey goes high.
That's a mistake there. They're going to bring it all the way back. That was passed back into the 22, and he put it directly into touch. It's going to work out well for St. Bonnie here as they're going to have a line out inside of this Penn State zone.
See this turnover, John.
It's great play here, really driven off, and that's that Glaswegian man, Conroy. He just gets in there, scoops that ball away. Good awareness around the ruck. Fantastic from the former Glasgow Hutchinson Aloysian player, GHA for short.
Just under 25 minutes gone in this men's D1 final. Bonnies 3 penalty kicks. Penn State yet to post a score. As the Bonnies now looking strong. Lovely footwork and passing out through the backs. Loose ball. Penn State come up with it. So it was knocked back from the poaching player at the ruck for the Bonnies. Holding firm. And now they're going to have another crack after turning it over only moments ago. Coyle, lovely quick hands, and that's great running as well. Villani injecting himself. The big fella's getting involved too. Rick Rose, co-captain, but it's a penalty. Wow, this is a seesaw at the moment in the penalty count.
The breakdowns are going the way of the defense right now. Getting in there. The players, I think they're just a little too over-exuberant. They're trying to do just a little too much. They need to bring some friends to the party. You go in alone, you're not always going to have a good time in those rucks, and they got to get some other people there and just do a little less in order to open up those outside spaces with secure ball.
Well, it looks anything but a party in there, John Froker. But they seem to be having a good time. Both these teams, a tough road into the final, and here we are. Let's use this break and play to send it down to Tyler Deutsch.
Thank you very much, Mark. You know, I had interviewed the scrum half for St. Bonaventure, Sebastian Villani, who his teammates refer to as Seabass, and he is originally from Italy, and he said the number one thing about playing in America, the biggest difference, is the physicality that these people bring to the field. Obviously, they had a match against Penn State earlier this year that they had 1 and 2 wins against Kutztown. They must be coming into this game confident, and hopefully they can match the physicality of Penn State. Mark, back to you.
Thank you, Tyler. How great it is to have some people down on the ground like Tyler Deutsch, Matt McCarthy, just to give us some intel, things that we can't see. And Penn State not straight, and that could again be that breeze.
That's the win. That's what's been doing all weekend to every team. But we saw a team come back earlier in the weekend in the small college championships, down 29-0 at halftime, turning around with that win and took to 33-29. So it's a big win. It's a big point win out there.
At the moment, you could say it's a 9-point win. Because apart from the score, it's difficult to separate these two teams, even in the scrum.
They know each other well. They play several times a year, so they're not strangers to how the other team plays.
Well into the second quarter of this match. It is a tense one. It's what we expected. Seabass, Villani, Big push coming in from Penn State. It's wheeled. It's at the back there. Jumping on it quickly was Russell. Well played from the Penn State scrum half. The counter-up comes in, but the damage is done.
Player from the Bonnies just flying over the top of that. Couldn't keep his feet. Immediate penalties. He blocked the route to the ball for the Penn State offense. You heard the referee there just address both teams. He wants to clean things up. He wants everybody to play fair. And both teams, it's just a little over-exuberance in the final here. I think they would have calmed down almost 30 minutes in, but still everything to play for here at AVEVA.
Penn State still just failing to get that ball up and over into Bonnie's territory. See if they can get this line out throw straight. That's a better throw toward the middle. That ball's going a little behind. Shooting in was Matt Peach. Making the tackle. The ball goes behind again. Well cleaned up. That's Troussard. Looks messy again. Still with Penn State. Charging forward is Noah Smith. Russell. That's Musselman. Fighting against that wind. Well taken. Now, what can the Bonnies do? Putting his head down is Mark Blum. Little box kick over the shoulder toward the sideline. Clever kick with a nice bounce. Well played.
Well weighted there. Rolls out. Puts this Penn State team under pressure. This is where they want to play the game. Put pressure on them down on their own. First they have to convert and win this line out, and then they have to figure out a way to exit out of their own 22.
And once again, Penn State asked to come out of the red zone. Wide passes, very ambitious. That's gone backwards. Fortunately, they need to be careful. This is not where they want to make an error. Could possibly give the Bonnies another chance to extend the lead. Into the pocket. And that ball is still in. Well fielded, chip and chase. It's just gone out.
Oh, unlucky for Villani there. He had that little chip over. I think he had glory in his eyes, but knocked off of one of the players there from Penn State, and the wind just rolls in a touch.
Getting things underway quickly. Wasting no time to get out of their territory up Penn State. Look at that solid line of defense, just black jerseys. Advancing. Smothering. That's exactly what they're trying to do, as John Broker mentioned, just playing the wind, playing the territory, forcing Penn State to make their way out and hopefully make an error like that one. Followed up by another error. So penalty, they're going to slow things down, and the Bonnies once again find themselves with possession and territory.
A rare error by the defensive team around that breakdown. There's been a lot of penalties on the team on the attack so far, but a mistake there from Penn State. A nice win to kick into here for Coyle.
And that is a nice kick too, as we see a replay.
Ball just goes down. You see that player, just his hands go right on the ground as it comes over that ball. And that's certainly a no-no. A referee there to spot it.
So the Bonnies, once again with a prime attacking opportunity. Driving forward now. Inching toward that try line. It's brought down. Emerging from the rubble is the ball inside pass. Little no look. It goes behind Villani. Playing advantage was the ref. Seabass asked to come back.
Penalty on Caleb Smith, the junior from Mechanicsburg, PA. Didn't quite see what the call was, but something in that contact area.
So holding on in defense. Penn State still scoreless after 32 minutes. Bonnies are riding this breeze at the moment, and now charging forward. It looks pretty easy. They just need to get it down. Did they?
Discussion coming.
They are confident. Just need to see the referee's arm. And there it is. First try of the match. They've extended their lead now. They are in charge of this D1 final in the first half. Rick Rose.
Penn State got rickrolled. That was Rick Rose right there, touching that one down for a try. Great work for the captain. He is an environmental science major from Medina, Ohio. Coming around here, taking it to the strength of Penn State, the maul, and just rolling one in the corner. Big moment for the captain, big moment for the Bonnies. They've been down here so many times, only got those 3-pointers, Mark. Finally 5 points on the board.
Well, Rick Rose gets the glory, but it was a forwards effort. Clinical with their line out and the drive. And that is as a result of that territory game you keep mentioning, John Broker. Just why wouldn't you, with that breeze behind? Use the kick. Put the pressure on. Find yourself 14 points to 0 in front after 33 minutes.
Good look at the captain there and try scorer. That bloody nose, completely worth it for him. 5 points in a D1 final, extending the lead of his team.
Looks like a clean strike. The crowd liked it, but not enough. And let's hear from Matt McCarthy on the sideline.
Tui, you have a little bit of breathing room. I know it's been squeaky bum time on the sideline so far, but you're all holding them no try.
Yeah, our defense is pretty good. We're making use of the wind pretty well. We're hoping we can continue that for the rest of the half.
Any point that you think you're going to be able to relax in this half?
No, there's no relaxing. The guys know what to do, and we're not relaxing. So hopefully we can finish the half in the lead as well.
All right, thanks, Coach. Up to you guys.
Thanks, Matt and Tui, but we've got a yellow card, so controversial scenes at the moment.
That's Rick Rose, from the high of the score in the try to the low of being off the field for 10 minutes, unable to lead your troops. The Bonnies lose their inspirational captain for 10 minutes. Naughty chair awaits him on the sideline.
Can Penn State capitalize? They have a numerical advantage, but not just that. The person in the bin is the leader of this Bonnies team, putting it through the hands nicely. Now they've found some space. Good cover defense coming across for the Bonnies. As Penn State relishing this moment. They haven't been at this part of the field for such a long time. And it's play on. They've lost the ball. Too many numbers out ready to run the ball. No one there to secure it. The box kick sending it long. Heartbreaking stuff for Penn State, but will this ball continue as it's grounded?
It's going to be a goal line drop out here. If he had room to run, he might have been better to run it out because, again, they have that wind against them right here. But what a change of the field from the Bonnies. And they're doing a good work around that ruck, just being patient, waiting for that second where people just relax right there and scoop up the ball. Good turnovers by the Bonnies.
A recent law change is this goal line dropout. We normally see a 22-meter dropout. I think they would have preferred a 22-meter dropout from the goal line there, because that has only just made it to the 22 and into the hands of the Bonnies. But another penalty coming in from the side.
Both teams have to clean that up. These players just coming in dangerously from the side, putting people at risk of injury right there. But also it's happening right in front of the referee time and time again.
Tui Osborne will probably have something to say about that. Just relieving pressure. They had all the pressure placed on Penn State here.
You saw that player roll back around and just come hauling in from the side. Mistake there.
So now putting ball through the hands. Penn State looking to kick again. Driving it low into the teeth of this wind. Chura not interested in running the ball or whatsoever. Sends it back. But that could be a costly error.
There's the wind as your friend. The wind can also be your enemy as it heads down and just rolls a little bit too far. So they're going to come all the way back up to where that ball was kicked.
That's right, it'll be a scrum. Ball went into touch and goal. So over the sideline, but in the try zone. All the way back from the 40-meter line. So a scrum will take place. Penn State is going to feed.
Good play by Troussard there just to let that roll. Probably had a look at it, thought about picking it up, and saw where it was headed. Get it out of the try zone, take the scrum back down here in their half. They got a couple of minutes to get some points.
It was good judgment from Troussard. Just feeling the strength of that wind. Probably suspected that the ball was riding the breeze and would go long, and it did. Yeah, just kicking the ball away again, Penn State. Two minutes to go. Surely you'd want to get yourself on the scoreboard. Even if it's 3 points, feels much better than going in with 0.
Absolutely. They could use some points before half. Regather at halftime. Restructure their strategy. But there, another mistake by the Bonnies. It's going to come all the way back down. The ball went directly out. It's going to come back down to where it was kicked from.
So Penn State, can they post their first score? Ball to the front, comes down. Musselman. Midfield, same way. Forwards wrapping around, that's Overton. And they'll keep wrapping around. This time, it's Hoey. Midfield. Caleb Smith trying to wriggle his way through. Back down the short side. Solid defense from the Bonnies. Just playing some patient rugby now. Building some phases. Noah Smith that time. Referee's happy with that. Play on. Musselman. Fires it to O'Toole. Good support coming in. Getting those few extra meters. Musselman, another flat pass on the defensive line. George Henry Miller tried to get it out the back. Bonnie's defense has held on once again.
Certainly has. Again, they tried to move a little too far in the wind. Did Penn State, but referee has stopped the clock here. I imagine for this injury.
Let's hear from Tyler Deutsch.
Thanks, Mark. St. Bonaventure has done an excellent job here. Their forward pack, oftentimes not the people scoring all the points, but last week the game came back because of the forward pack scoring the tries, and as Coach Tui Osborne said, their defense was relentless. The scoring pattern of the game right now is very similar to what we saw last weekend versus Kutztown, and this should lead them to hopefully a possible another win if Penn State doesn't pick it up. Thank you. Back to you, Mark.
Referee just having a chat.
They were talking about a shoulder charge, a little bit of an illegal play there from Nicolas Otinaru, the number 8 for this Bonnie's team from San Diego, played at Cathedral Catholic High School, and it's going to be a penalty against him.
Of course, we already have a man in the bin, captain for the Bonnies. Another yellow card would be very dangerous for them. Looks like Mark Blum, the hooker for the Bonnies, has left the field. looking a little worse for wear. Hopefully he's okay.
Just seemed to be a cramp there. And the referee, he talked about the yellow card, but I think he showed a little bit of kindness to the number 8 there by keeping him on the field. They could be 2 people down.
So Janiel Badeas will replace Mark Blum. Line out, not the cleanest, but they still maintain possession. So Penn State, can they get some points right on the halftime break? Trying to find his way through with Stella. Russell finds his fullback. That's Troussard. Been heavily involved in this first half. Aiden King. Plenty of touches for him as well. Flat pass out to Halloran. Still going Halloran. Charging forward. Russell finds Smith. Smith heavily from Juan Penn. Going back the other way now, trying to find a way through this Bonnie's defense. Unsuccessfully thus far, as now O'Toole has a crack. The big men are getting involved. Goes behind, now it's the back's turn. Through the hands and thrown over. Well, that was from a big tackle. Couldn't quite hang on. Forced the error of Troussard.
It was patient, and then it was frantic with that last pass. If they just held on to that, they were slowly chipping away at this Bonnie's defense. But just a little rush of blood there.
Players a little confused as to what the ref wants them to do. It'll be the line out, it'll be the Bonnies, and it'll surely be the final play of the first half. They hold on under some pressure from the defense in the line out. Ordinaru, oh, it's a penalty. Not what they wanted, not what they needed.
If they were out of time there, that was just a mistake. They could have just taken it, hold it in a touch, up by 14 points, regather at halftime and come back out. But Penn State, an opportunity here. Big moment at the end of this first half.
It's almost like they felt sorry for Penn State. Come on, we can't let them be zero
we can't let
them
go into halftime with, we got to make it exciting. This is Penn State. They like to win by a point.
Well, that could come back to bite them because remember, Penn State will have the breeze in the second half. Question is, can they utilize it the way that St. Bonaventure have done? As we mentioned before, John Broker going in with even just 3 points instead of 0 could be what this Penn State team needs psychologically. And it's up to this man, Dalton Musselman, a fine day with the boot in the semi-final. Into the breeze. Well struck. Off the post and in. 3 points, they're on the board, and that's halftime here in the men's D1 championship final. And let's throw it down to Matt McCarthy once again.
Yeah, guys, with Coach Hundley, lucky bounce there. You got some points on the board. They've only scored 1 try, so you guys are right in this.
Yeah, I think our defense is showing really well. Obviously, you know, we talked about it beforehand. The wind has been a factor, and they've pinned us well off those kicks, so hopefully we get some of that win in the second half.
Anything that you didn't anticipate in the first half?
No, I don't think so. You know, we've played Bonnie before, so, you know, a lot of what we expected. So just hopefully we can turn it around in the second half.
All right, best of luck in the second half, Coach. Back to you, boys.
Well, thanks, Matt McCarthy and the coach. And here's some action from the first half. It's a tight game. Not a lot of points were scored. Plenty of forwards work, a lot of grunt work. The only try of the match right there. Expect to see another tight affair in the second half. Some crunching tackles. Wow, what about that first half, John?
First half, big physical, lots of kicks. You saw a lot of defense there, just shutting down the opportunities for both teams.
Okay, well, don't go away, folks. We're going to have a break, and there's plenty of rugby action in the second half coming up.
what these guys have done for us, for our country, is something that could never be paid back, something that us as civilians could only appreciate and respect.
I mean, there's some hard stories in there, so they're all great guys. You wish they were still here today with you, but you understand, duty calls. They served a mission, and there's tragedy in everything. And, a lot of them died in war. Others died when they came back home, and there's a lot of suffering and pain involved. But you try to bring the good out in every situation, and this is our way of doing it.
My dad loved rugby, played it in college and played it in the Marine Corps.
Rugby was a big part of his life. It was a big thing that he enjoyed. It was a way to bond with others and to kind of release stress when he was in the Marine Corps. And John unfortunately died by suicide in 2005. Returned from a deployment in Iraq and really was struggling with depression and post-traumatic stress and didn't get the help he needed and died, 3 months after he returned.
He did get to play. We were supposed to play. First Marine killed in Afghanistan, and sometimes I wonder if it was my fault. I know I gotta be better. And I've been in the slump. I've had some hard times, and my daughter passed away 3 years ago, and it just all steamrolled. And then I finally got back around rugby again, and I got in touch with these guys, and I knew at that moment I had to, because I gotta fix myself for him and for her.
So, it's been 11 years since his death, and one of the things that I've really tried to do is to find things that my boys would be a part of that connected them to their dad.
Well, I'm just honored to play with these Marines and really just try to live live like my dad would want me to, and I think he would just be he would love to see me out here, and I wish he was out here with us. I know if he knew about this after he retired or got out or had the time, I know he would be right up here with us. So just trying to carry on the legacy, and I love playing rugby too. So play with these guys and kind of just play for my dad, play for all these other fallen Marine rugby players.
The importance of veterans and supporting them. I mean, they say freedom's not free, so it comes with a cost, an expensive one. So we hope that America likes what we're doing for them. Just want everybody to care as much as we do.
Welcome back to AVEVA Stadium in Houston, Texas for the men's D1 National Championship final. Here's some of the action from the first half. It's a tight affair. Penn State pushing and pushing, but failing to score until late in the game. They couldn't quite get that elusive try. Threw some balls away. And then it was the Bonnies that also had to crack some crunching tackles. We expected that. John Broker.
Big tackles coming in there throughout the game. These teams know each other. There's no love lost, but it was certainly a physical battle without a lot of points scored.
We saw one penalty attempt successful, but the Bonnies actually scored 3, so they got out to a 9-point lead until this. A driving maul and crashing over to score the first try of the game at a commanding lead of 14 points to 0. And Penn State were desperately trying to get themselves on the scoreboard. This definitely helped them as well, the captain going in, and they got a penalty in the end. And let's hear from Matt McCarthy and Tui Osborne.
Coach, any big adjustments for the second half? They only got the penalty kick.
No, just cleaning up our penalties and try not to make mistakes in the ruck. And we're too complacent in the ruck area. So I told the guys we got to win our own ball and make sure that we set a good platform.
How's the discipline?
It's okay. Could be better.
All right, Coach, best of luck in the second half. Back to you guys on a frosty night here in Houston.
All right, folks, we are ready for a bumper second half here. The Bonnies of St. Bonaventure kicking off into the breeze. Can Penn State utilize the same advantage that the Bonnies had in the first half? That remains to be seen. You see already they're fired up in defense. St. Bonaventure, they're going to need to be. They know that they are running into the wind, and that helped them in the first half, and a penalty will not help them early in this second half.
Early in the second half, didn't need that penalty. Put the big hit to put that intent out that it's going to be defense, defense, defense for Bonnies. You heard Coach Dewey Osborne talk about really cleaning up their mistakes and really getting their discipline down. But before the half, you heard Coach Hundley, Justin Hundley from Penn State, talk about a momentum change. That 3 points was important. They went into the sheds. They've got the wind at their back now that they will have talked about. They're not down by too much. They've come back in both of their games so far to get to this championship game, but they also have to clean up the contact area. They've squirted some balls out the back. Need to keep the ball a little safer.
You're right, the 3 points that they scored late in that first half definitely was a psychological boost, but the momentum shift came from some good rugby leading up to that as well. That ball goes awry. Just a little errant pass and quick thinking, great turnover and counter-attack from the Bonnies. Great to see some of the handling skills of this D1 final. Playing advantage. And here we have another penalty coming in from the side. We've seen a lot of that, and we've spoken a lot about that, John.
That is a mistake right there, a big penalty. The wind is coming at the Bonnies now, so they'll probably kick to the corner, but discipline is going to be critical.
Sinbin's over. So 15, plays 15. See that penalty again.
Just more silly mistakes. People coming in from the wrong direction, right in front of the referee. Nobody's gotten away with one yet.
Clean line out. Now with the drive, peeling off is Masterson. Excuse me, that was Otneru. He's had a fine first half as well. As Seabass Villani digs in. Juan Penn making his presence felt. Short side, trying to roll his way over the try line. Is that Otneru again? Lining up one-on-one, getting low. That's Ratka. And he's driven sideways. Did he get it down? We're going to have a listen.
Okay, if he was tackled, he made one move. It was a clear ground. Clear ground after the one move. After the one move, he didn't use his body to propel himself forward. It was just one move forward. Okay, that was some judgment. Thank you.
And that is a try. The Penn State players can't believe it. What a start to this second half into the breeze. Corey Ratka, the eventual try scorer.
Corey Ratka from the Buffalo area. Played for Kenmore and just sneaks his way in right there. Mark, this has just been trench warfare. These teams keep getting down into the other team's zone and just battle it out, battle it out, battle it out. Game of inches, and right there, won by the Bonnies. With the wind in their faces, those are 5 points that they really need.
Well, I'm confident there was probably plenty of talk in the Penn State locker room about getting straight down there, getting on the scoreboard, trying to eat into that lead of the Bonnies, but it's happened in reverse. Bonnies extending their lead, and now with this kick into the breeze. Keelan Coyle with the strike, and that breeze is going to push it right to left. So unsuccessful. Score remains 19 points to 3. And let's hear from Tyler Deutsch again down on the sideline.
Thanks, Mark. Oftentimes, the ones that are forgotten about are the forwards, but not here at St. Bonaventure. They seem to be the ones who love to score the points. Of course, with great help from their back line, advancing over the gain line and getting it to the try line, and obviously past this Penn State defense. They're going to need to pick it up and start utilizing their time with the ball if they expect to come back here. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Tyler. Penn State with some territory. It's knocked on. So the Bonnies defense once again forcing the error.
The pressure from the Bonnies defense there. They sussed out who the first receiver was going to be and just sent a shooting defender up there to get in his face, and it just rattled him enough to knock it on. That's it. Unfortunate, but you saw the number 16 there for St. Bonaventure. That was Janiel Badeas. Good pressure.
Scrum now.
Absorb the hit. Hold the weight. Understand?
Let's go, White!
Seabass. Seabass. Villani gets it in. And out to the backs. Short pass. 12-13. That was Steffens to Peach Jr. Same way for the Bonnies. Nearly up to the halfway line. Backline doing some grunt work this time. Big hit from Aiden King. Penn. It's coming back the other way. Seabass. To his halves partner, that's Keelan Coyle. Haven't seen too much of him in attack at the moment, just playing the link man. Good defense from Penn State, but ill-disciplined once again gets them.
That's the second penalty just like that during this game for Penn State. Player came over, just got his hands on the ground. Even if he picks him up after that, he's not supporting his own weight. Big favor for the Bonnies there, but Penn State, the Nittany Lions, are going to have to clean that up.
Bonnie's doing well in this early exchange in the second half. Not too bothered by this strong wind at the moment.
We'll take a look here as a player comes over and just puts his hands right on the ground.
So the Bonnies. 30 meters out. Short line out, goes 5 meters. Clever play from the Bonnies. They're on the charge again. Big hit and big run. That was Conroy. Through the hands. Coyle nearly gets through. Ratka, the try scorer. Comes back the other way. Coyle gave the call, saw some space, and has some numbers. Bigler rolling his way forward. Gradually making some inroads on this Penn State defense. The Bonnies putting it through the hands nicely. Showing plenty of patience, building the phases, inching toward the Penn State try line. Comes back the other way now through Penn. Just slowing things down. They're in no hurry, the Bonnies. Badeas, the replacement, getting low, ramming forward now. Looks like the number 9, nursing a limp at the moment, comes back to the left. Good running.
Galani.
Through the hands now again. Staunch defense, and it's paid off. Penn State holding off. What a confidence booster.
Nittany Lions certainly needed that, as the Bonnies have come out in the second half and said, win? What win? We're just going to play through, keep it in the hand, and work our way downfield as methodically as we can. They've been doing a good job at it until that mistake crept in right there. just one step too far here. Ball comes in, player goes to ground, quickly in and over it, not releasing. Penalty against the Bonnies.
Penn State, clean line out. And that is off the side of the boot. You could hear he didn't particularly enjoy that one, especially with that breeze behind. Wanted to descend it way longer than that, didn't he,
bit
John?
longer. He certainly did. Opportunity here for the Bonnies to get back down at the other end. They've been very effective so far in these first 10 minutes and keeping ball in hand, working through the phases, varying the attack, going tight, going wide. They've got the full package there.
And even with a missed kick like that, they still got themselves into the Bonnies' territory, albeit just by a few meters. Now it'll come back over the 40-meter line as Bonnies attempt to charge forward. Ratka, he's had a strong game, ball in hand. More penalties for Penn State.
He goes the other way. And it looked like it was Caleb Smith there, just not rolling away out of that. Got to make an effort, at least flail around like a fish on the ground. So it looks like you're trying to get out of that ruck defensively, but just laid there. Referee on the spot, Ian Seaton.
So now the Bonnies back up to the 40-meter line. We have a replacement. But we start to see both benches being emptied in this men's D1 final. It's been a long, hard road for both teams. Not straight.
That's that Houston wind right now. Just takes that ball not straight. Bit of luck there for Penn State. It's right to that outside right hand. No good as the Penn State line out tried to attack it.
I'm not sure the wind is that strong, John. I'm sure it had something to do with it. You know, I'd be blaming the wind for,
of course,
this throw.
Just trying to help their hooker feel better.
That was well.
Or Conroy, their flanker and thrower.
So Penn State trying to build upon the momentum from the end of the first half. They've been unable to do so. Have to create some more momentum from scratch.
Referee Seaton just sees somebody losing their bind there. Nothing malicious in it. No penalties. Smart play. The referees these days doing a really good job of telling the players across the field, but particularly the scrum, what the problem is, what they need to fix. And right there, you just need to see better binds from both the props on his side.
The referees are almost like another coach out there, aren't they? Just communicating constantly.
That time, however.
So Penn State with the quick tap. Musselman taking it up to the defensive line as he loves to do. And that's a strong run. Overton, we've seen a few of those from him. Playing advantage. Is referee Seaton, and now coming back down the blind side. Some numbers. Extremely solid defense from the Bonnies. Nice inside ball. Clever play from King. Through the hands, Musselman under pressure, gets it away. Capriotti nearly makes a clean break. Halloran tackled low, well brought down. Just going left and right at the moment, not particularly forward. And that error again, that ball just out in front. The breeze playing havoc as the turnover ensues. Quick hands, clever passing, picked up around his ankles. Great play from the try scorer, Ratka. The long passage of play. Back in field, advantage over, as you heard the referee say. Aiken gets a touch. Coyle. And that ball's gone loose. A little bit scrappy at the moment. Chura cleans up.
Didn't see that knock on by White there. It came off of the Bonnie's player, but referee Seaton in a better spot than we are to judge that one. Scrum here for the Bonnies.
And let's hear from our very own Tyler Doige again.
Thanks, Mark. Now, I know we talked about how good the forwards are for St. Bonaventure on offense, but Tui Osborne said our defense was relentless in last week's game and gave us a good platform to convert opportunities into attack, similar to that turnover you just saw by Penn State. Keep an eye out for that, Mark, later in this game. Back to you.
Penalty to Penn State. Looking to go quick. You see Dalton Musselman coming in, screaming at his players, no, 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 give it to me, I want it. Let's have a listen.
We've had times that have been with the scrum. Next time we go down, it's going to be a card. So to fix it, try to play more tops there. Long your bind, keep it the whole time. Keep it the whole time. Sounds good.
Again, just clear communication for referee Seaton there. Brings the player over, shows him what's wrong with his bind. Great question and knowledge by Rick, the captain there, Rick Rose, to say, so you want him to have a longer bind? Just clear communication, very good. May or may not clean up the scrums, but at least they made an effort.
Remains to be seen. I'm sure we, the spectators, would appreciate that. We'll see these guys playing some free-flowing rugby, ball in hand. $19 points to 3. Still plenty of time in this men's D1 final. Some claret, as we call it, on Max Fish.
He certainly doesn't want to leave the game.
Musselman now lines it up. Breeze behind. It'll have the legs. And it's over. The direction as well. So slowly building the score now. 19 points to 6. Still in favor of St. Bonaventure, but here comes Penn State.
Good look at Coach Hunley there. This team has taken years off his life this season with all these one-point victories. He'll be happy for him to club back in. I think that was a very smart move by them. Just get some more points on the board, chip away. They're starting to push back that Bonnie's defense. Some gaps are going to open up sooner or later as this game wears on.
Ball sits up nicely in the breeze. That's well taken from Penn State. Slowing it down. Box kick from Russell. High and long. So it's uncontested. They send it midfield. Joshua Smith is asked to dance a little. Beats a defender or two, and now with the kick back, easily fielded by Troussard. Sends it toward the sideline, stays in. Plenty of black jerseys back there. Good running from Villani, one of the Spaghetti brothers. Through the hands. Well picked up by Oteneru. Seabass Villani finds the 12. And then Steffens hands it on. Rick Rose, after his 10-minute absence in the first half, keen to reassert his authority. Back down the blind side. We've seen both these teams hold onto the ball for long periods of time, so showing patience. But once again, not necessarily forward momentum, courtesy of this Penn State defense, growing in stature. As long as they keep it clean, and they force the kick. Awkward bounce. Troussard does well. Off the foot. Support comes in. Could have got isolated. A little behind the back pass there. Musselman sends Capriotti forward. Same way. George Henry Miller. Forwards linking nicely with the backs. Brian Stella hasn't had too many touches in this game, and some heavy defense has forced the error again. So here come the Bonnies. Another long passage of play. Both teams must be exhausted, and finally they get a rest.
I think both teams be pleased at this little stoppage there. That was a long passage of play, taking a lot of gas out of the tank. Another knock on by Penn State. The Bonnies inside their own zone.
See some players cramping there, John.
Both in a little colder climate. It's a little chilly here tonight, so with the typical kind of Houston humidity all year long can be a little different for these fellas.
Not eating enough Tex-Mex either, but let's hear from Tyler Deutsch.
Thanks, Mark. You know, it feels like I'm almost watching a 2020 Houston SaberCats game, the way that Dalton Musselman is putting every single point on the board at the expense of his boot. I'm not sure if it's just because we're here at AVEVA Stadium, but Musselman has been a huge contribution to Penn State's narrow wins in a very, very tough battle. Two battles leading up to this championship game. Back to you, Mark.
Thanks again, Tyler. Scrum won by the Bonnies after a big shove coming in from Penn State. It could be problematic as the game wears on. There's only 20 minutes left. Trying to pilfer the ball, Penn State, but good support coming through. Coyle has a crack. He's not afraid of contact, Keelan Coyle. Breed him tough over in Ireland. Still with the Bonnies, looked a little high. Ian Seaton thought it was fine. Box kick over the top. Troussard's on the spot again and takes flight. Straight through the middle, could be isolated. Great support coming through now. Not a lot of numbers out to the right. But George Henry Miller does well. It's been turned over. I spoke too soon.
What a turnover.
The Bonnies now on the halfway. Rewarded for their solid defense. Coyle holds on, doesn't panic. Delaney loves to get involved. Rarely stays on his own wing. Flat pass, beautifully out to Conroy. Just another little error that's creeping in there.
I think these teams just know each other so well in there. They just, clash, and they know when to take their chances, and both teams just coughing up a little ball here. They both know to attack that breakdown defensively. It's working for both of them.
You see Casey McGilroy just replacing Andrew Bigler there.
Haven't said Bigler's name a lot, but he's been in the trenches winning the ball.
So a replacement for Penn State happening as well. Tristan Somerville coming on in the number 22 jersey.
Should have shot at Tui Osborne there. Long coaching history. Coach at Life. Was the head coach there 2014 and 2015. He's been up in Bonaventure for a little while, but was on the World Cup squad in 2007 World Cup for the USA. Played USA Sevens. Heck of a player. Played for a number of clubs across the country.
It's my vintage as well, John.
All right.
Pretty sure I came up against Tui at some stage. As Penn State find themselves with possession yet again, but they are chasing this 19-6 lead that the Bonnies have, and that's another defensively forced error for Penn State.
Good pressure, good awareness by the Bonnies. Fringe defense there. Number 9 takes a little saunter around the side of that contact area. Ethan Russell, and one of the players just comes up and dislodges that ball.
We haven't heard from Matt McCarthy for a while. Let's hear from Matt.
You know, it's a battle of the scrum halves tonight, and Keelan Coyle is no slouch. He's also a large man for a fly half, and he's out of Derry, Ireland, so he is used to kicking in the wind, and these conditions are probably downright balmy to him, guys. He is a force at number 10.
Thanks, Matt McCarthy. Here's Keelan Coyle, number 10 for the Bonnies. Great pedigree, rugby pedigree. You can see with his kicking abilities, he's quite the solid foundation for this Bonaventure team. Likes to take the ball to the line as well, as does Musselman, his opposite number. Penalty to Penn State, and we look like we might have a card. Yes, we do.
Big moment right there for Penn State. That's the dominance they need, because they need 5 pointers now with 15 minutes left to go. They can't have too many more kicks. And that was Juan Penn going off the field for the Bonnies from Lakewood, Ohio. Played for the St. Edward's Eagles and Celtic Elite in high school, and just got done there by his opposite number. Going to spend 10 minutes off the field. It's going to change. Going to have to bring somebody onto that front row. Big difference here to open up the spaces for the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Well, you mentioned it, John. It's so disruptive, especially when a front rower gets sent to the bin, because you need to take one of your normally back row players off to bring the front row replacement on. Little set move there, and it looks like it may have worked. Oh, last-ditch tackle. Great work from Radka, but a beautiful play from Penn State, and they are still in possession at the 5-meter line. The try here is sorely needed to get themselves back into this final. Overton. Still on the 5-meter. Musselman. Little dummy from the inside center. Hui. Out now the same way. Can he get there? He does. That's the replacement. Nastari, he's done it. And Penn State are making a game of this final.
What a great finish there by Nastari, the replacement, the junior marketing major, played at Xavier High School from New York. Absolutely big moment from there. We just said they need 5 pointers from here on if they're going to come back. But this is the whole team. You're going to see it finished off here by Nastari. But there was a few rucks, good safe ball. Overton working his way in there. And Nastari just finds the gap as they drew in that Bonnie's defense. Open up some spaces out wide. And no second invitation needed for Nastari.
And Penn State wasting no time at all, capitalizing on the yellow card of the Bonnies. Juan Penn, tight head prop. Some more claret.
Same player there, just getting the old boxer's treatment. Little Vaseline on there, I'll hold it up.
So our director, Ryan Ginty, loves some shots of blood. It's a brutal game, this rugby. It's a beautiful game. I thought that was a beautiful kick. That would have just wrapped up that sentence nicely, but he's let me down.
So close there. We have 8 points here, so it's more than a converted try needed by the Nittany Lions here. They have the wind at their back. They have a one-man advantage. They have 14 minutes to go. As we keep saying, they've come back in every game this season to the detriment of Pip Hundley's health. They'll try again.
13 minutes to play in this D1 men's college final. Oh, some acrobatics there and taken.
We may see a big moment here. First, let's hope this player's okay.
I will have the defender in a real position to catch the ball. Ball carrier, or excuse me, push up there, go grab the ball, land on his back. We take a penalty on it. Okay, thank you very much. We're not in a really good position to grab the ball in the air. That's okay. The person in the air wants to grab the ball, landed on his back. Okay, so the penalty on it. We need to take care of this. Got more dangerous tackle. Okay. I'll worry with
Well, it was a great kick. An Aussie rule style. Somerville coming in.
Luck for the Bonnies there that they didn't lose another player to the bin. That would have been big trouble down to 13. As you see the one man currently there, reflecting on his discretions.
Fortunately, won't be till the end of the match. He'll have a chance to come back in unless he's replaced. But now it's up to Penn State. Still need 2 scores to snatch this lead from the Bonnies. Over the back, and that's well caught, and that's play on. Noah Smith. But, of course, he runs away from his support. Looks like it might have been Ratko, who's had a fine game coming in, creating the penalty.
That just didn't go where they wanted to go in the line out. The other players had something else in mind. The big boy right there, Noah Smith, just took it and headed off for the line. When all else fails in rugby, just get the ball and run straight. He followed those rules.
Bonnies can breathe a little. See how strong that breeze is on the flag of the touch judge. Gives you some idea of what these players are dealing with. And now Bonnies execute it well at line out time. Odneru upended. Round the corner. That's the replacement, Aitken. On for Juan Penn. Serving 10 minutes on the sideline for his indiscretion as Coyle nearly gets through. Stragged by Aiden King. Up and over the 40-meter line now. It was Odneru manhandled. Still going. Some good play, interchanging of passing in close quarters, good offloads from the Bonnies. And they've found themselves now up to the 40-meter line of Penn State. Odneru. Quick ball, Coyle puts it to the toe. Clever click as well, and it's regathered. The Bonnies, here they come. With only 14 men, showing patience, showing poise. Clever options. Rose, the captain. Putting their forwards to work. That's Aitken again, but he's isolated. And straight over the top, the supporting play. You've got to support your body weight.
These teams just can't figure out how to clear out that Jackal player. They're just getting people slightly isolated, getting right in there. 10 minutes to go. Look like the Bonnies might be up to something good there. But strong wind. Penn State back in their half.
Okay, let's hear from Tyler again.
While this may be the first time that some of these players are playing at a professional Major League Rugby stadium, it will not be the last for 3 Penn State players. Thomas Capriotti, drafted by the San Diego Legion. Anthony Adamczyk, who was drafted by the New England Free Jacks. And Lebi Koilarbi, drafted by Old Glory DC, will be playing in the Major League Rugby 22 season. And they will definitely be back at AVEVA Stadium. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Tyler. Some great insight into the connection between college rugby and Major League Rugby.
Penn State had Anthony Adamczyk go to MLR, play for the Free Jacks. Captain and junior number 5, Campbell Halloran, played at the same high school, Fairfield Prep Jesuits in Connecticut. Good move up to Major League Rugby.
Speaking of Major League Rugby, this is the home of one of the 13 teams of 2022, AVEVA Stadium. The Houston SaberCats call this home. A great privilege and pleasure for these players to play in a world-class facility, and that was a world-class offload back inside Max Fish. That was a beauty. And so was that break straight through. How did he get through Masterson? Penn State now. Meters away. And it's turned over. That is heartbreaking for the Nittany Lions.
What a heartbreak. You are absolutely right, Mark. So much good work. That great little offload from Fish to get that thing started, and then they just went a step too far. Ball comes out here. Great run by the number 8. Excellent work by Nick Masterson. But here at the line, just player picks it up, drag to the ground, ball squirts forward. All that good work, but the Bonnies are under pressure in their own zone here. This would be a good moment for Penn State scrum to really deliver.
It's like Ultan Horrigan warming up, getting ready to come on for the Bonnies. Big scrum coming in from Penn State, but they get it out quickly. That was clever play. Straight in the air. Comes down on the side of the Nittany Lions, so they have another opportunity. 8 minutes to play. Back down the short side. Nastari. Using these big forwards to batter forward. That's Aiden King. Wider pass now, and he couldn't quite handle it. Noah Smith. Wow,
here for a penalty. Not much time left. We cannot have a penalty kick here.
Too many penalties down here.
Player off for the rest of the game.
Confusion here.
A little confusion. Extends up to the broadcast booth, the confusion.
Well, we see Juan Penn. He served his time for his yellow card. And there's the man in question.
Little hamstring injury there for the number 13, Matt Pietsch from Bay Village, Ohio. St. Edward's High School played for the Eagles there before he came in. The St. Edward's Eagles, not the U.S.
So Penn State, 8 points adrift. 7 minutes to play. The loop around play, short pass. That's Capriotti. Brought down by Rose. Black jerseys line up again. See if they can deny this Penn State team desperate to get back up within striking distance of taking this men's D1 final. Musselman, inside ball. Same way. Capriotti again. Back in field, Noah Smith holds on wisely. Same way again, and no, just can't quite handle it. George Henry Miller with the pass in close quarters. Perhaps it was a little hard for Somerville. Was it Somerville or was it Treaster coming on? Yes, Lockie Treaster.
Again, just that last movement letting down Penn State. They were right on the line there. They needed those points. You see Campbell Halloran, the captain. He's been replaced, looking on. Really wants to push his team forward, but just that little error creeping in the last movement there. Time is off.
Saw the hands on the heads of Halloran. We feel the same way as well, the frustration.
After the knock-on, 23 made high contact with the neck. He was a dropping player, so that means penalty only. They were going to have it on the 5-yard line.
From bad to worse, it was going to be a scrum for the Bonnies right in their 5 meter, but it's going to be a penalty for a little high clash here.
And John Broker, I don't know if you saw, but I saw that Lockie Trista took his eye off the ball for a fraction of a second as it was rifled into his chest, and
that's all it took.
He saw the try line. We call it white line fever. Now the Bonnies
have the line out here. They're going to have to convert this.
Well, they certainly got out of jail with that last passage of play. You thought for sure Penn State, the way they were putting phases together, making those little breaks in behind the defense, that they were close to bringing this game to a 1-point game.
That's the wind. Drifts over the top there.
Okay. Penn State are fired up. They know how much that means because they have now just under 5 minutes. A converted try will get them within 1 point, and then the final stages of the game, well, it's anybody's game.
Penn State going for the line out, not worried about that wind apparently. They need to get 5 points on the board quick because they are down 8. It's going to take more than a converted try to win this game.
Great throw. Clean line out. Another replacement. Rowdy Bush gets a touch. Straight through Musselman with the dummy, and then finishing off is the number 13, Jesse Capriati, in a great second half display. And Penn State bring this men's D1 final down to the wire.
The defense of the Bonnies all game has been able to repel that attack. It's just been wave after wave after wave. Hasn't been able to crack it and find that gaps. And Musselman just shows right there. Finally it gives. He's got the patience to wait till 77 minutes to make a line break. And Capriati finishes it off, pushes a little closer to the post. They can get within 1 point right here.
Crucial kick. And it's a mere formality for Dalton Musselman, who created that try that brings Penn State within 1 point. Under 4 minutes to play. John Broker.
Insane. Penn State is having a made-for-TV season. Everything's a cliffhanger. Everything is the next time. We're going to see what happens in the next episode, and this is one of those games. We're down at 1 point here. This is going to be a great 3 minutes.
Well, if you're just joining us, where have you been? But don't worry, because you've got 2.5 minutes of helter-skelter, or coming up to 2 minutes. I'm Mark Stabina, joined by John Broker, and we are having a great time here in this men's D1 final. Penn State now, it's all to play for. St. Bonaventure hanging on to a narrow lead. The wind playing a major factor. It's been a game of two halves, as they say. And the turnover for the Bonnies. Penn State now desperate. Hearts in our throats right now. The Bonnies. Conroy. He's had a fine match. This is what they're going to do to wind the clock down. Penn State needs to be squeaky clean. A penalty here will surely end the match. Out now to Coyle. Doing their best to get their hands on the ball. Penn State unsuccessfully. They're going to pick and drive and pick and drive. Can they pick and drive their way to victory? The Bonnies with Rick Rose now leading the charge. McGlory. Little kick through. Giving chase now, that'll go to the sideline. So, well, it's a tough ask for Penn State to bring it up, but they do
Penn
have the ball,
State
John Broker.
At their own 5-meter line, they have 95 meters to go for a championship win here. They're going to have to chip away at it. Somebody's going to have to stand up and do something big here for the Nittany Lions. Interesting moments.
Well, they need a Tom Brady, don't they? A 95-meter drive. Short arm penalty. That's going to help, but they can't kick it out because that would mean a line out to St. Bonaventure.
You can see Conroy was ready to play.
Brought back for not being on the mark. I mean, it looked fairly close to the mark. When you're 95 meters out, does it really matter?
I'm not sure. Yeah, they got to let him go quick there. Going quick might have hurt them a little bit more than help them because they really need to be structured and they really need to be smart here.
Penn State coming up to the final play of the game now. 1 point in it. We expected this from these two teams.
Oh, look at that break.
Great run from Somerville. Plenty to go for Penn State. Look at those tackles coming in. They need to be clinical, more clinical than they've been this entire match, Penn State. If they are to win this championship, that's a big tackle and held up. It's going to be a maul if they don't get this out. And they haven't. It's a turnover. And that's full time. Ian Seaton blows it. That's it. The Bunnies have done it. In sensational fashion, Penn State fought their way back and looked like they might have snatched this victory at the death. But the Bonnies have done enough in the first half and early in this second half to claim victory. Well deserved. John Broker, give me a breath.
We cannot give enough credit to the Bonnies. They did what the last two teams have not been able to do, and that is give up a try to Penn State at the last second to let them win the game. A couple of other teams thought they were going to get away with a win, and they didn't, but this time the Bonnies, you see Reed Hammond, the replacement, in there, excited and pulled together the win. What a defensive effort in that second half, except for that one little try that slipped through near the end and nearly changed things. Defensive stand by the Bonnies, very impressive.
It was a game that had everything. We had yellow cards and some great performances from both these teams. Oh, what a game. We hope you enjoyed it at home as well. I'm sure you did. In Penn State, forced to go home empty-handed, but they have had a fine season. And let's hear from Matt McCarthy down on the sideline.
Coach, they're ecstatic in Ellicottville, overwhelmed in Olean, a little engine that could. St. Bonaventure, a national powerhouse in rugby.
Thank you, Matt. You know, it's been a long run. We've built this program for 5 years, and, you know, you can see the fruition out here tonight. The boys had to dig deep for that one. Penn State brought it tonight, and, you know, it's down to the wire.
Red cards, yellow cards, injuries, kicks, tackles. It had everything, Coach. Piece of cake, though, right?
It was good to see the boys, you know, digging deep at the end. You know, guys with cramping coming out, so the bench came in and you know, did a great job.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. What's next for you guys?
You know, exams.
Next school.
Yep. Next week we gotta, you know, finish exams and then look to spring. You know, play a couple of 50s matches and into sevens. But the boys deserve this, and we're gonna have a good break. We'll celebrate tonight, then head back.
Well, what a well-earned victory, Coach. Congratulations, St. Bonaventure, the little engine that could.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
Wow, the winning coach, all smiles there, Tui Osborne. Fantastic effort from this St. Bonaventure team. We are out of breath, but let's have a look at some of this action, John.
Great action. The motto of St. Bonaventure University is become extraordinary. And as this game went on, their defense became extraordinary. Great hits all around. You see a big challenge right there. Wonderful work, little offloads. This Bonnies team has a lot of young players, and they have a lot of talent. They're not afraid to move the ball. As we take a look at the early try here. Nice little dive in by the number 6. Unfortunately, Aka came off a little bit injured later in the game. We hope he's okay. Another run here for the Bonnies. Another big clash by Penn State. This was an interesting battle all day. Penn State had the better of them in the scrums, but didn't matter in the scoreboard at the end of the day. You see an elated team for St. Bonaventure. The Bonnies right there.
Plenty of support as well for the Bonnies, flying into Houston, Texas for this men's D1 final, and it has been a cracker, a barn burner, one might say.
Right until the last second, both of these teams were in the battle, showing the absolute best of rugby that America has to offer. These two D1 teams. A lot of players down here, a lot of families down here to see this.
It's great to see as well, turning out in numbers. I'm sure their presence was felt, especially in those dying stages of the match when it looked like Penn State were going to fight their way back, all the way back to claim the title. It wasn't to be.
Coach Osborne just waving to the fan there. He's got a great reputation at the school, just a wonderful person as well, as is Justin Hundley. Two great coaches, really care about the students, really care about their players.
Let's have a look at some more highlights, especially with the way that Penn State fought back. A little move there, off the back.
Here we went the hand for Fish.
Max Fish. Saw a lot of pictures of him with blood streaming out of his face, and he played very well, especially toward the end.
We just saw two highlights with Conroy there, the number 7 for St. Bonaventure. He was everywhere today. The freshman was absolutely electric for this Bonnies team. There he is again, around the action all the time. Where there's a ball, when the whistle is blown, you're going to find Conroy.
And that was nearly a try there. Couldn't quite hang on to that, Trista. But this one from Musselman, you see him take it to the line all game. He loves to play right on the defensive line, and that time it paid off, just confusing the defense. A little dummy, and then sending Capriotti in for the final try of the game. That was all that it was going to be, because the Bonnies held on. Jubilant scenes here at the moment.
Bonnies showing you that it says national champions indeed.
I always wonder what they do with those hats if, you know, they're not quite the national champions. But that's irrelevant right now, because your D1 national champions are the St. Bonaventure Bonnies. Well-deserved victory.
It is going to be celebration in the Empire State. Allegheny, New York is going to be alive tonight, as the St. Bonaventure Bonnies are going to bring home a trophy.
Happy about it is Seabass Villani, one of two brothers. His brother Lorenzo also had a great match, coming in off his wing, getting heavily involved. Just really helps take some pressure off your forwards. You can't always ask them just to do the grunt work and make the carries.
There's one of the Lonnies right there. He's going to lay down right in front, give us a little pose. That's in fact for the National Collegiate Rugby right there, just came in the shot. He has been the tournament organizer for this great event in Houston.
This is what we love to see in sport. All that hard work paying off. And then
all right,
the smiles.
guys, before Hyatt gives you the big one there.
Back from NCR.
Guy that worked pretty hard. Multiple people said that he deserved this for his performance today. Your number 7, Conroy. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, congratulations.
St. Bonaventure, great skill, great execution. You fought to the end there to hold on to your lead. It was a fantastic game. Well done. Congratulations on being Division I national champions.
I'm here with the man of the match, Matthew Conroy. What an incredible game. You guys came out, you did exactly what you've been doing this entire tournament, came out hitting hard, and you didn't give up the lead. What was it like, and what is this win like for your program?
Oh, it's unbelievable for the program, you know. We had a good talk in the change rooms beforehand. We could see from the coach's eyes, from all the players' eyes, how much we all wanted it. How much we all wanted it. We came out here, you know, they didn't make it easy for us. We had to dig in deep for the 80 minutes, and we done it.
Now that you're a national championship, looking at next season, you think you're going to give it more gas? You guys think that you're going to go for it again? You're going to be here again?
I would like to think so.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations, you and the rest of the St. Bonaventure Bonnies, for being D1 national champions. Congrats, guys. And from Next Level Rugby and NCR, we wish you the best. Congratulations. Back to the booth, guys.
Great stuff from Tyler Hollywood-Deutsch there. Matthew Conroy. That is what a national championship team looks like. The Bonnies from St. Bonaventure. It's been a great day of rugby. Thanks for joining us. Some great action as well. It's been an absolute pleasure joining you. I'm Mark Stabina. For John Broker and our entire team here, thanks for joining us. And join us again tomorrow for more national championship action.